Welcome everybody. Welcome to another episode of Want to See My Rod. We're out here for another marathon stream in north central Montana. This is the beautiful Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're out here. Our main target today is going to be Kokanee salmon. There are a myriad of other possibilities in here: rainbow trout, brown trout, walleye, northern pike. Lots of stuff in here. But welcome everybody. Thanks for joining this morning. Hope y'all are having an awesome day. What's up, Ted? What's up, the average Viking? Y'all let me know. Let me know if you can hear me all right, if you can see me all right. Give me a thumbs up. How's everybody's morning treating them? Ooh, seeing some fish surfacing. Let's move a couple of things around here so you guys can see. Good morning, Kenna Marie. All good. Thank you, Viking. Thank you, Ted. Question: does anyone know the best method for early run salmon fishing? The only salmon fishing I really do, or at least that I've done so far here in Montana, has been for the Kokanee. And all I know is that early season Kokanee is a crapshoot. They're all over in the water column. Um, Typically, what dictates where a salmon is going to be in the water is generally going to be water temperature. They tend to look for that anywhere from like 48 to 54 ish. A little different depending on where you read about it, but primarily around that 50-52 mark. So early in the season, when the water is cold, your salmon are kind of going to be all over in the water column. It's not until later in the season where the surface temperature starts warming up that really starts driving them down, that you can get a real good picture of where they're at in the water column. Now I have chat. What's up, Justin? I've never caught one before. I only fish for them from shore. Okay. Yeah, if you're going to be shore fishing for them, early season's probably going to be tough. Your best bet to catch them from shore, I think, is likely going to be right when they're getting ready to spawn in late summer, fall. So like September, October, when they start getting ready to spawn, they oftentimes will start coming shallower in the water, as well as further up, from lakes into the river systems. Big marks, yes, there are. Anything you see on the screen here that's 30, 40, 50 foot plus has a real good chance of being kokanee. We're running here today, so we got the yellow rod, Ed's rod of wonder over here. This guy is running Ed's black leech harness, tipped with a gulp earthworm. The back rod we are running half and half nickel and brass lake troll, followed by one of my hand tied worm harness rigs. That one is run with a 4-ounce snap weight. Woohoo, full send. Yeah, so we just got out in the water here. We've been in the water for a little less than 10 minutes. I just got our rigs out. We are running fully engaged with our trolling motor here. I am actually going to drop our snap weight here down just a tad. We're doing about 1.1, 1.2 miles an hour. We're over about 80-foot bottom right now. Kick ass clone, get some real sonar. Well, you don't like the top of the line sonar here? What's real sonar to you? This is the Lowrance HDS10 Pro. It's one of the most sophisticated consumer grade sonars on the market. Kick ass. I catch bigger kings on 8-pound tippet with a fly rod. I'm sure you do, kick ass. I bet they're like 300 pounds, aren't they? And you catch them 2 at a time with your eyes closed, one arm tied behind your back. But welcome everybody this morning. We are at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system here in central Montana. Our main target here today is the Kokanee Salmon. There are also rainbow trout, brown trout, walleye. In fact, the state record walleye comes out of here, a little over 18 pounds. Some really nice northern pike come out of here. There are also burbot, whitefish, yellow perch, whole bunch of different things in here. But thank y'all for coming and joining us today. Hope y'all are having an awesome morning. If you have not done so already, double tap that screen, give a thumbs up, help the stream out. It costs you nothing. It really does help the channel out. Helps get some people in here. How you doing, Bill Thompson? Cindy Blognot, welcome, welcome. We are getting real close to the buoys up here. I set, we're doing depth follow here. I'm hoping it's not going to run us right into this damn thing. I think it's going to get us real close. I think we're starting to turn here. Love to see some fishing in the morning. Heck yeah, JJ. Big Sky Angler, good morning, good morning. How you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream. Oh, come on, trolling motor, turn. We are like right up on these buoys. And we are way deeper than the target depth. Good morning, Billiard. Good morning, everybody. Cardboard, Interceptors, good morning. Sorry if I've missed anybody's chat. Hope you guys are enjoying your morning, your weekend. We just got in the water here. We are trying to get us some Kokanee salmon today. We're running Ed's yellow rod of wonder over here with his black leech spinner. On the other line, we are running a lake troll and one of my hand-tied worm harnesses. All right, I'm gonna have to bump our... God. Getting us real close to this buoy here. I'm gonna have to bump this on. You guys can see how close these buoys are here. Trolling motor was trying to run us into the buoys. Alright, so we set a 70 minimum, 80 foot max. I think that should keep us a little further away from Good morning, everybody. What's up, Lake Erie Lee? JJ, I'd be fishing, but I need some rest after the weekly grind later this evening. Heck yeah, get some rest. Get out there, JJ. I was at Holden Beach for a week and I caught a bonnet head shark. Nice, cardboard. I've never caught a shark. Alright, but we're out the yellow rod. We're just on lead core line. We are out about 2 colors. And that is Ed's black leech harness, or black leech spinner. The other line is our typical lick troll with another worm harness tipped with pink gulp maggots. That one has a 4-ounce snap weight on it. What's up, Dave Hensel? I was thinking last night of what to add for dot roaches. I was contemplating. Still haven't decided, Dave. One of these days. One of these days. Nope. I just had something pop up to the surface over there. Morning from Wisconsin. What's up, Nathan? Welcome, welcome. We're here in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. You ever try going to the gates? We usually put in right at the gates. Stupid fee, though. Angler, I launched. We did one stream from gates this year. King Kai's birthday bash earlier this year. We launched from gates. We camped overnight there and fished. Yeah, it's expensive there, and it opens, it closes. It's kind of dumb. Good fishing up that way, though. You've caught 3,754 sharks. Nice. Yeah, they're cool fish. One fish I don't really care to catch, though. I like me some toothy fish, but not that toothy. Hand-rolled fish whistle? Maybe, Dave. Maybe. Whoa! Fish on, fish on! Oh, fish off. Well, Ed's hook did not hold that time. We're going to go ahead and mark that. Dang it. Fish on, fish off. That was our first bite of the stream in 10 minutes. Not bad. Really hoping to see that drag peel. Yeah, just hold on here a minute. I'm sure it's coming. I feel it. We'll bring that one in just a moment to double check the bait on it. But when these kokanee, if we can get into them, when they hit, they just tear a line. They're not monsters, but they are good size for kokanee. The average that I pull out of here the last couple of years has been 3 to 4 pounds. And they do get, our state record is just over 7 pounds. Not like getting adrenaline going in the morning. Let's go. I agree, Big Sky Angler. Let's go ahead. Let's blow the old fish whistle. Get the morning started right. Hope you guys are having an awesome Saturday. We're gonna see if we can call in a fat kokanee here. One more for good measure. But we are, if we can get some kokanee in the boat today, we are going to harvest. Ed brought over some of those rainbow we caught from nylon last week, and oh my god, his smoked fish recipe is so good. I still think it'd be better if it wasn't trout, but we're gonna try and catch some kokanee and see if Ed'll smoke us some kokanee. Alright, hopefully we don't snag up on this giant mound down here. I'm gonna bring this guy in just a touch while we go over this. Alright, we're good to go, I think. Pulled the trigger on 2 new rods last night, can't wait. Nice, Dave. What kind of rods did you get? Fish whistle engaged, let's go Lake Erie Lee. Good morning, too hot and humid to fish today in Tennessee, good luck. I enjoy your streams. Thanks for swinging through, RB, I'm glad you enjoy the streams. Hopefully the weather gets a little better for you. It's been just absolutely pouring rain, dumping rain the last few days. I was trying to get out yesterday, but I woke up and it was just torrential downpour. So, we went back to bed. Today we're out, though. Really hope we can get into the Kokanee today. There are, I should run the fish hawk down. Get some flickering on the screen over here. I'm not sure what's up with that. Got some good marks at 20 foot, another group down at 60 foot. What depth are your lines at roughly? Okay, so our yellow rod here, we're out 2 colors of lead core. For every color, every 30 foot of lead core, you usually get about 5 to 7 foot of dive depth. So we're out probably about 10 foot depth on our front rod, our side rod. The down rod in the back is also running lead core. We're out about 2 colors, plus we have a 4-ounce snap weight. I estimate that one between the lead and the snap weight, we are probably down somewhere around 40 foot. Fish look like they're spread out in the water column. Yeah, they're kind of all over the place. Surface temperature is 66.8, so a little bit cooler than the last time we were here, which makes sense with the cold, the rain that we've had the past few days. Triumph and a Premier from St. Croix, both 6 foot medium light. Nice, Dave. I've never fished a St. Croix, but I do medium light fast action is what my ugly sticks are. I love them. Looks like they're spread out. Guys, let's go golfing. I have a set of toddler clothes. Can hit 2 feet. That is one sport I've never gotten into. No golf for Rod. So we're going to start out around the 35, 40 foot range with the rod back here, and we will adjust accordingly. At some time here in a little bit, I'm going to pull the rods in and we will throw our fish hawk on and drop her down into the basin to see where the thermocline is. Let's do a little bit of tweaking on our graph here. Basically there we go, there's some clear marks. So you turn your sensitivity up to where it's kind of a snowy Christmas day, and then you bump her back a couple of notches. So like right there, we still have a little bit of feedback in there, but we are seeing some nice clear marks, and those are actually, there's some decent fish deeper than what I expected. 60 foot down there. A lot of that stuff that you're seeing in the 10, 20 foot range is quite likely perch and rainbows. The Kokanee, I think, are going to be pushed a little deeper today. What's up, Tim Dow? Good morning, good morning. I didn't see you come in there. What do we got there? Tim Dow with the 10 want to see my rod gifted memberships. Thank you, Tim Dow, for your continued support. Congratulations to those that just won the free membership. Welcome to the Rod Squad, or I should say the Rod Army, thanks to generous patrons like Tim Dow. Good morning, Tim. Hope you're doing awesome. Baby Gleesky, cardboard. A whole bunch of people. Anthony Knaufel, dude, who are you? Temp on Eastern Lake was up to 78. Wow, that's warm, Lee. Yeah, when we were at Nylon last week, it was 73, 75. Rob, what's up? Hey, K-Hod. Welcome, welcome. "23 likes already. Nice. Let's go, K-Hod. Yes. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. It costs you nothing. It does help the channel. The more thumbs up a stream gets, the better YouTube handles sending more traffic in here. We get more people in here. We have better conversations, a little more fun. Good morning, Casey. What's up, Dave James? Gonna be a great day. Yes, K-Hud. We just did have our first bite on Ed's rod here. It was on the line for about 3 seconds. The moment I picked it up, the fish was gone. Colin, I was there a few days ago. Caught 2 cokes. Nice, Colin. Down in the basin area here, what depth were you finding them at? We're marking anywhere between, it looks like 30 and 60 foot for a lot of what I suspect are the kokanee. What depth were you catching it at, and what kind of lures were you using? Little hoochies, spinner rigs, dodgers, cut plugs. Oh yeah, let's see here. We got the, how do I do the, where is our, all right, let's get rid of top messages here. Good morning from South Carolina. What's up, Chris NC? Good morning from Central Montana. Thanks for joining. Welcome, everybody. This is Holter Lake. We're out here after some Kokanee salmon. We will take anything that wants to join the party, though. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, yellow perch, state record walleye comes out of here, northern pike, whitefish, burbot, all sorts of critters running around in here. They weren't biting on the downrigger. I used a cowbell with mep spinner and corn. Okay, I'll have to bust out. I have some kind of rancid corn in here. I don't know if they're going to hit on it. But a spinner and... So a cowbell, any particular, we're running a half and half right now. We're running a silver and, or excuse me, a nickel and bronze. Standard cowbell, followed by one of my pink hand-tied worm harnesses. Not a fan of the reader. Cardboard, you mean the graph? What lures did you say? So on the yellow rod, the one that we got a bump off of already is Ed's black leech harness on 2 colors. So we're running that kind of in the top part of the water column, 10 foot or so. And then on the second rod, we have a half and half cowbell, nickel and bronze, followed by my version of Ed's black leech harness. It's a little bit bigger profile. His has the brown, just the regular natural. In fact, let me bring them in. I'll show you guys real quick. We'll do a bait check here, and I will show you what we're running. And it only takes a minute to get them back out, and this one did get smacked, so we might be missing our bait already. Yes, we are. So let me get this one rigged back up, and then I will give you a closer look. We're just running, tipping this one with the gulp earthworms in natural color. They're just a fake, a synthetic worm. Itty bitty. I'm running it on Ed the Mailman, who's been on our stream a couple of times now. He hand ties these there. He calls them a black leech spinner. It's like a number 2 Indiana blade. a couple of hematite black beads and an orange, like a salmon orange bead that looks like an egg. All right. So that's what we just got bit on. A black leech spinner, Ed calls it. We're just running this straight off of off the rod here with lead core. Let me try again. Cam front, silver cowbell, black and red maps. Okay. Calling slower side or faster side? Were you catching them 1, 1.2, 1.7? We're starting on the slower side this morning here. Not a fan of the fish finder in the map. Okay, cardboard. Yeah, it does take up some of the real estate, and I think there's probably some people that don't like it. But we do alternate back and forth. The mods have the ability to turn the finder on and off. Generally, when I get a fish on or when I start moving around the boat, they will switch it to get rid of it so you get a better view. So when we do get a fish on or when I'm doing boat tours, stuff like that. But I think a lot of other people do actually enjoy seeing it on there. We're going to drop this guy down a little bit further. Alright, so we're 75 foot on this guy now. Probably puts us closer to that 40-50 foot range. Closer to where that last mark that we just saw is at. Power maggots work the best for cokes, in my opinion, at Holter. 2 ounce at 2 colors is always okay. We'll throw a 2 ouncer on. You're on a bottom bouncer. What I'm probably gonna do instead of that bottom bouncers, I'll clip a 2 ounce. What I've done on my other rod at the end of the top shot, so right before the knot for the lead core line. On the back, I'm running a 4 ounce snap weight. All right, so I got a 2 ounce out. When we bring that one back in, we'll toss a 2 ouncer on. Good morning, Ed. I always fish in places with such nice views in the background. Yes, I am going to, what I'm going to try and do before next stream, I'm going to try and get our camera angled more, bring the camera physically down in the boat and angle it more up. So you see less of the bullshit at the bottom of the boat and get a better view of the background, even with the split screen. I meant to do it this time, but I ran out of time, and it's been nasty out the last few days. Rod is on his own today. Yeah, we're down here playing, Ed. I wanted to get out yesterday, but it was just pouring ass rain. We've had moderately decent luck on the Kokanees here in years past. I am going to rig up here in a little bit a Dodger and either Ed's Kokanee fly that Skittlefly, I think he called it, or one of my little hand-tied hoochies. Lake Coeur d'Alene Kokanee are still hot and fat. We pulled in 25 yesterday, 16 to 18 inches. Nice, Billiard. Hell yeah. Yeah, you clean up over there on the Kokanees. We have a bag limit of 5 here combined with trout. And that's primarily what I'm going to try and get in the boat today is some kokanee. If we can get a few kokanee, I will see if Ed will smoke us some kokanee. I want to make a vid of Rod in WWE, Rod versus Ray, Mr. Cardboard. That's funny. So what you're saying is you want to see Rod get his butt kicked. All right, I think it's time for a do. I got tomorrow off. Gonna hit nylon in the morning. Those trout are hard to beat. Yes, very good. We've polished off probably half of a fish so far. I gave one to my mom and one to my brother, and I've had nothing but rave reviews so far. So Ed, thank you again for your generosity. Thank you for smoking those. They were wonderful. All right, what are we doing, trolling motor? Crazy turn, 1.8 miles an hour. Just out here doing some shit. Cardboard, chill. All right, gonna get a soda. Oh, I love autopilot, you guys. I really, really do. Let's get a snap weight on. No. Yeah. We'll do what Ed says. Snap weight 2 ounces. Oh, right. All right. Redeployed. If you catch it, I'll smoke it. Oh yeah, Ed. Fishing Extreme, hey man, how are you? Can't take the pole, no salmon fishing here. Trout though, you can still catch really huge salmon here though. I mean monsters, but can't keep them. Spinners are probably best. Okay, you like spinners. Okay. Yeah, my best luck here in the past has been on wedding ring type spinners, dodgers, small dodgers, and hoochies, which is like a little squid worm harness. Some days the corn does a little better than the nightcrawler. Some days the pink maggots seem to hit best. Been seeing a lot of people pull some really nice pictures on the community page. Absolutely, Lake Erie Lee. I glanced through there briefly this morning as I was getting ready. I did not get a chance to respond to the most recent ones, But yeah, some awesome, awesome pictures on there. Guess there are salmon here, but not legal. Oh, okay. Yeah, here in central Montana, we primarily have Kokanee salmon. In eastern and western Montana, there's the cohos and the Chinooks. A 4/0 Dodger, snubber, and the magic lure behind a 2 ounce bouncer. Okay, we will. I will dig those out, Ed. We'll we'll get that rigged up. Just grabbing a lure out here, guys. So Ed rigged up a Kokanee rig that he sent over for me. We're gonna go ahead and try out his setup over here. All right, we're gonna start out with a 2 ounce bottom bouncer here. And he is rigged up. He provided us with a rod, the one, the only, the legend. What's up, Tommy Stam? How you doing, Tommy Stam? Good morning, good morning. All right, so Ed makes these itty bitty little ultra snubbers. And we have a 12-pound test fluoro. Oh, about 10 to 12 inches. And an itty bitty little Indiana blade here. With one of his hand tied Skittleflies. So we're gonna get that on the end. And I'm gonna bring this line in here, or replace it. Dead ahead, Ed. Good morning, Fishy Fingers Jackson. Favorite rig for salmon? I've never gone salmon fishing before. Okay, Jackson. You have Atlantic salmon. Nice. What's up, Jighead Jones? How you doing, buddy? You still out out camping fishing today, or are you back to real life? But welcome everybody joining. We're out here in central Montana. This is the beautiful Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. We're out here targeting mainly Kokanee salmon this morning. We have had one bite so far. I suspect it was a trout. By the feel of it, it didn't stay on the line for very long. All right, so we'll give you guys one more look at the setup here. We got an 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer, a tiny little black snubber, fluorocarbon leader, and Ed's little Skittlefly. Posted pictures of the lures you broke and rebuilt on the community page, like the $6 million man. Nice, Ed. All ready for me to break again, huh? All right, then we have top shot of fluorocarbon leader on here, about 15, 16 foot. And we're gonna let out 2 colors of lead. We're gonna get our leash on here so we don't gift any more rods to the bottom. All right, pizza rod, what's up? How are you getting down 80 foot? We're not down 80 foot right now, but if I needed to get down to 80 foot, I either use snap weights. Snap weights, it's a little difficult to get down that deep. So I'd probably be using dipsy divers. Well, I'm used to using way heavier hooks. I just grab her with the pliers and get the turn right on it and give her a little shake. But yes, I am rough on hooks. How were those rainbow trout for dinner the other night? Woke. Ed smoked them and sent me home with a few of them. Excellent. They were very good. You given Dipsy? Yes. Near Neil. Sorry, trying to read your name there. Yeah, typically if I need to get down below 40, 50 foot, normally I'll bust out the Dipsy divers, and I do have a selection of them, ranging from the little ones all the way up to the jumbos. But sorry if I missed any of y'all's chats. I was trying to get the rod reset there. Again, we have a 2 ounce bottom bouncer and one of Ed's hand-tied worm harnesses. It's a little Skittlefly. On the other line, I am running our double wedding ring. Rod, the slayer of tiny hooks. That's me, K-Hud. It's on 2 colors of lead core line as well. So you have the depth from the 1.5 ounce diver, and then an extra 2 colors of lead. The one in the back has 4 ounces, 4-ounce snap weight on it, and 2 colors out, 2.5 colors. So we're targeting probably around 20 to 25 foot, I would estimate. Ed setup probably is with the bottom bouncer and the 2 colors out. This one is probably, the down rod in the back is probably closer to 40 foot. Ed's homemade fish magnet, that's right. There are 2 or 3 other boats out here, it looks like, this morning. There, I'm sure will be a bunch more out here later today. Today is kind of the first break in the weather. It's been real rainy the past few days. Oh shit, that's what I forgot. I didn't put, y'all, how are you gonna let me forget? I didn't put the Dodger on. I'm not running it right. Let's see here. Ed gifted me one of these Seps Pro Dodger. Again, it's a half and half. Nickel and gold, nickel and bronze. Brass and silver, sorry. We're gonna pull that back in and get this set up properly so we can catch some fish. All right, so I'm gonna add a little bumper, I guess you'd call it, between the bottom bouncer and our Dodger. So a Dodger in the water, what it does is swoops. And then whatever's connected to the end of it, it imparts a little bit of action on it. Which makes sense. Our fly right now is just kind of trolling motionlessly down there, which is not really ideal. Let's get this in and get it rigged up properly. I'm sure they will still bite at it without the Dodger. The Dodger just helps as an attractant. Bring some fish in. It's got a nice flash to it, a nice sway. What am I doing here? All right, brain work. I'm backwards. All right, so we are running from our bottom bouncer a bead swivel. And anytime you're running a Dodger or anything that has a potential to swoop, make sure you got a bead swivel in line. I am then going to run to our snubber. If I can get the damn thing on here, good lord. All right. So the complete setup: bottom bouncer, chain swivel, about a 10-inch bumper, which is just a clear fluorocarbon leader, our Dodger, a snubber, another leader, and then our spinner. I know this all seems a little complicated. There we go. That looks beautiful. All right, we're over some good fish here too. It looks like 20 foot, 40 foot. Gives that little dance to make it look natural. Yes. Those trout and nylon are the best eaten, nice and orange. Yes, very, very good, Ed. Good morning, Worm. Good morning, Les Nicholson. Same as a flasher. So yeah, it's same concept as a flasher. So what makes a dodger and a flasher different is the action on them. A flasher spins in full big circles. So whatever is trailing behind it gets, you know, the cyclone effect to it. A dodger, on the other hand, unless you're running it too fast, will only do a lateral swoop. So it just swoops back and forth. There's different shapes of them, different sizes of them. So you have more slow, dramatic. You have more quick, you know, smaller actions on them. But yeah, so the Dodger is going to do the swoop. A flasher does a full cycle. But yeah, same concept. It's creating a flash, acting as an attractant. And then on top of that, it also imparts the action, the swoop or the swirl of the component itself. Thanks for explaining. No problem, Lee. Yeah, I do have a bunch of flashers. I don't run the flashers as often. I know a lot of people, it's a really popular on the East Coast. And maybe even in eastern Montana at Peck. I don't know how a lot of the folks out there fish. But a lot of people in the Pacific Northwest use Dodgers more over the flasher. I don't know, the flashers just seem to spook more fish. They're big, they're dramatic. Though I have caught some fish off of the flashers, the Dodgers just seem to perform better. The Dodgers don't create nearly as much drag either. How's everybody doing today? Everybody's a little quiet in here today. That's all right. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm so glad to be out here fishing. Been stewing at home, wishing I was out here. What time is it? It is 6:51. We've been on the water for 51 minutes. We have not yet put any fish in the boat, but we have had one missed bite so far. That was right down next to the dam buoys. We're coming at two different boats in front of us here. Hopefully, hopefully we don't cross courses with them. Well, where are the fish? Well, you see at on the finder there, we are getting some real nice marks down at 50, 60 foot. Getting some sporadic marks also between 30 and 40 foot. So we're running at probably 25 foot or so on our side rod, and probably closer to 40 foot on our down rod in the back. Chilling in Kentucky. Nice, Les. Gonna go check mobile fishing flea market. All right, Dave. Probably all hot or garbage, maybe both. Probably a little bit of both. Dang, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 7 boats now, y'all. Rock hopping at nylon. Not today. Not today. I was gonna go to Pishkin today, but the more that I thought about it, I realized that the 19 miles of dirt road out there after 3 days of rain are probably sloppy AF. So we're not doing that today. Smashed 2 8-pound walleyes this morning. Nice, NFF. Congrats. I'm here now. It'll be okay. Catch some fish. What's up, Carl? Welcome to the stream. Woke up to pick a 20-pound salmon. Oh, hell yeah. What's up, Marcello? Welcome to the stream. Good morning, guys. How you guys doing? Good, yourself? Oh, not too shabby. Looking for the kokanee. Oh, there you go. Good morning. Where and how's the fishing? What's up, 88? We're at Holter Lake today. We're out here looking for some kokanee salmon. See the ground pounder salmon from this morning. Phone been going off all morning with pics. Heck yeah. That's what we're looking to get on the boat today. Get us a few salmon. Got a boat in front of us that's fly fishing. God, look at all these boats out here, y'all. We don't ever run into traffic like this. Got a gallon of pickled fish in the fridge. 4 more days till it's ready. Nylon trout and fishkin pike. Heck yeah, Ed. It pickles that quickly, huh? I think my grandma, when she made pickles, I always thought she'd throw them up on a shelf and then we would always eat the previous seasons. I don't know. Vacationing in Montana right now with my girlfriend, currently in Broadus. Where the hell's Broadus? Sounds familiar. Definitely see some boats. Yes, Ted. Good morning. How you guys doing this morning? Oh, not too shabby. One bow so far. Looking for the kokanee though. That what you guys are trolling for? You guys having any bites yet this morning? No. You as well. Yeah, they're running. Oh god, they got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rods out that little boat. 2 downriggers. Looks like some side rods. Got a kid up front fly fishing. Not sure pickled sounds very appetizing. Lee, I've never had it. We're gonna try it. I have mixed reviews. Some people say it's excellent. Some people say it's not great. How long you out here, Marcello? Match the hatch for Kokanee salmon. JB Joe, so we are running right now one of Ed's rigs that he ties for the Kokanee. It's a pink Skittlefly, I think he calls it, behind a 4/0 half and half Dodger, brass and silver. 2 ounces of lead core and a 2-ounce bottom bouncer. On the other line, we're running one of my pink hand-tied worm harness rigs, the bridle rig, double wedding ring, 2 colors of lead, and 4-ounce snap weight on it. So we're running 2 different rigs, 2 different depths, probably 20 to 25 foot on our side rod, and probably somewhere 40 to 45 foot on our down rod in the back. So running a couple of different depths. But appreciate y'all coming and hanging out and fishing today. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're out here primarily targeting the Kokanee salmon. Though we will not discourage any other fish from participating in the show today. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, yellow perch. The state record walleye comes out of here just over 18 pounds. There are some really nice northern pike in here. A bunch of different species in here. Barbet, whitefish, brook trout. There's tons of shit in here. Brought us is in southeast Montana, about 170 miles from Billings. We'll be here until next Friday. Okay. You doing any fishing while you're out here, Marcello? I make good pickled fish, roll mop style with white wine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tasting it, Ed. Good God, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats in front of us, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats behind us, and another one all the way over there. That's 12, 13 boats right in here. Wow. Never got a burbot. Nope, I've not caught one. Well, I've had one on the line. I've not got one in the net. We had one earlier this. Was it this season or the end of last? I think it was the end of last season. Fishing at the Missouri River in Loma. But unless you're fishing bottom, and usually during the colder seasons, they're not a super common catch. What's up, Landry? What's up, Ike Bike? Love burbot. Yes, it's a fish on my bucket list. I've not eaten them before. It's one of those fish that people either tell me it's like one of the best fish they've ever eaten, or that it's disgusting. Usually not much in between. What's up, Rod and everyone? Hey, Northwest PA. Welcome. Is there a fishing tournament? No, I think everybody. The kokanee bite is usually starts to get real good right about now, and I think a lot of these guys are out here looking for kokanee. On top of that, this is the first accessible boat launch at Holter, so it draws the bulk of the traffic most days. We've also had 3 days of miserable torrential downpour, so today's one of the first days of the week that's been decent enough to actually fish. So you got everybody and their brother out right now. Gonna try, yes, but we're driving around all over the state. We'll be in Great Falls probably Monday. Wanna show her Giant Springs? Yes, Giant Springs is awesome. If you brought a fishing pole, drag a pole down and fish out of the. If you get to Giant Springs and go south along the River's Edge Trail about, I don't know, a quarter of a mile, maybe a little bit further, there's two sets of like docks or fishing areas there into the pond, and they've been stocking it with trophy-sized breeder rainbow. They're like 15, 20 pounds. Big old bucks with the cape jaw. Just gnarly. Keep seeing little kids on fish brain pull them out. But there was just another one yesterday or the day before. There's some hogs in there. Fishing must be good, Rod. Just pull into the troll pattern. Yeah, I mean, we're marking them. We just haven't gotten them to bite yet. We'll swap out. I think I'm going to run the worm harness and this other rig here for just a short while longer. And then I'm thinking of throwing on a cut plug. My Kokanee lures building supported my drinking habit in college for many years. Heck yeah. Well, we're waiting on her to get us a fish here. I suspect, I think we'll get smacked here eventually. I don't see any action with all these boats out here. I have not seen anybody reel anything in yet. Haven't heard any hooting or hollering. I will say though, when we get a kokanee on the line, they're gonna hear us. And those were the days, right? Good looking out. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you're welcome. I know that off the point, the main fishing point, there's like a little. Once you cross the little bridge across the Roe River, there's that little peninsula that sticks out. People pull pike off of that every once in a while, but right now it's probably quite weedy. Though I'm sure the pike are still in there, pike and rainbow. But yeah, that little pond though is where it's at. If you want to pull out a new PB rainbow, and you're down there, that's where I'd be dropping a line in. I need to go catch me one of them fat bastards. What's up, Burning? Good morning, good morning. We have not put anything in the boat yet. We've been live for just over an hour. We've had one bite. We didn't get it into the boat though. Got a muskie troll on the river a few days ago, Rod. It was the first muskie, 1.2 miles an hour upstream on a worm harness. Interesting. Hell yeah. Now, I would imagine the muskie bite is a lot like the pike. They'll bite at almost anything. And when you're trolling upstream, you're actually getting your troll speed plus the the speed of the down current. But congratulations, that's cool. Any of those black leech spinners and hammer brass spinners left? JV Joe, yeah, I have a few of those. We're running right now on our outside rod, Ed's Kokanee setup. We did run the black leech spinner. That's what our one bite this morning was off of, was the black leech spinner. The lake troll down here, we've been running a lot deeper. River moves about half a mile an hour on that spot. Okay. So that's right about right. A little under 2 miles an hour. Though, again, pike will bite at anything. Alrighty. Oh, I feel like one of these rods is going to explode here anytime now. What do you guys think we're going to catch first? A trout, a salmon, a perch, a pike? Made 15 lures the other day, including the ones Rod broke. I posted pics on the community page. Ed, you broke some of them too. Come on now. I'm not the only breaker of Ed's lures. Though I will say I did break the majority of them. All right, one more fish whistle. I watch all these streams from kayaks, makes me want to try it. Carl, yeah, some of them have really good fishing luck in the kayaks, but it's way too small for me. I'd get my butt kicked. I don't want to be in the water or be fishing all my gear out. Do you have this lake mapped out already? JV Joe, yeah, this is one of my most fished water bodies. So I've done a ton of mapping here. There are still some patches that I don't have mapped that I really should try and knock out today. But yes, I would say probably over 80% of this water body I probably have mapped in fairly decent detail. Whiskey fish on the water by the dam. Anything yet? One bite so far, whiskey fish. We have not I think it was just a bow. It didn't feel like a kokanee. We've been marking some decent fish. Two different patches between like 20 to 40 foot, or rather 25 to 40 foot. And some more down closer to the 50, 60 foot range. So we're running about 25 foot on our outside rod and about 40, 45 foot on our down rod in the back. Tons of boats. Yeah, there's got to be at least 20 boats down here in the basin area so far this morning. Jighead Jones, hello, brother. Anyone else have a drunk auto driving the boat? I don't know. I don't think most people use autopilot. I think most people are still using the dongles. Lots of people out here today, though. Tons of people. I love fishing. Me too, Garrett. Welcome to the stream. Do you have strike zones marked out as well? JV Joe, this point that I'm coming off of, this whole basin area holds them. But yeah, there's you'll notice again as we move around, there will be groups of the blue over. It looks like some decent fish down at 40, 50 foot. These are likely kokanee down here. No boats at Nylon. Too many rocks in the way. Yeah, and I don't think you'll be seeing any motorized boats in there for the rest of the year. Probably some yaks and some people on some rafts and stuff. Are you fishing a river? Worm, this is Holter Lake or Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So there's a dam right down stream from us, and then there's another dam upstream from us. So it's basically a lake formed by damming up a section of the river. We're out here primarily targeting Kokanee salmon this morning, but there's a myriad of other species in here. Whole bunch of fish down there on the bottom, it looks like. We'll switch from our 2D down scan, or excuse me, our 2D sonar to our down scan. You guys can see a little bit different definition. You can make out some fish, some trees. Marking something on bottom, yes. How you doing today, Burning 47? Rod, my buddy, will be live streaming on Lake Michigan this afternoon. Nice. What's his channel, Carl? Any salmon color stick lures? Like stick bait or crankbait? Or are you talking about like flatfish, plugs? What I was probably going to run next is one of the little Apex trout killer, a kokanee killer. It's a little, oh, in fact, that's where it is. Come on, fishy, fishy. What the hell did I do with it? There it is. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna throw on the down rod here shortly. It's an Apex trout killer, the Kokanee version. I think I'll throw a couple of pieces of corn on this. Floating lip lure. I don't know what a floating lip lure is. We doing good today, keeping busy between two dams to catch a damn fish. That's right, Ed. You got two kings and a very nice coho? Heck yeah. That's awesome. Gonna bring this one in and swap out our rigging. All right, so we're gonna put some white shoe peg corn on this one. We're gonna try that for now, and then here in a little bit, I think we're gonna try to run earthworm and nightcrawler. We'll run through natural versus artificial baits here. Oh wow, this shit's just mush. All right. Getting all wrapped up here. So we have a lake troll, a snubber, and our Apex trout killer Kokanee lure. And we're gonna run this out a little ways. Okay, just checking the action on it. Looks all right. Oh, I should throw the catch camera on here, honestly. I'm gonna let that slowly spool out. All right. Fired up joints. You should be hooking up with a fish real soon. All right, Jimmy, let's go. Do you deliver from truck or do you have to get out and walk house to house? 70% walking, do 12 miles a day. Good Lord. Good for your health. Last stream you had bumped up the speed and began to get strikes. JV Joe, yes, we could try a little bit faster. We're normally with the kokanee I go a little bit slower, and that's primarily what we're after here today is the coke, not the trout. And they tend to run a little bit deeper, and the faster you go, the more difficult it is to keep your rigging down at depth when you're not running downriggers. Can always go throw a rowboat at the lake and camp and fish too. Not sure how you do it in the winter, Ed. I'll give you a mailman a lot of credit. Wool uniform. Yeah, wintertime, that shit's miserable. I assume we should probably be down in the basin with everybody and their brother. I hate fishing around a bunch of people like that. Not gonna lie, I'm happy to see you target salmon this morning. Heck yeah, Carl. I told myself today we're not gonna treat the salmon as second class citizens. We're gonna go after them hard from the first part of the day. So we're running deeper than we normally would. We are not trying to get any rainbows. We'll take them if they bite, but we're definitely after the cokes. 54 below last winter for 2 days. Yeah, screw that. We got 5 feet of snow in 2 days. You'd have enjoyed some time off. I think I'm gonna head out further into the basin here in a moment. These blue patches that you're seeing are spots that I just have not mapped yet. So we're gonna head through some of them. I would imagine the kokanee are gonna be all over out in the basin here. They don't normally stick to structure. The schools, from what I've seen, just kind of migrate around. They're chasing plankton and other shit like that that's not really holding up on points and structure. And snowblower makes good fun. I go out no matter what, workload piles up and it gets worse. Yeah, salmon have to be targeted. They're not like trout and everything else. Right. So we're running 2 different presentations here. We got a Dodger and like a micro fly. A little higher up in the water column, 20-25 foot. On the down rod in the back, we just added a plug, a kokanee plug, behind our lake troll. And that one's much deeper. That one's got a 4-ounce weight on it and a color and a half a line out, 45 foot. Fish are way down there? Yes, there are some marks that are way, way down there. I might need to bust out the Dipsy rod here in a few. There's a good mark at 50, 60 foot. There's something fat just jumped over there. Let's drop down a little bit further. 4 ounces. All right, let's do this, fish. I'll be running Dipsy and planer with lots of lead. Well, the Dipsy is a planer. You don't really need the lead with Dipsy. Flasher fly and plugs. Yeah, we could try a different presentation like that here in a little bit. We're running Ed's special on our outside rod, and we're running our lake troll and the plug that I chose on the back there. We'll swap through some different presentations here. I like to give them a little bit. 50, 60 foot. 60 foot. I'm going to drop down just a little bit more. All right. We should be right down on top of those ones that are 50, 60 foot. No lead on Dipsy. I run planers only. Yeah, you said a whole bunch of things there together that sound like you were running them all together, and that's... What's the 9.7 above the 6.7? 9.7 above the 6.7. What are you talking about? 9.7. Oh, the depth. That's so the top number is the bottom depth, 83, 83.7, 84. The number below that, the 67.3, is the temperature at the surface. But we're going to go a little bit further up here, and then we're going to hit that blue patch up there that isn't mapped yet. We're going to bump over that and fill out a section of the map, and then I think we're going to turn around and head back down towards the basin, where literally everybody is fishing down there. ADHD is bad this morning. That's all good, Carl. Used to run a frog pattern crocodile at Harrison Lake. Only time I didn't catch a fish in Harrison. Caught a sucker trolling. Acted like a rainbow. David, I like catching suckers. It's normally not something you're going to catch unless you're fishing right off the bottom. But they're, I don't know. They're good looking fish. I like catching anything. I'm not too picky. But welcome everybody. We're out here at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir this morning. This is an impoundment on the Missouri River system in central Montana. It's a really good multi-species fishery. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We're primarily targeting the Kokanee salmon this morning. We have not caught any yet. We've had one bite that got off before we got a good hook set in it. There's like 1 billion people down in the basin there, which is kind of where we're going to turn around and head back towards here in a moment. There's a bunch of other species in here though too. Rainbow trout, brown trout, yellow perch. The state record walleye comes out of here. There's some really fat northern pike, burbot, whitefish. So it's an interesting fishery. The most common species caught out of here is probably the rainbow trout. But there's some good fish in here. It's a fun place to fish. Yellow pole sad nose. And it's too high in the water column. Plus, I didn't want to clip off the one rig to add the other one, so we're just running it on our outside rod here. It got one zzz this morning, one bite, and then it went into the rod holder. We're not trying to catch the trout right now, we're trying to catch the kokanee. Alright, we're going to turn off our depth routing and we're going to put a course lock on. Alright, so we're going to turn towards this section here that we don't have mapped. Really wanted to get some walleye fishing in on Penderay, but kokanee fishing has been so good it's hard to change out. Right? When they're biting, they're biting. So as they always say, don't leave fish to find fish. When you got a good bite going on, hit it. You can go find the walleye when the kokanee quit biting. You're using the wrong color rods. You think that's what it is, Joe? The fish prefer the yellow rods. It's easier for them to see. Got a bunch of kokanee right below Hauser Dam in October on worms. Yeah, so that'd be during spawn. Up below the dam. It's a good time to catch them. If you can get them to bite on anything. Normally that time of the year, it's tough to get them to bite on much of anything. Steven, that's what I was thinking. Got a bunch. Have you ever caught anything off a bottom bouncer that isn't bouncing? Yeah, Lee, you can use the bottom bouncer just like a snap weight. In fact, on our outside rod, that's exactly how we're using it right now. We're nowhere near bottom. We're just running it in line with our lead core. So instead of having to run 5 colors of lead line out, which is, 150 plus foot of line, we're running 2 colors of lead plus 2-ounce bottom bouncer. So it saves us, 100 plus foot of lead line out. Just using it just like a snap weight. It's closer to the end of the line so you don't have to stop and clip it off. Posted a salmon pick. Nice, Carl. Tried waving your fist in the air and yelling, "Damn you, fish." We have not resorted to that yet, K-Hod, but we might here in about 26 minutes. Never tried running a bottom bouncer that way, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and if you think about it, like the one that I'm running right now, it's also chartreuse and orange. So it's kind of like a Dodger or a Flasher. It acts as an inline attractant. Or a spooker, whichever way you want to look at it. But yeah, they're just like mini downrigger balls in line. Gotta find me another 8-foot Eagle Claw Kokanee rod, good and cheap trolling rod. You do love your Eagle Claws. Some more good marks at 60 foot. Rod, do you note the speed when you got a Kokanee strike? JV Joe, normally not, no. I mark on the map where I get hooked up, and I just kind of... most of the Kokanee that I've caught down here have been bycatch of rainbow trout fishing. And I've caught them at speeds ranging anywhere from, 1.2 all the way up to probably 2.5. We've been starting on the slower side so far this morning. But again, with as deep as they are and running snap weights and bottom bouncers, things like that to try and get down, the faster you go, the harder it is to maintain depth. If I want to go deep and go faster, usually I would throw on, and we probably will at some point here, throw on some dipsy divers, because those actually are designed to get full depth at like 2.5, 2.7. So those will run and get you deeper the faster you go. Stop overfishing the planet. We'll get right on that, Hubert. You don't conserve animals by killing them. Hubert, I think a lot of people like you don't realize that we literally stock these water bodies every year for the sole purpose of fishing and harvesting them. Almost none of these water bodies have large populations of native natural spawning fish. And even the ones that do, we supplement that spawning by dumping, hundreds of thousands in a lot of these water bodies fish every year. But we do it to support exactly what I'm doing. If there were a shortage of fish in these water bodies, they would limit the fishing, and they do. They limit the harvest for species that are struggling. So go be mad somewhere else, my friend. You think this is deep now? Have you seen Michigan Stream? We're in population control for the fish. Yeah, again, they're stocked for the specific purpose of harvest here. It's a sport fishery. Eating tofu sucks. That's true. Vegans don't understand ecosystem or completely detached from reality. Oftentimes, pause a track. I mean, it's your own personal choice. I don't judge. I think it's a little bit crazy. Humans have evolved for how many hundreds of thousands or millions of years, and we have been eating anything we could get our grubby little paws on basically for the entirety of it. So 220 foot of water last night's stream. Dang. Yeah, the deeper part of the basin down here I think gets somewhere between 120 and 140 foot. What's up, Tatum Thomas? Welcome to the stream. Rod the pro at conserving fish population with no fish catch streams. Yes, that is the ultimate way to conserve them, JV Joe. You just don't catch any of them. I've practiced for years and years and years to master my technique of running lures through the water for dozens of hours and not catch anything. It takes real skill. But maybe someday too, you will master the art of not catching fish. The only thing evolving is technology. There's a spot down by Manita where you can catch 20 cutthroat. Oh yeah? Superior 1359, 40 miles from me. That's crazy. Degrees of separation between vegan, herding, or killing animals. We just do it ourselves. Plus fish. Do not have pain receptors like us. Rod does not eat Mountain Dew. Now, I do enjoy a good fish from time to time. I don't eat a large amount of fish. Blessed to not have a lot of places to fish for me too. Blessed to have a lot of fish at place to fish. See Bigfoot running across that mountain behind you? Maybe rock and roll. Probably a whole family of them right back in there. They have a small chupacabra farm back there as well. Bream, the best fish there is. Never caught bream. Where is this? Every time I see you're bundled up like winter. It's gotta be somewhere in the, what is it, 54 degrees right now. It's a little chilly this morning. North central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. But yeah, oftentimes, Phil, the mornings here in Montana get chilly. We get big temperature swings between day and night most of the time. So you'll wake up a lot, oftentimes, and can see your breath. And then by the time the sun comes up mid-afternoon, it's 90 degrees. Today I think we're supposed to get into like the high 70s, low 80s. Outdoors men are usually great about preservation and donate more towards it rather than sitting in the middle of the road protesting. Oftentimes pause the track. Forecast today, high 83, low of 49. Oh, that gave me chills just reading it. 49 degrees. Rain 57%. Yeah, we might not make it out here a full, I think sometime around 7 to 8 p.m. tonight. The rain forecast says it's going to start. Hopefully we don't get any of this morning or afternoon, but you guys can see we are surrounded by clouds. There's clouds up here in the mountains. Once again, the split screen is great. I'm glad you like it, Pause Track. I need to adjust the camera position. I think I'm going to lower the camera about 6 to 8 inches on the camera pole and then tilt it a little bit more up. So even at when it's focused on me, because it does follow, but that'll hopefully get me a little bit higher in the view, which will give you guys kind of like more like a view like this, a little bit more of the sky, so you're not sitting right at the horizon the whole time. I think that'd probably be a little better view for you guys. But again, if you guys do get sick of staring at the screen and want to see a full screen, any of the mods can type !cam space front, and it'll get rid of the HDS. And again, when you want to move it back to the fish finder, the graph, !cam space HDS will switch back to the current scene that we're on. All right, and again, we're going to try and hit up some of these little blue splotches here. While we're out here in the basin looking for these kokanee, I think we can kind of just go wherever. So I'm going to mark out some of these spots that we don't yet have completely marked. that'll help with our autopilot in the future. You fish a lot, Rod? Tatum, I try to get out at least once a week if I can. 2-3 times if I can help it. But I do work full time currently. So that, and I got a kiddo and a girlfriend and all that fun stuff. So I can't get out as often as I would like to sometimes. Hi there, friend. Just popped in. What's up, CB? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Martin Sugar. Welcome to the stream. I don't know how y'all live up there, cold as it is. 40s, almost 50s in the middle of summer. That's nice. It's better than it being hot as hell all the time. You can always warm up. It's hard to cool down when it's hot. Do you stream on Twitch? Not currently, Tatum. I've been looking into maybe some options for multi-streaming. It's difficult to try and manage combining chats from multiple platforms, though. Can I ban assholes on principle alone? No, Carl. The only people I ban in here usually is people who are being blatantly racist, just terrible people. But we don't ban for differing opinions. As they say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got them. So we don't judge too harshly based upon differing opinions, but we do ban with zero warning when people start being racist and just rotten. Other than that, we give people warnings if they get out of line. We may boot them out for a short periods of time, give them a timeout. But we don't like to kick people if we don't have to. Good place to put a data center, man. Martin, I think we have a few coming in around here in central Montana. Scared the shit out of lots of colored people around here. Trolling motor and finder has the area mapped out pretty well. Positrack, yes, we've done lots of fishing in this water body. So I've mapped probably 80% of Holter so far. Where there's still some spots that we could use that could use a little bit of love. Didn't know you could have mods on YouTube. Yeah, for the live streams you can. All right, Carl. But thank you all for coming and hanging out and fishing with us this morning. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're out here targeting some damn Kokanee salmon. It looks like everybody and their brothers down in the basin doing the same. We moved a little bit away from them. I don't like fishing when there's literally 20 boats within, like a half-mile square area. That is the better spot for Kokanee on most days. But I've caught them all over in the basin out here. So while they're all down there weaving in and out of each other, trying not to tangle their lines, we're a little ways away from them, hitting some of these spots that I haven't mapped up great. As you can see, this little blue sliver up here is not mapped yet, and then we're going to turn back to the north and hit up a couple other spots along the way. Headed back down towards the basin. We're running 2 different rigs, 2 setups here. Again, we're targeting the Kokanee salmon. 2 different depths right now. Our outside rod is 2 colors of lead core plus a 2-ounce bottom bouncer. So we're using it just kind of like a snap weight. We're running a 4-aught Seps silver and brass Dodger, followed by Ed the Mailman's hand-tied Skittlefly, I believe he calls it. It's a little pink and white micro fly, tipped with a pink gulp maggot. So that one's probably 20, 25 foot in depth right now. The down rod out the back is also running on lead core line. At the end of it, we have a 4-ounce snap weight. So we're about 2 colors plus 4 ounces on that one. Running a standard cowbell in brass and silver, followed by a Apex trout killer. It's a Kokanee color, purple and white, tipped with white shoe peg corn. So we're running a couple of different presentations. That one is probably closer to the 45, 50 foot depth. So we're running 2 different presentations, 2 different depths. We started out at about 1 mile an hour. We're up to 1.28. Not much mapping left for sure. Yeah, there's a couple of sections here. I'll zoom out. You can see. So we have, there's some slivers here and there. Most of it is the basin. I've gotten pretty good maps made. Oops. So you can see this whole basin down here to the left on the map is all marked. We got a couple of spots out in the basin that aren't mapped. Mainly what I'm going to do a pass here to try and get some of this stuff towards the top that's closer to the contours. And there are, again, some sections out in the middle of the basin that I don't have mapped real well. But it's a big water body. I mean, it's over 3,000 square foot. I just got into Kokanee fishing, yet to land one. Might had some on the line. Heard they have soft mouth, so maybe I was pulling hooks. CB, yeah, they can be a little difficult to keep on the line. Sometimes they're a very, very erratic fish. You can normally tell the difference between a bow on the end of your line and a Kokanee, though. The Kokanee are gonna do big runs away from you, big runs straight towards you. One of the common things that they'll do is jet straight out of the water, and then they'll run and dive. Whereas the bows, oftentimes when you get them on the line, sometimes they'll do runs, but you don't normally get the big runs. You don't get the big dives and them leaping out of the water. Kokanee are very, very erratic. And pound for pound, they tend to be much better fighters, I think. Guys in chat, I think Rod has the most views as a fisherman streamer. Is that true? No, I mean, some of my streams I get a good amount of people in here, but there's people that get, especially like the bass guys that are in the tournaments, they'll get, upwards of 1,000 plus concurrent viewers, in the room at the same time. There's a handful of newer streamers that have had some real good action, views going. Action with Jackson, I think, has been just absolutely blowing up lately. But we get a good amount in here. YouTube shows us a little love sometimes, but the biggest part of it is that y'all coming in here, dropping the thumbs up and participating in the chat, dropping the little hearts and things like that. The more activity a stream gets, that's the more signal YouTube gets that people are enjoying it, and then they start sending waves of people in here. So that's, if you want to support the channel, you want to help it grow, that's literally all you got to do. Participate in the chats. Make sure to always drop a thumbs up in streams that you like. Hit the dumb little hundreds and the hearts and the thumbs up icons. Just participating is really your best way of supporting the streamers that you like. I feed them oiled sunflower seeds. Rod gonna smash today? I hope so, Spot Snatcher. Welcome. How you doing, buddy? We've only had one bite so far. We're still trying. We're running up. We've tried a few different depths. I'm running right now trying to fill out a couple of these spots on the map that I don't have marked off real well. Rod's definitely smart about it. He thinks everything through. I try to. Jackson is my night stream when you're not live. Rod's always number one. Appreciate you, K-Hud. The way you're presenting an experience for the viewers, it really is adding to the experience. Well, thank you, Positrack. I try. I try to not just enjoy myself, but we're here to entertain and educate, usually in that order. We got some knowledge we can drop on you from time to time, and I learn a lot from y'all, too, which is what I love about it. We've had some real cool locals in the area that have reached out and given us some tips. We've had Ed on the stream a couple of times now that's been showing us some of his tactics to catch in these local water bodies. It's great. I love it. Even on days you don't catch anything, I still have a good time. Well, I hope so, Lee. What's up, Forsberg? Welcome, welcome. I hope you pull Nessie out today. Me too, Lost and Found. There's good-sized kokanee in here. If we can get into them and figure out what the hell they are eating, what they're biting at, we have a chance of pulling some real good-sized ones. The average out of here lately for me has been 3 to 4 pounds, and they get up to be 6, 7 pounds plus in here. So there's some good-sized cokes in here. I'm going to bump our speed down a little bit. We're going to go to 0.8 for just a few minutes. Let's try something. Let's see if crawling through here might be the ticket this morning. Except backing down ramps in the dark. Hey man, you'd be surprised. I've made some pretty crazy launches here in the last few years. We get ourselves into some sticky situations, but we've been successful at extracting ourselves from them as well. What's up, Fitsum Durad? Welcome to the stream. NW, we're still at nada. We're still looking. How long you fishing for today? We'll be out here. The typical game plan is sun up to sundown. There is some rain potential forecast starting at 7 to 8 p.m. this evening. Right now it's 8 a.m., just before 8 a.m. So we got about 11 to 12 hours before potential downpour on us, I think. Forecasts are always sketchy and iffy around here, though. As you guys can see, we have a lot of cloud cover in the background here. So it is possible for these clouds to open up and dump on us anytime. But the plan is we're going to be here till somewhere around sundown. But it looked like you're not moving. We're doing 0.8 miles an hour. I wish I never left the Northwest. I knew at the time I should have stayed because the outdoors is so much better. It's gorgeous up here in the Pacific Northwest. It's out of all the places that I've lived and traveled in the United States, I do think the Pacific Northwest is my favorite. Just the terrain, the outdoors. It's hard to match. But there are some beautiful places all over the U.S. Tonawanda, New York. High 86, low 60, wind 8 miles an hour. That's some good forecast there. Shit. Little warm. I'm back. Phone died. Welcome back, Carl. Did you bring us any salmon? Well, that's a big long streak there. Wonder if that's a fish following our... I bet you that's a fish coming down to check out our... He's still down there. He's coming to check out... Are we deeper than I thought? Probably are with the speed drop that we just made. I think he's checking out our... lake troll. Hit it. Come on, fishy, fishy. So, give her a little taunt there. You can see another thing going down there as well. Let's do a little tease here, I guess. Today'd be a perfect day to fish if the boat wasn't still broke. Oh man, you still haven't figured out your throttle, Lee? Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. You're awesome. Let's bump that up there. Let's see if we can get to 100. One honey. All right, so we're coming into another section here that I have not mapped yet. It's supposed to be blowing 20 miles an hour this morning. Dang, that's no good. If you look at the top of the screen, guys, for a little bit, I'll give you all the information about Rod's fishing strategy. Definitely need a new neutral safety switch. Not sure what else. 100. That's right, Spot. Yeah, we're running a little slower, 0.8 to 1 right now. We're running about 20 to 25 foot approximately on our outside rod, probably closer to 45 or 50 foot on our down rod now that we've slowed down. We're not marking as many fish here, but again, I'm going to make one pass through this long stretch of blue that is in front of us to try and get that section mapped. And then we'll move out, I think, a little bit deeper into the basin. Lee, can you just jump the safety switch? I believe there is a way to bypass it. It depends on the throttle. I think a lot of them are built similarly. But yeah, that's what was wrong with mine a couple of years ago. It wouldn't start because it didn't recognize that the damn thing was in neutral. And it ended up being, I think there's like a little nub and a spring, and like the little piece on it got busted. Now you sound like Travis. Carl. Probably could, but not sure how smart it is to run long term like that. Yeah, it's so if you were running an outboard jet, I don't think it would be a big problem. I think, Lee, where you would run into a problem, and I think probably your case, if you're running a prop, you can absolutely tear up your outboard if you do try to start it and it's not in a true neutral position. You have the actual, gears and mechanism in there to spin your prop, whereas a jet outboard doesn't. There's no prop to spin. You're not gonna jack it up like you would. It's the exact problem I'm having. Yeah, there's rebuild kits for it, or what you could do is get on eBay and find, an old used junk one and pull it apart and swap parts out. Or you can just go to, the manufacturer website, and usually they'll have a parts diagram. And if I recall correctly, there's quite a few videos online that'll show you, the strategy of tearing them apart, putting them back together. It's It's an inboard Merc cruiser. Okay. You catching anything today? Shane, we have had only one bite so far this morning. Higher in the water column, I'm pretty sure it was a rainbow. We're primarily targeting the Kokanee today, so we're fishing at deeper depths than what we would typically be fishing for the trout at. Our outside rod's probably 20-25 foot instead of 10, and our down rod at the back is probably closer to 45 or 50 foot at the current speed that we're going. But no, we have not yet had any Kokanee action, unfortunately. We're still after them. Turns out I've pulled plenty of inboards. Check you later a few times an hour. Catch them up. All right, Ted. We'll be here, buddy. Enjoy your day. Fixed boat in farmer's driveway. Pulled motor with his tractor. Then went back to fishing. I can't find schematics for it anywhere. I'll have to look harder. Yeah, so is it a Johnson Evinrude or is it a Merc? Oh, Merc Cruiser. Okay. Yeah, I think Mercury, just like Johnson, has a parts website. If you look up the make and the model, it should list out every part, including a parts and repair manual. And it should have a big blow-up diagram of, all the individual components inside of it. So it could take a bit of fumbling and reading, but you should be able to pick out which parts, what the part number is from the blow-up diagram. Told you I got a guy, no boat mechanic, fresh out of the Navy, built hot rod diesel motors for the teams. Did you ever catch one the other day? I left after 2 hours, no bites. Shane, yeah, so I think you were probably talking about the Willow Creek end of our nylon stream. And yeah, we ended up catching nine more rainbow at Willow. And had one got bit off. I'm pretty sure it was a tiger muskie. Our down rod out the back just went zipping, and I pulled it up and ka-chink, gone. And we reeled it in a little bit later, and it had bit off our whole rig, probably 6 inches up from the hook. So something just clobbered it. Forsberg, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Thank you for joining. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Those are some good marks down at 60 foot. Got some fish jumping at the surface. We got fish all over in here. And I see a whole bunch of people now exiting the basin. So they must not be catching down there. Everybody's coming out to where I've been fishing now. So we're going to go back into the basin where they all just came from. Finally found them. You were all over the lake. Yes, we did. We did. Kind of similar to how the bite was that morning at Nylon. So in the morning, the sun was just coming up, but there's very smoky clouds, and it was making the sun red. As soon as the sun stopped being like reddish, orangish from the smoke, the bite shut off. And at the evening time, as soon as the clouds started turning the setting sun red again, the bite turned back on, and we had just an absolute bite fest for like the last hour and a half, 2 hours. But we got some mapping done there. We caught a few fish. I think the biggest we caught from there was 21.5 or 22 inches. Pretty good size. Not gonna lie, I built my life off networking. I got a guy for everything, and they all owe me favors. There you go. I'm kind of the opposite, Carl. I've always been a bit of a loner. I got a guy for everything, and it's usually me. Good deal. Glad you got to know you were getting aggravated. Oh no, we're always out here having fun. It is a little bizarre sometimes when you're passing through so many fish constantly. It's just like, why you can't get anything to bite? But I don't get too frustrated. We're out here having fun. It's half the fun is in the chase, just waiting for one of these rods to explode, waiting to see what you got on the end of it. So again, people tell me all the time, "Oh, you need to get forward-facing sonar, forward-facing sonar." And like as cool as it would be, and I'm sure I would have a blast with it. I think it would also just kill that one of those things about fishing that is what I love so much, which is just the mystery of it. It's like what we're doing right now. I mean, I can see what depth we're at. I get a good idea of where my lures are running, where the fish might be hanging. But we're not it's not point and click fish, you know. I'm not casting right to them. We're trying to run it through the general area of where we're seeing. Look at this giant ass streak here. That's them following our lake troll down here. I guarantee it. So we're gonna impart some extra action on this. You guys can see that streak still following. So we're a little deeper, I think, than I thought on this guy. Gonna try bringing it up a little bit. See again if I can trigger. No, whatever it was, it quit following. Nothing wrong with that. We can get along. I'm the same in real life. I know you were asking chat what colors. Yeah, I'm always asking to see what people think will do best and what does best for them. I don't ever pretend to know everything about fishing, and I think anybody who thinks they do know everything could probably learn a thing or two. But we try to always have fun out here, whether we're catching fish or not. We cycle through different presentations. We switch our speed up. We switch depths. If you ain't catching with what you're doing, just try something different. You know, just because it worked yesterday or last week or the last time you were here or the last water body you're at doesn't mean it's going to work today. So be open to switching things around. Play with depths, colors, tipping it with different things. Like our down rod back here, we're tipping it with white corn. Our outside rod here, we're tipping with pink gulp maggot. You know, if the corn doesn't get hit here in a little bit, I'll probably pull that back in and we'll try running a chunk of a nightcrawler on there instead. Not sure if I'm allowed in Canada either. I was hoping I could fix it on my own, but if I need additional help, I'll let you know. I definitely appreciate it. Beat up police, got drunk driving, never let me across. Yeah, that might, well, probably not just might. That almost certainly does banish you from a Canada trip unless you've had it expunged or something along those lines. I think a violent felony is probably a hard no from our friends up north. Good fish at 50 foot. Real good marks at 50 foot, going down to 60. Again, we're going to impart a little bit of our own action on it back here. See if we can trigger something. Not having it. Shane, have a great day. I haven't got much time today. Grandkids' birthday party. Maybe catch you later. Go slam, brother. All right, Shane, thanks for stopping through. Always good to see you. Enjoy the birthday festivities. We'll be here hopefully till sundown, as long as we don't get rained out. I always like to pump my rods every now and then. Oh, yeah. Gotta give them a little bobble. A little something, something. I think here in a little bit I'm gonna pull up one of these rods and throw one of our catch camera on there, see if we can get some footage. Saved me from prison for beating up the state trooper. His first night rookie in front of my now ex-wife and stepkids. Yeah, probably not a great life choice, Carl. Not a great life choice. Oh. Oh God, one of these days I need to get one of them traction devices that you like hang upside down by and it just decompresses your spine. I spent like the last 20 years sitting on my ass in front of a computer and my spine and neck are definitely paying the price. Oh, just feel like if somebody could pick me up by my legs and just like whip me a couple of times, it might knock a few things back into place. I make better decisions now. That's good, Carl. And multiply when you do that. Trolling too slow. PA, we might be. I think we've been running at a slower speed here for probably, I don't know, the last 15, 20 minutes. I just wanted to see if these deep marks here, if we just weren't getting down to them with the snap weight, or if they wanted something a little bit slower. Alright, so we got a pontoon over here. They got a couple of down rods, downrigger rods, a couple of planer board rods. I'm always looking and seeing how other boats are set up. Sweet back at Holter. What's the score, boys? What's up, Wes? We've only had one bite so far this morning. We're fishing primarily for the Kokanee today, so we're fishing a lot deeper than what we typically do. We're at probably 25 foot and 45 to 50 foot. We've only had one bite so far. Nothing landed in the boat. We're coming off of like a 3-day storm system. While the weather is nice, in my experience, the day after storms usually aren't the best bite. Sometimes you get a decent bite, but most of the time I get my butt kicked on when I go the day after a storm. But again, beggars can't be choosers. We fish when the weather allows. And sometimes that means fishing the day after a storm. So that's what we're out here doing, and hopefully we can get into the Kokanee today. If we can find a pod of them, or what depth they're biting at, or what lure they're biting at, there's a good chance we could fill a cooler with them. But I think it's about time to bust out the old fish whistle, give us a little helping hand here. We need some help, some fish, some bites, some something. What do Kokanee feed on? Spot. So they are typically a filter feeder. They feed on zooplankton, the little shrimp that are in some of the water bodies, eggs. They will, though, eat small fish as well. So you can catch them off a variety of different things, but usually smaller presentations. But what you also have to realize is that oftentimes a Kokanee bite is not a hunger bite. A lot of the bites you get for Kokanee, I believe, are more aggression bites rather than, oh, you look like something I'm going to eat. So you can also catch them on bigger things sometimes too. That's especially true closer to spawn season, September, October. They get quite aggressive, and I've had decent luck trolling or casting like ruby red, orangish pattern spoons and things of that nature that mimic the flash and coloring of another kokanee that's spawning. They'll bite at that, thinking they're attacking a competing mate. Silver, we haven't run any dipsy divers yet. On the outside line, we're running 2 colors of lead plus a 2-ounce bottom bouncer. That's getting us down to probably 20-25 foot. On the back rod, we're running about 2 ounces of lead core plus a 4-ounce snap weight. The snap weight is just run at the end of our top shot before we get to our lead core line. And that's probably getting us down to 45 to 50 foot. So we're fishing 2 different depths. Our outside rod, we're running a little 4-aught Seps gold and silver or brass and silver Dodger, followed by one of Ed's hand-tied, I think he calls it a Skittlefly. And on the back rod, we're running our lake troll and a Apex trout killer, which is a little flatfish, a little plug. Good morning, Mia. There's a few people out there. Mia, yeah, there's in the basin, our first pass around, there were like 2 other boats out there when I got out there, and by the time I made it around my first loop, there were 20 boats in there. So we moved out of the basin. It looks like a lot of the boats have come up and moved out of the basin as well. Everybody's kind of looking for the fish. I haven't seen much or any activity from these other boats catching stuff, though I'm sure I'm probably missing some stuff. With as many boats that are out here, I'm sure somebody's catching something. Robert James, we are primarily targeting Kokanee salmon this morning. Though I would not be adverse to any other of the species biting at our rods, and there are a bunch of them in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, the state record walleye, 18 plus pounds, comes out of here. 20 plus pound northern pike. There's burbot, there's whitefish, there's yellow perch. Whole bunch of different things in here. Nice day for a biggin. I think so too, Enrog. What does this hand-tied skittlefly look like? Wes, it's like a little size 6 or size 8 brass hook, and it's a little fly, so it's got white and pink, and then it has a little, like, a few beads, just like the black leech harness. Similar to this, but with a little fly on the end of it. So very similar to that. Really similar design to the black leech harness, but smaller. So this is like a size 3 Colorado blade. I think it's like a size 2 Indiana blade on the other one. The pink bead on the other one is a little smaller, but the fly itself is white and pink with a little bit of like silvery tassel in it. Are you using butt plug bait? John Joe, yeah, it's a plug. Apex Trout Killer, or this one's an Apex Kokanee Killer. They're just a little like potato chip. They kind of have a little, kind of like a Dodger. They swoop back and forth. But that one's tipped with white shoe peg corn. And then the fly is tipped with a little pink goat maggot. Did you say that fly is more like a streamer style or more like a nymph? Wes. I don't know. Maybe y'all don't know more about the difference. I don't know a whole lot about flies. It's little. It's micro. It just looks like one of the itty bitty little flies that people fish with, but it's got the little Indiana blade on top. Streamer and dry fly, best fishing. I don't know the difference between them. Aren't streamers longer? Whereas a dry fly is just a itty bitty, like a midge. Went public in 2013, but you were able to get the Bitcoin as early as '09 on the dark web. My stupid girlfriend said it was a bad idea. Positrack, yeah, that's I got into it 2012, 2013 is when I started building my first GPU rigs. Is it the fly Ed showed us that day? Yes, yes. It's he calls it a pink skittle. We'll pull it in here in a minute and show you guys. Come on, big fish. That's what I'm saying, John. Dedication is good. Want to see my rod to wake up and do this every weekend? Good stuff. Well, I'm glad you come to join us, John Joe. The more people that are in here and enjoying it with me, the better. But I'm happy to have y'all, happy to bring you along. I hope you guys are enjoying the beautiful views here. I need to adjust the camera because you guys miss all the good stuff. Or I just need to sit perched here so you guys can get a better view of the sky. Saw some of those catch cam videos, specifically the one with 2 trout nail the lure, super awesome. Oh, heck yeah, Wes. That one, the problem with a lot of the catch cam footage is algae blooms. It makes it so grainy sometimes. But yeah, there's some real cool footage that I get sometimes. I did just throw one together and posted it last night. I figured it'd been a minute since I've posted one, so I dug out a catch out of the, or a bite out of the hours and hours and hours of catch cam footage I have stored. When are you not driving a 450 Platinum Edition? You were mining that early? I ended up over the course between 2012 and 2015 moving through from mining on my laptop to mining on GPU rigs. I had a whole garage full of them. I outgrew that, and then I moved to ASICs, and I had a whole rack full of ASICs that I ran. But I mined a little over 100 Bitcoin and a few million Doge, some Litecoin. I mined a bunch of shit. But the ASIC, I was able to do that with an investment from a couple of people. So when it came time to split that, it was a 3-way split. So I didn't get all 100 Bitcoin. It was a 3-way on that guy. Those clouds at the top of the mountain look awesome. Yeah, it's real. They're real low. They're right at the top of the peaks of these little foothills, or right at the Rocky Mountain front, basically. Well, no, technically not here. This is Helena National Forest, close to the Rocky Mountain front. The mountain pass is a little further up the mountains, but it's gorgeous here. It's threatening to rain on us, though. We might get a little bit of rain out here today. Good luck, Rod. I'll tune in later. All right, Silver, we'll be here. Yeah, see, we miss so much of the sky when I have the catch cam up there. Solo mining is the only way to go. Carl, nah, so almost all of the mining that I did over the course of those few years was all pooled mining. I mean, it's like hitting the lottery if you can mine a solo block, but it's literally the odds are worse than winning the lottery. Especially as it started to get more and more popular. It took more and more hash power to even have a chance. So in order to be efficient and make sure you have a consistent return, you gotta do pooled mining. This day and age, though, there's too much hash power unless you have multiple millions of dollars of rigs set up in, perfectly cool data centers built for mining. You ain't making no money at it. I got a few in my mind, a few F. Nice. Only broke even. Yeah, if I would have taken the same money that I spent mining, I would have private island money right now. Mining it was never the way to go to be profitable. Just simply buying it and waiting would have netted me hundreds of millions of dollars. Big Sky Country, let's see it. Heck yeah. We can turn, once we get something going here, get some fish found, we can turn the graph on. But let's for a little while leave the our sky camera on here. If we see anything interesting on the graph, I'll tell you guys to turn it back on. Mind off a dual T1 and some extra bandwidth from Charter. Nice, Carl. Yeah, bandwidth was never a problem for me for mining. It was heat. Heat is the killer of all mining setups. And it's so much heat that you can't cool it down. It's not realistic. You have to get rid of the heat. So it required industrial exhaust fans to just suck cool air from outside or conditioned air past the mining rigs to try and pull the heat off of them rather than blow cold air at them. Man, look at that view. It's so pretty up in here. Down here in the basin, you got all these mountain tops. As we spin around here, you guys will see that there's a whole bunch of cabins along the eastern side of the lake here. It'd be such a cool place to live or have a cabin up in here. God, I would love it. All right, we're going to move back out into the basin here a little bit. I'm going to go hit up this other little blue splotchy over here that you guys can't see. But we're moving into a little bit deeper water. These kokanee are going to be spread all out throughout here. They swim around in schools, so normally it's about finding a spot. If you catch one of them, oftentimes they'll be surrounded by, dozens or hundreds of other ones. $74 in here already. Yeah, we've had a bit of traffic in here so far. If you guys haven't done so already, double tap that screen, give the stream a thumbs up. If you decide some point later you don't like me or the stream, you can always take it back, but it is free and it is a great way to help support the channel and get some more traffic in here. Aren't you warm? It's about 55 degrees outside right now, so I'm comfortable. It's just warming up a couple of degrees. You could see my breath, 30 minutes ago. As the sun comes up and starts poking through the clouds here, it'll start warming up. We'll probably get into the high 70s or low 80s today. But the mornings here in north central Montana are chilly. We're at a fairly high elevation. There's a lot of clouds. We've had a 4-day storm system blow through. We're just at the tail end of that right now. But yeah, it gets chilly here in the mornings. We go from shivering to sweating our balls off basically on a daily basis. All right, get the fuck out of here. Will somebody ban him, please? One of y'all mods, get rid of Joe Biden, Steinberg. Had to store Bitcoin to a hard drive, then you had to put it in a wallet or just to a drive. Well, to mine it, you run a full node. So you're running on a local hard drive. Somebody please get rid of Joe Biden's term if you have not already. Um, but yeah, you run, basically, you download the whole blockchain for that particular coin. So you're storing everything, and you don't store the Bitcoin per se, you're storing the private key. The Bitcoin is always in the decentralized ledger that is Bitcoin. What you hold, what you store locally is a transaction log of all transactions that are happening on the chain, and your private key, which is basically your, for lack of better terms, your password, your credentials to access your Bitcoin that are stored on that ledger. He going, thank you, SoCal. Yeah, so the new chat layout that I have with the running the encoder, it the way that it works right now, it doesn't notify when somebody's banned or blocked, and it doesn't get rid of their messages like the native app does. I need to tweak on that and see if I can get it working better. But good morning, SoCal. The sheriff is here. Good morning, all you sexy bitches. What's up, SoCal? How you doing, buddy? We're out here at Holter Lake again. We're trying to catch some damn Kokanee salmon. We're not having any luck so far, though. We've been bit once. It was higher in the water column this morning. It didn't feel like a Kokanee. I think it was just a trout. But we've been marking some decent amount of fish out here in the basin. Kind of two different groups of them. One at like 25 to 40 foot. And then another that's kind of at that like 50, 60 foot band. Not going back to sleep, Carl. Already made coffee, 2 cups, and half a pint for me. We're still working on our first dew of the day. But we're just out here kind of in the deeper basin area. We're over, what, 96 foot bottom right here. Fishing about 20 to 25 foot on our outside rod, somewhere between 45 and 50 foot on our down rod. So we're hitting some of these a little bit deeper spots in the basin. Looking for schools of kokanee. Man, I think Al Capone stream would be funny. Fishing the swimming pool. But what is it? 8:38. Let's bump our speed up here a little bit. This slow troll ain't cutting it. So we're gonna bump up to 1, and we'll kind of cycle. We'll do 0.8 to 1. We'll go 1 to 1.2, 1.2 to 1.4. So we'll just slowly increment it up as we troll around here. See if speed is what we're missing here for a good trigger. Pumpkin spice is back. Are you a white girl inside? I don't know. People like the seasonal drinks. I've never been much of a fan of them, but if I drink coffee, I drink black coffee. I love it. I really do. It just if I drink too much of it, if I drink more than a cup or so, it gives me a gut ache. Pumpkin spice is definitely white girl type stuff. Those kokanee sure like it slow move. Sometimes, Lee, sometimes I've had a lot better luck running really, really slow for them. But again, oftentimes that coincides with fishing deep, deep for them. And because I don't have run down riggers, I usually have to run quite slow to get that deep. But I think some of it too, when they're down there in that cooler water, I think maybe it makes them a little bit more lethargic. The ones that I've caught higher in the water column tend to be caught at higher speeds, you know, 1.7, 1.9, 2, 2.1. But in most cases, when I'm fishing for them, anything, you know, below 30, 40 foot, oftentimes to achieve those depths, I troll much slower. Called one of our local lakes to get boat rental. They want 65 for a 5-hour rental, then $14 for every hour past the 5. I could almost fix my boat for a 12-hour rental. Right? Honestly, you ought to just save up a few of them times you'd be going out with a rental boat and just throw that towards your repair cost. Just get her fixed. Not marking a whole lot on the down on our graph right now. We are moving through a part of the basin here that I haven't mapped yet. We're gonna make one little push through here before we go back into the main basin area. Let's just rewind that stator on stream a watch. I wouldn't even know where to begin. No, that's a pain in the ass repair, having to take the flywheel and shit off. I might go to a mechanic for that. I don't know. I could probably figure it out, but probably better to pay somebody who knows what they're doing when you start gutting into it like that. What's up, Bill Wagner? Welcome, welcome. Get the right size magnetic wire and let's go. Everybody I watch, they troll slow. Carl, yeah, it tends to be on the slower side. Some days you'll come through and it's like you can't even decide if the person is spot locked or slow trolling. They're going so slow. And they do catch them at speeds like that. 0.2 like the kokanee, I think, is a lot. The biggest part of the kokanee, I mean, I guess it's the same with almost any species, is getting it in front of the fish, getting at the right depth. I think speed can vary quite a bit. I think presentation can vary quite a bit. You got to get the damn bait in front of them. Like right now, we're having still having some decent marks around 60 foot. Got the prices on parts. It's $800, but I don't have the skills to set the timing after I replace the stator and timer base. Yeah. Come on, fishy. Matthew Letter, good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Skeeter420, appreciate you subscribing. Skeeter420 _1. Did something happen to Skeeter420? Or did somebody just get there first? Some ass goblin on TikTok already stole my name. It's probably one of you. Which one of you guys stole at Wanna See My Rod on TikTok? I had to be Wanna See My Rod 0. And it hurt my soul a little bit. Somebody stole my channel name. TikTok hates me though. I don't understand what I've done to upset TikTok, but I get literally 0 views on the videos that I post there. The first few that I posted, you know, got a couple hundred, couple thousand. Like the last 4 or 5 that I've posted, I think the only person that sees it is somebody who's actually looking at my profile. It doesn't serve them to anyone. I think I got a like and a share from my mom on TikTok. Like, why do I even bother? Good God. Morning, brother. SoCal, I can get you in touch with a guy. I'll walk you through it. It was me. 100K, you can have it. If it was a dirt bike, it would already be rebuilt and boarded out. So stupid fast. Basement dweller. YouTube is my only social media. Yeah, I've posted a little bit to Instagram. I think I've got like 17 or 18 followers on Instagram. Not many. Um, but I grabbed it on Twitch. I grabbed it on, or tried to grab it on TikTok. I've just been trying to grab the handle on, the different platforms just in case I decide to try and post some stuff there. Somebody beat me to it. Washing your hands after filling up. Yeah, I filled up yesterday and I did wash real well afterwards. Fish whistle, TikTok is anti whistle. Is it, Matthew? I wonder. I wonder if I'm smoking in the videos. Probably I'm always smoking. Does TikTok, they're against smoking on that platform, huh? Check out Buffalo Bill Reservoir in Wyoming. Has 5-pound rainbows and browns. Heck yeah, BW. Those are good sized fish. Those bows we were pulling out of nylon were pushing 4 or 5 pounds. You ever hear about that guy who threw his computer away, had 900 Bitcoin? Yes. Yeah, pause. I've read all about that. There have been a handful of stories like that. That is that is sad. I've lost some coins over the years, not Bitcoin, but various other coins that I either merge mined or I was mining new coins that were being launched. I've had some FUBARs in the past where I borked some wallets or lost some keys, but nothing like that. Everyone goes Facebook when I had Facebook when I had to have an EDU email. Okay. Fire gel and crawfish hand soap, not a bad idea. Yes. Good suggestions, JB Joe. You got 5-6 pound rainbows right there. Matthew, there are in here. They're a really uncommon catch though. I've been fishing here for years and the biggest trout I've ever pulled out of here is probably 4 pounds. I know they're in here though. I've seen people catch them. But we did the Apex trout killer, Kokanee killer in the back. Is running uh, Potsky's fire gel on it, the crawfish. Yeah, there's big fish. Holter produces some really, really quality fish. The big ones are not super common, but they're in here. Our state record walleye comes out of here, 18 plus pounds. I've heard stories of, 25, 30 plus pound pike coming out of here. Though the ones that I've caught here in the past were not monsters. I do know that the kokanee are out of almost anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. Some of the biggest kokanee come out of not just Holter, but this region. Holter, Hauser, Helena Regulating Reservoir. For whatever reason, this region produces some big fish. Minnesota Kokanee Salmon, 1.94 pounds, 18 inches. Yeah, they average bigger than that here. 26.8 inches, 7.85, almost 8 pounds out of Hauser. That's the next reservoir up. But yeah, they average 3 to 4 pounds out of here, if and when you catch them. 16 to 20 inches. Knew it was going to be huge. Such a hard guy feeling. 2010 made so much sense. Yield so much power today. If you have a lot, they gotta be on cold storage with hackers. Yeah, I don't have a ton, but I have a chunk of Bitcoin still left. I would like to diversify out of some of it, but the price right now is just so low. And my cost basis on all of it, being as I mined it, is next to zero. So every little bit I sell, I have to think about the tax implications of it. Just listening to these boats talk to each other. One guy said they've had one rainbow bite, but they've been skunked trying to catch kokanee the last 2 times they've been out here, I think is what he said. Washed my Bitcoin through a blender before it became illegal. Yeah, the problem with that is now is so many of those old services that used to, be mixers, blenders, those coins are basically taboo on most of the major exchanges. So if you try to transfer like to Coinbase or to, one of the other major exchanges with coins that don't have a clean history or a fuzzy history, will oftentimes get flagged and the wallet's locked until you can prove to the exchange how you acquired them. And that's not them doing it, it's the KYC, the anti-money laundering laws. So you got to be real careful to understand the implications of moving coins like that to an exchange that is bound by law to follow, certain laws and regulations. So I want to win on a gamble sports because there's no cost. Gambling winnings still are taxed, depending on where you live. The tax rates and how they're taxed are treated, can be treated quite differently. I always sell private. Yeah, I don't do the private sales. I've always I've been a Coinbase customer for, over a decade, well over a decade. 12, 13 years now. I do store and have stored some of my coins locally, cold wallets, hot wallets, but the majority of my stuff is with exchanges. Cash out below 650. Yeah, there are in some states, limitations that winnings under a certain amount don't produce a tax document. Always following the rules. Well, I mean, when you're dealing with a large, a potentially large sum of money like that, you don't want to be trying to skip corners and end up losing more of it. Because our government will just swoop right in and take shit from you. 1099G gambling tax form, Huckleberry. Yeah, we're still on the Huckleberry milkshake. Come on, fish. Not marking a whole lot out here. Again, I'm just trying to hit this blue patch out here, and then we're going to spin back around and go into the basin. White hat, blue teamer. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of gray in my life, but we try to stay on the right side of the rules most of the time. Yeah, there's a ton of boats out here, Errol. Where all the anglers, we work hard to go fishing, and then the boys sit at home. We cry no money to go. On the other side of the coin. No, I mean, most of my professional career has been in, the security side of it. So I defend networks against attacks and do a lot of, security testing and trying to break the applications and break the security in order to improve it. So lots of pen testing, lots of programmatic analysis. People would end up getting banned from the casinos because they got so mad about having the taxes. Yes. Oh, boat next to me's got something on. Can hear some drag tearing. He's running downriggers over there. He might have got a kokanee. Somebody switched to the oh, never mind. He's too far away. We can't see it. Just looks like a little guy. So he's running a little Dodger. Oh, I can't get it in the net. No, I didn't turn the bow cam on. They're too far away. I wouldn't have been able to zoom in to see much. You can switch it to the HDS for a little bit. I got it. That was the funnest job, meeting celebrities and beating up drunks and getting paid for it. Oh, I couldn't stand it. It'd be fun to be out, in the nightlife constantly, but drunk people are my least favorite people on the planet, usually. Thank you, Lee. That's all right, Carl. No, I asked for you guys to do it, then I said not to. I realized how far they were and that my zoom on this other phone is crap. Gang, gang, listening in while driving. What's up, Redacted? Welcome to the stream. Carl, you're fine. You're fine. Stop apologizing. Fishy, fishy. All right, so we've been running that cut plug for an hour, a little less than an hour. We got to throw a different rig out there. Wondering if we should throw a downrigger, or not downrigger, a dipsy diver, or run another pole a little higher in the water column. Now we got to keep going deep here. They're out here. More boats than fish in that lake. Today there is. I try to keep it in check. All work, no play, makes Jack a dull boy. Not any more work. Absolutely, Errol. Fishy, fishy. So there's some good marks down 45, 50 foot. Now there's something sitting down there at the bottom. Break out the binoculars and scope, see what lures they're using. Yeah, I couldn't see the lure on the end of it, but he was just running a little teardrop shaped silver dodger. Similar to what we're running on our outside rod here, except for we're running more of a... Oh, God. The sun poked out from behind the clouds. Try a dipsy. Number 96, let's go, Flava Dave. We are almost at 100. If you have not done so already, please double tap that screen. It costs you nothing. It does really help support the stream. Just something as simple as a little thumbs up will help. But thank y'all for coming and hanging out and fishing today. We're trying to get some Kokanee salmon in the boat. We have not caught anything yet so far. But we're marking some fish. 40 to 50 foot. We're seeing some decent fish. And that boat just hooked up with their second one over there. Again, they're on their downriggers. So downriggers, they give you much more precise depth control. Again, I'm guesstimating where our 4-ounce weight is dropping to. I can't see it on the graph. So I am not entirely sure if they're just fishing deeper than us. Let me throw on another. Let's get rid of our lake troll on that one and throw on another dodger. Alright, we're going to bring in this down rod in the back, and I'm going to swap out our lake troll for a dodger. Oh, we got some little bit of salad here. Just getting the rigging swapped out here, guys. Give me just a second. All right. Let's give this a fresh dose of the Potskis. Alright, we're gonna let this out a little ways and then get our. Let me show you guys. Alright, so we're running a Kokanee Dodger, silver, gold, flame, little snubber, and then behind that we're running our little Apex Kokanee killer. And I'm gonna put that out about 15 foot and then put a snap weight on it. So we're throwing a 4-ounce snap weight on there, which gets us down 30, 40 foot. Helps with the algorithm. Go catch some lake trout. John, rod will streaming when you get back. Yeah, we'll still be here. Keep reeling if it's on. Weights, it's on. Lure. Rod, break out the persuader and bang it on the side of the boat. Is that what we need? Axe handle to the front. Best greetings from Germany. What's up, Steve's Fishing Cooking Channel? Welcome, welcome. We're in central Montana today. This is Holter Lake. We're out here targeting some Kokanee salmon. We had a boat that's real close to us, so I'm moving a little further out into the basin to get away from them. Looks like they're running a spade dodger over there, silver and pink. Get out the bumpers, right, Justin? Intruder. Guten Morgen. How's the fishing going, guys? What's up, Stay Fishy Redmond? It's been a little slow this morning. I've just seen a couple of boats next to us pick up. Looks like little trout, but we've not gotten into the Kokanee yet, which is what we are targeting today. We're running a couple of different dodgers right now. A dodger and a fly, and a dodger and a cut plug currently. Ed's rig's not working. Nope, hasn't been touched yet, burning. Oh, Carl, no, I'm not gonna. We'll go around. I don't create confrontation where there doesn't need to be some. There's a lot of people out here, so you kind of just gotta weave and move around them. There's a good mark at 28, 30. No, that's like 35 foot, and another one at 60 foot. That's alright, Carl. Tie on an alarm clock and bounce it off the bottom. JV Joe. I think that's what we need to do. I'm gonna drop that guy deeper. Who has the bigger boat? Has the right of way? Carl's fired up today a little bit. Alright. Should be good. Any hits yet? Robert, we had one earlier this morning, but it's been a while. We have just seen the boat next to us did pull in a small fish about 10 minutes ago. We're going to bump our speed up just a little bit. I'm going to go up to 1.2. Got a flare gun? Not on the boat, I don't. My dad had a buddy that would yell and scream at people who got too close to his boat. Yeah. I try not to be that guy. I mean, if somebody does something just egregiously wrong, I will say something in most cases. But when you're out here fishing in crowded water bodies, you kind of just gotta be willing to move when it's the safest or easiest thing to do. All right, so we're gonna cut over and get back kind of on the path that we were on before we got shoved off of it. We're seeing some decent marks out here. Again, we're out in the basin. There's a bunch of stuff out here. In fact, no, I'm going to go over here. We have some good catches along this line over here. It's kind of a drop off into the basin over here. We're coming up on. So it's like a shallow flat that hits a drop and then it gets to the bottom of the basin. So we're gonna go hit that line where there's the transition area down. See if maybe there's some fish schooling over there. You ready for winter? No, Voidcaster, I am never ready for winter. Ever. But yeah, it's been a slow bite this morning. Again, we've seen a couple other boats hook up here recently. Well, I take that back. That boat back there, the first boat we saw hook up was hooked up off a downrigger. This other boat over here, it looked like they pulled in also a dodger and something, probably a spinner or a worm harness. But they look like they're just flatlining over there. Maybe lead core, but I don't see snap weights. I don't see downrigger. And a lot of people that do fish here just fish for the trout. The trout are much easier to catch in most cases. Fishing in the top 10, 15 foot of the water column, you will catch trout here all day long usually. We're fishing a little deeper, 25 foot, 45, 50 foot. Mima, no catches yet this morning. Winter here just means it's only 75, not 115. Yeah. I don't know. Newport Beach, Orange County, where I lived in Cali, it'd get down into the like low 60s. Good market, 50 foot. If you hook a fish, shoot a flare off. We gotta hook a fish first, then we'll figure out the flare. Got over 300 inches of snow last winter, 5 feet in less than 2 days. That's crazy. We had such a mild winter last year. It's supposed to be a gnarly winter this year, though, I think.
Motion detected in the side yard.
3 inches of snow in the mountains here brings every flatlander city slicker to play. Yeah. Got 30 inches. I thought it was a lot. Some years here we do get a substantial amount of snow. Last year just was not one of them. Good mark at 30 foot. Good marks. That looks more like what we're looking for at 40, like 55 to 60 foot. Flatlanders are trolls, that what we call in Michigan. Around here we just call them people.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Alright. We're gonna do it again. One more fish whistle. I'm gonna empty my pocket full of cigarette butts. What are you fishing for today? Crazy Ginger, we are primarily after Kokanee salmon today. We're fishing quite a bit deeper than what we normally would when we're here after the trout. We're going marginally slower right now. I'm not having any luck so far, though. How you doing today, Ginger? Alright, we're coming up on this shelf here. We're going to turn along it. We're a little bit deeper out here, 104-foot bottom. Missed everything you said, Ginger. We're out here targeting Kokanee salmon today. We're fishing much deeper than what we typically would for the trout. We've had one bite so far, but none in the boat as of yet. We're still trying to get our first kokanee of the day. Fishing while watching fishing. There you go, Sage. That's the way to do it. What are you fishing for, Sage? Excuse me. Rod, you might be trolling behind the school of kokanee and not in front of them. Maybe. I don't know. Let me see if I can find the teleport button here. Nope, I don't have one. We'll find them here eventually. Carp, alligator gar. Nice. Heck yeah. What are you using to catch the gar with? Cut bait, or they just bite off of worms? Barbie, Mrs. Arizona, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're enjoying the streams today. For those of you guys just tuning in, this is Holter Lake in central Montana. We're out here after some damn salmon. They aren't cooperating so far today, but we will be out here all day long till sundown or till we get rained on, whichever happens first. Got a beautiful day out here today. You guys can see partly cloudy, a little bit overcast. It is has some rain forecast for later today. Hopefully it doesn't come or is much later in the day. I think it was towards 7 or 8 p.m. is when it was forecast. Cut up carp. Oh, cut bait carp. Interesting. Good morning, Rob. What's up, Arizona Outdoors? Welcome, welcome. Good morning, Moonfloach. Where are all the damn salmon at? That is what I want to know. Of course, sorry, I thought I was subbed. Arizona Outdoors, wife. Oh, that's all right. Welcome to the channel. Now we're out here. We've been out here a couple hours now. We have not. We've only had one bite earlier this morning on a rig that was just out 2 colors. It felt like a little trout. It spit the hook before we got it in the boat, but we're fishing much deeper than what we typically would for the trout. We're out about 25 foot on a Dodger and a Skittlefly on the outside rod. The down rod on the back, we have 2 colors of lead out, a 4 ounce snap weight, a Dodger, and a Kokanee Apex Kokanee killer, which is a little Kokanee plug. But we've been moving over. There've been kind of 2 patches of fish that we've been seeing today. A lot of them down at that 50, 60 foot mark, and then a shallower patch at like 25 to 40 foot. So we're kind of targeting with each of our rods one of those depths. Turn the catch to front view and you'll see all the salmon tails waving at you. If only we could see underwater like that. I wonder how much like a nice underwater drone costs. Probably $5,000 plus, and rapidly increases from there. But that'd be cool to be able to live stream a little drone fucking going around. Spin back around, go check out our riggings. Put a nightcrawler on a bobber. Yeah, we're about to, I think here in a moment, I'm going to pull up the corn off of this rod in the back and throw just a straight crawler on there. That is one thing we have not run yet today is a natural crawler. Digging the new live setup on your channel. Awesome how you have it set up. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Arizona. Yeah, we've been toying around with some different things on the channel. We were kind of forced to. I've been working on getting an external encoder working for last 6+ months. But I wasn't ready for it. But I started having a whole bunch of problems with the native YouTube app and Starlink together. Just constant lag, audio drift, and I just, for the life of me, could not figure it out. So I finally rolled out our external encoder just for the hell of it, because I mean, I couldn't get much worse than what was happening. And it solved all of my problems. All of them. So it's different. I'm still learning it. We're still tweaking it, but I'm having a blast being able to show you guys the graphs, being able to switch to an external camera when I want to. I can pop open my phone. I can start a stream from within the encoder running on this phone. All I do is tell it to go live, and then I can switch over, and I have now a movable camera. I have my GoPro up here. It works every time I test it at home, but every time I bring it out on the boat connected to the Wi-Fi, I can't get it working. So I thought I had it working this morning, but then it died and it isn't working anymore. Yeah, so we can switch around to a whole bunch of different stuff now. We've got the overlay on there with our targets and our catch count. Active weather up top. I'm trying to bring in things that are helpful, that people will help people better understand what's going on. Give you guys a little bit more feeling like you're on the boat. What's up, bud? Good morning. Hey, Jacob. Welcome. Doing good out here, having fun. We haven't really got into the fish yet, but we're after kokanee, and oftentimes they can be quite finicky. I think that's probably what we're running into this morning. But we're moving all over. I'm looking for some different stuff here. We're going to go follow a different ridge line over here. explains why I've been experiencing lagging on my Starlink lives. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. They changed something in the YouTube app, and on how it, either that or Starlink changed, but I think it's the YouTube app. The packet loss, or degradation in packets that comes with a ever revolving signal. It was just creating constant lag. The audio is always fine. Well, I shouldn't say that because there was audio drift too, but the audio would stay in sync, and you just have skipping, jittering with the signal, and there's nothing I did fixed it. Didn't matter where I streamed from. That, and then I've been fighting all year with the DJI Mic 3s and audio drift. Every 30 minutes or so, the mic would just become completely unsynced with the video. And I tried running it hardwired, I tried running it Bluetooth, a bunch of different settings on it, and nothing I did fixed it. But again, the encoder solved that problem too. Yeah, no more Bruce Lee mode. So it's, I think, definitely improved just the stability and quality of the base stream. But then on top of it, again, it allows me to bring in, overlays and multiple cameras, and it's all run straight from my phone. Just like the YouTube app. It's an external app called Moblin. It's kind of like if you're familiar with a lot of desktop streamers use OBS. Which is also an external encoder. But this is like a iPhone native encoder. But it does allow you to do quite a bit of stuff. There is complexity that comes along with that. But once you get the hang of it, it's not bad. YouTube, I don't know. I don't know if it's just a dip in the channel, how YouTube's been pushing it, or if they don't push the external encoders quite as hard as the YouTube native app. I have seen a slight dip in traffic since I've implemented this new streaming setup. And I haven't quite figured out why. If it's a YouTube algorithm thing, if people don't like the overlays, if they, I don't know. But I've had a ton of good feedback, so it seems like the people who like it are way more vocal than the ones who don't. And for me, again, it was there really isn't another option. It's not worth coming out here streaming for 12 to 15 hours if it's going to jitter and skip the whole time. If I can't come back home and watch it afterwards and not cringe, then I'm not going to do it. And those last few streams that I did on the Starlink without the encoder, I couldn't even watch them. It was so bad. It made me feel bad. But I'm digging the new setup. I can do some cool stuff. I'm trying to think of some ideas of what else I can do with this setup to make it a more immersive experience. I think once we get the GoPro or another fixed camera that can look forward and get a wide two-pole view, full boat view, I think that'll help. Definitely has been doing some streaming changes for sure. I've been noticing a lot. Yeah. Well, you just gotta adapt with it, I guess. But yeah, it was absolutely killing me. I pretty sure it was the native YouTube app, not Starlink, that was causing it. Oh, whoa. Well, how is our speed so slow? I was doing like half a mile an hour. Nobody told me. Crawling like a grandma over here. Morning, Rod. Don't change a thing, man. Love what you're doing. Well, thank you, Scuba. Good morning. No choice but to adapt. Absolutely. Scuba with a $5 super chat. Let's go. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate your support. Thanks for coming in this morning. We're out here at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir again. We're trying to get some damn Kokanee salmon out of here. Some damn salmon near the dam, which is right next to us. We're right in the dam basin. Looking for some damn Kokanee salmon. They're out here. We've been marking fish sporadically out here. We haven't got much to bite, but all right, we're gonna bump our speed up just a little bit more. First garbait out, 3-inch bluegill. There you go. Yeah, we don't get to fish with the gills around here. All right, now it's starting to get toasty, y'all. So we're gonna shed a layer here. That sun has poked out from behind the clouds. I think we have missed the kokanee bite, unfortunately. In past years when I've fished here, the kokanee, though you can catch them throughout the day, normally your best bite for the kokanee is going to be early morning, dawn and till the sun starts cresting in the sky. Generally, right about now is when I would start switching to more trout-centric riggings. We'll run this for a little bit longer. Oh, this glare is killing me though. Are you sure they stocked the lake this year? JV Joe, yeah. So they stock Holter multiple times a year. Rainbow trout is the primary thing that's stocked in here. The kokanee are only stocked. They're stocked much more infrequently. But there is a good breeding population of kokanee in here. So they spawn every year and do successfully reproduce in this water body. And whereas a lot of the kokanee water bodies in central Montana don't. You get, a few years of stockers, and they never really get to that peak of the cycle, the big ones. This water body has them, though. The average kokanee that comes out of here is 3 to 4 pounds, anywhere from 16 to 20 inches, and they get sizably bigger than that. The bite can be real on and off for kokanee, though. Some days they just don't bite real well, or you have to find them. They move around a lot. They're a schooling fish, and while there is a healthy population of them in here, it's not like the rainbows. There's not, millions of them. Texas is almost a free-for-all except for don't mess with the crappie. Okay. Ever gone after lake trout? Worm, yeah, we've had a couple of lake trout streams. So last year we fished a full day and then like a morning at Flathead Lake in Montana. I did catch my first two lake trout from there the first day. The second day we got blown off the water. There's another local reservoir near where I live. It's about 90 miles or so called Tiber or Lake Elwell. There are lake trout in there, and I've tried getting into them a couple of times while I've been there, but it's a much more infrequent catch there. They're not nearly as common, and it's really not. I haven't targeted them in the right time of the year. We've been to one other lake, I think, Swan Lake, recently that had lake trout in it. We didn't manage to get into them. So out of 3 different water bodies I've fished for Lakers, I've only been able to catch them successfully out of one. It is one species I would love to catch more of, though. A 20-plus pound Laker is definitely on my bucket list. But today we're out here targeting mainly the Kokanee salmon. This water body is a wonderful multi-species water body, though. It produces good-sized fish in a whole variety of species. You got rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, yellow perch, northern pike. The state record walleye of 18 plus pounds comes out of here. Certain months there's real good burbot fishing here, whitefish. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Here we go. Here's some fish. This looks like more like kokanee, you guys. You see the difference in the. There's a whole band of them from 20 to 60 foot. They're different sizes. But a school of them, not just a mark here, a mark there. We're going to mark that with a. Let's do a dinner sign there. We're going to impart a little bit of action on our rod here. See if we can entice some of whatever the hell these are to come out. Let's get in the bucket list and not on the list. Right. Actual alligators in my leg, say about 25. Dang. No, thank you. If you caught any. Sergio, not yet this morning. No, we've had one solid hookup this morning, but it got off. But it's been radio silence ever since. We have not got into them. We've been marking some decent fish, though. If I'm not up by 4:30, I'm not going fishing. Burning, yeah. So I leave the house generally 3:30 a.m. to 4:30, 3:30 to 4:30. This morning I rolled out of the driveway probably about 4:10. Is my lunch in the cooler? Ed, not yet. Neither of our rigs have been touched. Looks like a good day. Yeah, the sun is poked out from behind the clouds, but it's supposed to be a mild day out here. Partly cloudy. There are some rain forecasts, 7 or 8 p.m. tonight. But it's going to be fairly calm with wind and weather. A little warm. High 70s, low 80s, but tolerable. Looks like a good day. Thought that was my bait clicks. Sorry, Sage. Now we adjusted the depth on our outside rod, pulled it in a little bit more shallow. But very nice day out here. Going to be perfect weather. We're coming off of a 3-day, 4-day storm system. Pressure is high right now still, which tends not to produce a real great bite. But most days it seems like it's more just about finding the fish. And we did just find some fish back there. I'm going to go up a little bit further and then spin back around and I think run right back over that same spot. That was the first cloud of fish today that to me looked like a school of kokanee, which makes sense. This spot that we just crossed over has been one that has produced a lot of fish over the years. M67 grenade will do the trick. You'd think so. Good morning, brother. What's up? Gone fishing? Welcome, welcome. All right, we're gonna bump up just a little bit further here and then turn around. Beautiful weather, beautiful skies out here today. The sun has just poked back behind a cloud slightly again. The temperature drops like 5 degrees instantly. Rod is bottom trawling today. We're going a little bit deeper, yeah. So the kokanee tend to be a little further down in the water column this time of the year. Montana is a hillbilly dump. Thanks, Beak. Takes all kinds, my friend. Gonna head out this afternoon. My relief showing up to eat some of my overtime. Nice. You gonna try going out to Nylon, Ed? Are you coming to hop on the boat and show us how it's done? Rod is the most technological hillbilly I've ever seen. Burning. Hillbilly Tech 101. How can I help you? Alright, fish. Thought about enough of your bullshit. Bite the goddamn hook.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Something's got to get bit here. Come on. One smash. Get us started for the day. So behind us here is the actual Holter Dam. You guys can see the orange buoys in the background there. It's basically your warning line, do not cross. Shortly behind there are the spillways, and it drops down, I don't know, 50, 100 foot. It's a pretty big dam. But this is just an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So we're technically on the Missouri River. It just pools up water here because of the hydroelectric dam that they built here. So they run the water through here and they generate electricity. Sporadic marks. We're trying to get back over this pile of fish that we marked with the spoon and the fork over here. Willow or nylon. Gonna get some. Heck yeah, Ed. Good luck. Is the sonar overlay working today? Yeah, it is. We can jump to that. Such a cool idea for live. Thanks, CM Trout. Yeah, if you just type exclamation cam space HDS, the graph will come up. We should be coming back up momentarily on the spot that I marked with a knife and a spoon, or a spoon and a fork, which appeared to be a whole pile of kokanee. Up for Willow Creek in the morning? I would have to find a sitter for the kiddo and a ride for me to work. Does sound fun though. I'll have to get back to you on that, Ed. It's a sure thing there, limit. Yeah. Yeah, Willow, the bite was good at Willow. I would imagine the morning and the evening bites there are similar to nylon. It would be fun. Let me holler at my mom and check the schedule for Mia for work and see what I could swing. Sorry, first time watching. Are you targeting anything out there? CM Trout. So we are out here. This is Holter Lake in central Montana. Our primary target today is Kokanee Salmon. We're coming up. You can see these marks that are down 40, 50 foot ish. I believe we are coming over some kokanee right now. Our outside rod, we're running probably 20, 25 foot, so we're quite a bit above them on our outside rod. Our down rod out the back, we're running a 4-ounce weight, and we should be right in amongst them. I'm gonna bring us up just a tad. As we run through here, they oftentimes will come up to eat. You usually don't have as much luck if you're running it below them. So with the salmon, you want to try and target them and smack them in the face, or get a 5 foot, maybe a 10 foot head on them. They do have quite good eyesight. This is fairly clear water, though there is a bit of an algal bloom as usual here. The problem with the kokanee is you can do a pass on them and mark them, and then you go right back through the same spot and they're gone. They move around quite a bit. The schools migrate. But it is good that we're seeing some schools out here. They usually don't stray far. Goal today is to catch no fish. Always. Me can drive my blue car. She does not have a license, Ed. She's still Still a probationary driver. But there's a bunch of other species in here as well, though. Normally, when I fish here, we target rainbow trout, brown trout, walleye, the pike. Today, we're trying to focus more on the kokanee, which tend to be at deeper depths. They prefer cooler water. But there's a bunch of good fish in here. Keep up the stellar work. What's up, Sebastian? We're always out here striving, enjoying our lives. Yeah, it's a good multi-species water body here. It produces a bunch of different fish. And a lot of them do grow quite large in here. The state record walleye, 18 plus pounds. The kokanee in here average 3 to 4 pounds. They get up, 7 plus pounds. I've heard stories of rainbow being pulled out of here that are 20 plus pounders. Though the biggest trout I've ever caught out of here is probably just north of 4 pounds. They're in here though. Big pike. The burbot fishing here, I guess, is real good in the winter through the ice. Clipping and dipping. No, we're still skunked at the moment. We have not put any fish in the boat yet. Should show how you rig these salmon rigs. Yeah, we'll cycle the rigs here in a moment, and I'll pull them out and show you. We're running 2 different presentations here. Nothing is hooking up so far. We should swap something out here. Great mix. We have about the same here. Those sound like some slabs, man. Yeah, there's some nice ones in here. I've seen some good red salmon caught out of there. I've never caught any though. Sebastian, yeah, I've never been able to get on them real good. My best days here, I've caught 3, 4 of them. But if you can find them and you get a presentation down there that they'll bite on, you can get some hogs out of here. All right, so our spoon and fork didn't have a wild number of fish on it on this second pass, but we are still seeing some decent marks down, at that 50 to 60 foot. Did check temperature in the water column, 50 to 54. Montana Todd, we haven't dropped the fish hawk down. We have been consistently marking fish between 50 and 60 foot. 2 different bands of them, 50 and 60, and then kind of the 25 to 40. But there have been bands, and so we've been kind of running 1 rod at each band. I could drop the fish hawk down. I would imagine the thermocline, that 50 to 54, is probably somewhere down around that 50-foot mark where we're marking the bulk of the fish. I will not allow a rod to catch fish on my gear unless I'm there. Thanks for going through all the effort to bring others along with you. Yeah, we're just having fun in Montana. I'm glad you guys enjoy coming along. We get some great tips from people in the stream sometimes. We teach a thing or two from time to time. Sometimes we just get our butts kicked and we don't catch anything, but we're out here trying to enjoy ourselves. We're gonna give her a little wiggle waggle here. Still feels fine. So this one, we got 2 colors of lead out with a 2-ounce bottom bouncer on the end of it just to get us down a little bit further. We're running a small dodger and a fly. The down rod, we're running a small dodger and, a little bit bigger dodger. A 4-ounce snap weight and a little Apex cut plug. Kokanee cut plug. Kokanee killer, I think is actually what it's called. But it is about time to switch something up here. We are not getting bit. What do you want from me? Just trying to decide what we should move into. St. Mary's Lake has nice lake trout in the GP. Yeah, St. Mary. I watched somebody fish there on YouTube recently. Is that one of the ones that has zero lead allowed? I feel like that might have been St. Mary. It's one of the ones up in Yellowstone. That you're not allowed to have any lead on your boat. Other than a downrigger. I think it said that the downriggers are allowed. Downrigger bowl. St. Mary's Lake has awesome lake trout. Lots of trout, 20 plus inches. Love that area. That's right, Clayton. Any day on the water is a good day. I agree, Clayton. Need a permit to run Ed's lure. Thinking of going up to Glacier National Park. I know a good place that should hold some decent sized trout. Nice, Seb. It's such a pretty area up in Glacier. But there's lots of good fishing up in Glacier. Fraud can make it to Willow Creek, folks. Will be fish catching session tomorrow morning. Yeah, we'll see if we can make it out there, Ed. That does sound fun. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. You thinking of Yellowstone? Is it Yellowstone? I could have swore it was St. Mary's. I believe that there's a handful in that general vicinity that have more restrictive than normal regulations for certain things. Yeah, I could have sworn it was St. Mary that the stream I was, or the video I was watching, he said he had to unload all of the lead from his boat. Because it's one of those ones, it's kind of like when you're duck hunting, you'll get a ticket if you have any lead on you, even if you're not actually using it. I think he was saying something along the lines of if you have any in your boat, they can ticket you even if you're not using it. 48 hen with the star. Let's go. Thank you, 48. Appreciate the gift. It might have been Yellowstone. I don't know why my brain is saying St. Mary. I'd give it a 50-50. Good marks at 50 foot again. So this is where I wish I had a frickin' downrigger. So much more accurately drop your rigs down. Clipping and dipping, that sounds like bullshit to me. Broke AF though? Yeah. I know how that goes. Alright. I think we need to engage the drunken sailor mode here on our trolling motor. We're not getting any bites. Maybe we would get better bites with our trolling motor imparting some of its bad driving skills. Just got a mud turtle. That's no good. Oh man. Yeah, if the turtles are out, they will harass the crap out of you. All right, we need a damn fish. We have been live for holy crap, 4 hours, and we have not caught a single fish. Why does it? I don't feel like we've been here 4 hours, yo. That's all right. We got another 10 plus hours of fishing. Hopefully, we will get into them. Mud turtle stink. Send it. Rod, let some line out. We're out. I'm down to 80 foot on this one, so 2.5 colors, and we're out or 2 colors on this one. I'm gonna let out another 15 foot on this one. So we're at 75 foot on this one, 2.5 colors. We're at 90 foot on that one now. We're doing 1.28 miles an hour. Time flies when you're fishing. It does, clipping. What's going on?
Whiskey fish.
Whiskey, nice.
How you doing?
We're having a slow morning. We've had one bite.
We got one bow on the boat and one lost at the back.
Okay. Yeah, we're fishing a little deeper today looking for the kokanee. So, yeah, we've only had one bite. It's been slow. You guys, what are you running?
What are we running? Oh, we got green dodgers, pink dodgers, hoochies, spinners.
Okay, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we got the tackle box in the water.
Well, till you figure out what they want, that's the way to do it.
So far we've had 2 hits on green.
On green? Okay, we're running mostly pink right now.
Yeah.
Pink and purple. We might have to switch to chartreuse. All right, well, good luck, Whiskey. We got Whiskey from the stream here rolling by. It was in here a little bit ago. Y'all smash that like button. Appreciate you clipping. Time flies like fly rods. Some days, I guess. Yeah, they got downriggers over there. He said they're running a variety of different hoochies and spinners and dodgers, and they've had one rainbow. God, all of a sudden we're back in the boats again. We're leaving the basin and everybody's coming back. Whiskey stealing your fish? Maybe, maybe. Well, that's I think our first official drive-by stream sniping. Other than we've run into I guess king kai out here, out on the water a couple of times, a few times. We've been stream sniped by somebody in a boat. Mark at 20 foot. We're over a little bit shallower bottom here. We're below 100 foot again. That's right about here. I don't know. I've caught some over here. Snag his line, steal his shit. It's one way to do it, Ed. Yeah, he said they're running the whole tackle box out there right now, trying to figure out what the fish want. I do think it's time to switch out that That plug though. Oh, what do we want to run in its place? We need a crawler out there. Let's do my version of Ed's black leech spinner, but with a live crawler on it. We blew his design up slightly. We'll keep that behind the Dodger though. Would you use a downright? You mean like a downrigger? What's a downright? I think that's what you mean, Bill. Oh. Yeah, he did say they were getting bit off a chartreuse though. So we're gonna get rid of our purple here. We're gonna leave the snubber on. Alright, so we're just swapping out the cut plug for a hand-tied spinner. This is inspired by Ed's black leech harness. I don't have the small hooks yet or the smaller Indiana blade, so this is a slightly larger Colorado blade. And we're going to tip it with a half a crawler or a quarter of a crawler. Just try a slightly different presentation out here. Did I mention I love autopilot? I really do. 100% one of the best additions I've made to my boat. Electric trolling motor. It's made my life so much easier. Alright, probably a bit longer leader than I should. I don't know how much action it's going to impart on here, but we're running a little bit bigger Kokanee Dodger, silver, gold, flame, small, one of Ed's handmade snubbers, a fluorocarbon leader tied to a black leech harness tipped with a crawler. Downrigger, yeah, I would. I've contemplated getting one. I don't know, I might. Alright, that adds a bit of action to it. That should be good. Alright, now we'll get our snap weight on here. We're not marking a whole lot on the old sonar here. Your auto drinks more than I do. No contours, run waypoints. I woke up just to say this. We're just on course lock right now. What I should experiment around with. All right, there's 75 foot, 2.5 colors with our 4 ounces of weight. And a crawler. So we switched her up a little bit. My next Vegas jackpot will go to a downrigger for Rod's boat. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate the sentiment. All right, let's get our life jacket back on. Safety first, most of the time. Now, I've thought about getting one, but then you start looking at the manual crank versus the automatic ones. Then the automatic ones, I start looking at the ones with all the bells and the whistles on it. And it's like, man, that bottom follow feet, tell it I want to stay 15 foot off a bottom, and it just raises and lowers by itself. So I start talking myself into the ridiculous costs. And then I snap back into reality and tell myself no. So, we haven't made the splurge. It'd be a good addition to the boat, though I question how much how much the new snag points would irritate me. I don't know. Need some manuals. Yeah, Carl, I have my right shoulder, my dominant hand. I've dislocated my shoulder probably close to 24 times over the last 20 years. It needs to be repaired, but I'm dislocating it in increasingly stupid ways over the years. Rolling over in bed, starting the lawnmower, just reaching for shit sometimes. So the manual crank, like, I think after a day of doing that would just wreck my shoulder. So I think if I were to get one, it would almost certainly be an auto crank. And you start moving into that, I mean, you're in the $1,500, $2,000 range. I mean, you might as well throw down the extra 500 or $1,000 or whatever it is to get the more advanced features. Dislocated my shoulder so many times. CPS got called when I was a kid. Got a Scotty $89 and I'm running it on a kayak. Nice, Silk. Yeah, I've never used one. I don't know. Maybe I would do all right with a manual one. I feel like it would kill my shoulder. Downrigger would be a great addition to the boat. If you're going to put downriggers on the boat, you should probably just get the actual boat you want first. SoCal, yeah, and I tell myself that too. But then we come back to the reality that Rod likes expensive things. And expensive things, well, they're expensive. And I don't have an unlimited budget. Silk Lanes, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Let's pimp that rod. There you go, Carl. No, I would love to get a newer, bigger boat. I don't have. Crypto price is too stupid right now. Doesn't make sense dumping any of it unless I absolutely have to. Run a lighter ball, easier to crank. That's a fair point, Sage. 8-ball all the time. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've never run one. I don't know if maybe I'm overthinking it, exaggerating what the the level of effort is on the manual ones. I've just heard some folks say that you get your workout on them. At a certain point, all the stuff you're doing in the boat is going to make it too heavy to float. We're not there yet, SoCal. Oh, doing all right. How's your day going? Yeah, I think a lot of this storm system, we're really high pressure right now. It's not going to be a great bite today. There are some biting though. There some coming out to play, but just not many. Well, good luck, guys. I hope you catch a fatty. Got a guy for that too. There you go, Carl. 8-pound ball, not an 8-ball. Got a guy for that too. No, we don't need none of that. All right, yeah, we're not really marking a whole lot of anything out here. I don't know. Thinking maybe we go to the. I don't know. We'll go down here a little bit further. Got some guys in the shallows over here. They must be after the walleye. Got some people. It looks like. Anchored up over here, maybe jigging perch or walleye. That motor looks giant for that other boat. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't check to see what it was. He's probably in it. It's probably a 16-foot, 16 or 17-foot bass boat. I don't know, probably a 125, 150. They put some pretty chunky outboards on some of them small aluminum bass boats. We used to use 10-pound balls, but we only trolled 35 foot down. It was too much ball. Can't decide what type of boat to get. Thinking raft or float boat. To fish mainly rivers, hard to decide. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of experience with float fishing. It's a great way to fish, though. Some of the best bows and browns I've ever seen pulled out came from floating and drifting. A lot of that water you really can't. You could get my boat in a lot of it, but there's, I mean, sections where it'd be sketchy. Backwoods 808 got the whole woods glitched out. Kayaks? Yeah, I see more and more people fishing these days with yaks. I would I couldn't do it. I'd be too damn nervous. I don't like being in the water. I don't like feeling cramped. Even this boat feels too small for me. I want something a little bit bigger. You know, like an 18, a 19 footer. Something with, just that I could walk around in, that's got some shelter. I want to move into like old man fishing style, not young buck stuff. I want to fish in comfort. Bighorn River is my favorite to fish. Tailwater's awesome and consistent. Yeah, some of those waters that people get into, floating and drifting, are just absolutely incredible. Kayak's easy to throw in the water. Boat's more comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely get the kayaks in a lot of different terrain that a bigger boat like mine, you can't. "16-foot deep V, side console, perfect for your rod." It probably would be. Again, I think I want a little bit bigger than that. I've been As much as I cringe at the thought, it could be fun. I've been contemplating looking into seeing, like, really looking into seeing what it takes to become a guide, an outfitter, to be able to take people on the boat. Every day I wake up and do the job that I do right now, I hate it more and more. And I don't think I'm quite ready for, like, retirement, though I would love to. Financially, I don't feel like I'm quite there yet. But dropping a chunk on a true boat that I'd be able to guide 2, 3 people on, small groups. A small boat like this, a 16-footer, that'd be hard to guide out of for more than one person. Yesterday that my home lake may be drained under 5%. Dang, yeah, that's gonna create a huge kill-off. I don't know. It's probably stupid here in Montana, though, and I think it might be the case that you have to work for a guide or a licensed outfitter company before you can qualify for your own. I don't know. Pure speculation. Stay at a lake house, catch rainbow bass and perch. That sounds so nice, Carl. I wish I had a lake house. I don't have lake house money, though. I don't. But for now, we're just out here having fun. I enjoy the shit out of this. And we're still learning. We learn a little bit about the species that we fish for. I think every time we come out fishing. But days like today are not unexpected when you're targeting salmon. You usually have a real good window in the morning where if you can find them and get on them, you'll bang out a few. They will bite throughout the day, but the likelihood of catching the kokanee with the sun beating overhead diminishes greatly, in my experience. And then again, towards the evening, you get another good window for them. So we might, for the hell of it, here in a little bit, pull up one of these rods and run it a little bit more shallow. See if we can get just a fish in the boat. Get some action going here. My family's better off than we just share. My family's close. That's good. That's nice. All right, I'm gonna bump the speed up just a little bit more. We're gonna keep bumping it up till we hit 1.5, 1.7. If we still don't get bit, we'll drop her all the way back down again. So we're just gonna kind of cycle through speeds as we normally do until something does something. Alright, so we're playing with a new feature here. I have no idea how this works. It says it's an S turn. So I think it's kind of like course lock, but I don't know if it's only going to do the 3 turns that it was pre-configured to, or if it repeats afterwards. Just looked it up. To be a guide in Montana, you have to work for an outfitter or be an outfitter, and it's not easy to get, nor is it cheap. Yeah, I figured that was probably the case. Something I'm going to look into, though. I know some states are like that, that you have to work for another outfitter for some period of time in order to qualify to basically open your own banner. And I think in some cases there's ways to get around it, but yeah, it's not a simple or cheap process. Put the trolling motor in Kokanee mode. I think we might have. We put it on S turn crackhead mode here, and we will see if that maybe will trigger. We need to find some fish. We kind of lost the fish. Basically, say to be a guide, you're an employee of an outfitter, but to become an outfitter, you have to have 3 years plus 120 days of experience as a guide, and you're still limited. Oh, okay. Huh. Well, if there's any local guides watching, hit me up. I'd love to understand more about the process, even if it may not be something I ultimately pursue. All right, so it did just do 3 turns. Let's try zigzag mode. That's 5 zigs. That's a pretty extreme angle there, zigzag mode. You're not doing anything. All right, there it's moving. After it dropped us on the bottom, I'm sure. All right, that ain't working. All right, we 100% just dropped our shit on the ground. I'm sure of it. As trolling motor takes us in crazy direction. Into running 6-pack charters for tuna here, and it's expensive. Takes a long time to become legal. Yeah. Seems like those processes are never as easy as you would think they should be. All right, so we're a little bit faster. We're about 1.4 miles an hour. We're bumping her up a bit from what we've been running. Quiet insurance alone prices a lot of people out of it. Yeah, probably. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. All right, let's go hit this blue patch up here, being as nothing's biting. Maybe there's some secret fish hiding in the spot we haven't marked yet. Alright, so looks like we got something at like 50 foot, something at 40 foot. It's like a tree or a weed down there at the bottom. Trolling too fast, too deep, too slow, and on the wrong bait. Usually, SoCal. Usually. It's the only way we know how. Samet, have you caught anything yet? Nope, we have not had a single fish yet this morning. The fishing has been real slow. We've seen a couple other boats hook up, but it seems like the fishing's been slow for everybody so far today. We're fishing a little deeper than we normally would, trying to get Kokanee salmon. I think people that have been catching are fishing higher in the water column. They're targeting more the rainbow trout. Hey, I tried. Alrighty, fish. What do you want from me? Sonar on display mode. Not today. If it were on display mode, we'd be seeing some more fish. As we've moved away from the basin, the temperature has definitely increased. We're at 69.1 at the surface now. That could be also the overhead sun. I suspect, though, if we turn back around, it'll get cooler as we head towards the basin, though. Oh, we've scared away the ducks. My bad, ducks, my bad. Get a few of these rigs put away and we will think about what we want to run next. Let's see here. Let's get this guy off of there. I'm going to bring this up real quick and do a weed check, bait check. Yeah, we're good down there. She looks good. I don't know why they don't want it. Alright, gonna do a weed check on this one as well. Just to be sure. If you're not getting bit, not a good idea, or always a good idea to pull it up every half hour or so. Make sure you're not dragging around a salad. Looks fine, other than we got some weeds on our snap weight. Alright, we're good. 5-ounce banana weight, cowbells, maps, super slow, only 95 foot out on the counter. 5-ounce banana, cowbells, maps. Colin had to pull a 5-gallon bucket the other day to go slow enough. 0.9 to 1.2. Colin here at Holter. Try shallower. We could. We've been out primarily over the basin. I'm trying to mark a chunk of this map over here while we're over this way. Yes, sir. Okay. Are you running 95 foot out with the 5-ounce? I'm assuming you're running just straight braid or mono. Because we're running a 4-ounce snap weight right now. Love fishing the Holter Dam. Family lives in Great Falls. Yeah, I've fished below the dam a handful of times, and it was decent. Very snaggy. I typically bring the boat up here and fish the top side. You ever use Fish ID feature? Seems really inaccurate on my hook. It's on right now, SoCal. You see it on the 2D sonar when I turn that on. It seems more accurate with the HD Pro transducer that I just put on here. The old one, the 3-in-1 that came with my Elite FS9. I was always convinced that the fish it was identifying were not right. Good luck, bud. Thank you, Colin. We'll run. If that's the case, we'll run her out deeper here. Mono all the way. Okay. We're going to hit this patch over here that goes up a little bit shallower. I think with my transducer, it picks up every little stick or leaf floating in the water. Use it as a fish with the fish ID on. Yeah, it marks everything as a damn fish on the Elite FS9. It seems much less prevalent to mark garbage on the new transducer that I got, though sometimes again I question whether it's accurate or not. So we slowed it down. Colin said that they're wanting them real slow. We're not running a lake troll right now. We are running a dodger and a spinner. So we'll see. I think we got to find the fish first. We're not really over them right now. Yeah, so if I switch, you'll see when there's marks, there are little fish icons on there. I don't know if I have. Let me see. Yeah, I have it on symbols. Fish, fishy, fishy. Holter, come on, give me some fish. We need a cooler full of kokanee by the end of the day. Ed promised us more smoked fish. GMT caught a 48-inch walleye this morning. That is a monster, GMT. Congratulations. My biggest is 42 inches, 22 and a half pounds. She was fat, but you caught a big one. What'd you catch it off of? Oh, walleye. I'm thinking pike. 48-inch walleye. I think you might want to get your measuring stick there measured. I'm pretty sure that dwarfs the current world record by inches. Many inches. I thought you were talking about a pike. yes, definitely. Congratulations on your world record. We don't need a world record. We just need a damn fish. One fish to get the ball rolling here. Good morning, Rod. How's the fishing going? Hey, Chase. Beautiful weather out here. Very crowded lake today, but the fishing's been terrible. We haven't had any good bites yet. Easy there, Chief. Go find that pot of fish you marked earlier and spot lock, jig them up. Bill, yeah, we went back through that same spot 5 minutes later and they were gone. I'm pretty sure it was a school of kokanee moving around. And again, that's where almost all the boats have headed back down to, is the basin area. I think we're just not in the, maybe not in the right spot of the lake. Though again, the kokanee do roam all over throughout the water body. They're more concerned about the temperature than I think the terrain. But yeah, we will, Bill, after I do a swoop around here and get a little chunk of this map written, I think we're going to head back in the other direction and do some more trolling around in the basin. Been along watching you fish a couple of times now. Sure hope the bite picks up for you. Good luck today. I'll be headed to Hauser Wednesday. Hey, thanks for swinging through, Corky. Always good to see another local Montanan. Yeah, the bite comes and goes. Holter can be real hit and miss, especially after storms like we've just had. And again, we're targeting more the kokanee today than the rainbows. But good luck at Hauser. I've only fished Hauser I think once this year so far, early in the season. I've had a hit and miss luck at Hauser as well. That's one that I haven't really figured out real well. Holter, we normally have a bit better luck. But again, normally we have at least one pole that's more targeting the rainbow. Trick is that the kokanee are plankton eaters, so they usually aren't striking because they're hungry. They hit lures. Aggression, irritation, trolling is the most common method. Yes, Bernie, I was explaining that earlier, that especially when you get towards the September, October, when they're spawning, even if you have food for them that they may like, they typically will ignore it. It's almost a pure aggression bite. So running things that are similar color, that might trick them into thinking, it's another spawning male, can often trigger bites. Spoons and things of that nature that have the similar coloring, the silver and the reds and the oranges. But they do eat eggs, they do eat small fish, zooplankton, little shrimps. They'll munch on bugs. They're not purely a filter feeder, but that is the main, I think, food source for them is filtering the zooplankton and zytoplankton, whatever the hell they are. All the itty bitties. Hello, Rod. Are they biting today? What's up, Key Biscuit? Haven't had a great bite yet today. The few boats that we've talked to have said that the bite's been real slow as well. A few rainbows here and there, but no, I don't think anybody's that we've talked to or seen has really been getting on the kokanee yet. Little jimmies. We may have to run a little jimmy. We need to find a pot of fish. Again, the kokanee tend to school up. You will see loners here and there, but oftentimes you'll see them in pods rather than pods or schools rather than individuals. Outdoorman, hey, my surgery went good. Glad to hear that, Outdoorman. Hope you heal up well. Home already gave up on the gar, got too hot. Oh, Sage, that stinks. We're the sun keeps coming in and out of the clouds here. We're more of a blue sky right now. We're headed to a little bit shallower water, seeing if maybe we can mark some more fish. I'm also trying to cover a section of the map here that we don't have marked out real well. Somebody was in here just a little bit ago, Colin, and said he was here recently, and they were catching them 5-ounce, banana weight, 95 foot out, real slow with a map spinner. So we got a 4-ounce snap weight on. We're about 95 foot out. We're about 90 foot out, but we're on lead core instead of mono. He said he was running, so we might be a little bit deep. They say I'll be able to do football. Nice, outdoorsman. Never done it, but didn't they use lights on top of the water and fish at night for those salmon? Corky, I've seen people out here trawling at night on Holter. I don't know if they're after the salmon or not. I'm not sure. I've tried fishing here at night a few times, and I've never had great luck. Caught a couple of pike. That's about it. Haven't been able to get the salmon to bite at night. But I would imagine, you know, a moonlit night that a lot of fish will still pick up the bite. I think what a lot of people fish for here at night is the walleye. Got a little bit of a breeze finally. That was the first breeze I felt all day. There's a good solid mark at 35, 40 foot. $58 on the water, 69 in Helena. Yeah, it's warmed up a little bit since the sun came out, but it was chilly this morning. 51 or 52 when I got here. How you doing today? Okay, popcorn. It's 69.4 at the surface here. It was 64 or 65 when we put the boat in. Like all the info, Rod, very informative. Oh, always happy to help. Okay, popcorn. We haven't found the fish yet today. I don't know. We're struggle busting it. We do sometimes. You know how it goes. Hopefully we can get into them. But we're having a fun day on the water. It's absolutely beautiful out here. Seems like the days with the nicest weather tend to produce the not greatest bites. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You get a beautiful day out on the water. No real crappy weather, but not a great bite. But we're going to keep at it. We got 9 hours, 10 hours of fishing left if the weather cooperates. There's a good mark at 40 foot. We're going to drop this down a little bit further. Did Canyon Ferry do any good for you last time down there? Corky, I haven't been to Canyon Ferry at all this year. I did fish it, I think, 4 or 5 times last year. It's such a big water body. I launched a couple of times from the Silos boat launch. Caught a handful of fish, but everything on the small side. I launched a couple of times from the north, way up by the dam. Again, caught a couple of walleye, a couple of bows. Nothing sizable. It seems like a lot of the people that I hear that fish Canyon Ferry that do real well, everybody's always talking about the ponds, which is it's kind of towards the southeast section of Canyon Ferry, up more towards the mouth of where the water comes into Canyon Ferry. But we're having decent luck. The island, Cemetery Island or whatever, from the North Shore or North Dam launches. We were having a decent bite. Tons and tons of fish market around there. It was really windy almost every time we ended up there, though. All right, chat, snag up that sub and set the hook on that like button. Thank you, Michael. If you haven't done so already, double tap that screen, give us a thumbs up. It really does help out the channel, and it costs you absolutely nothing. And if you decide you just do not like what you're seeing or hearing, you can always take it back later. What have you caught? Tom, we have had a very slow morning today. We've had one bite and have nothing in the boat to show for it. We're still trying. That's all right, though. We're out here enjoying the weather. The bite can be real hit and miss here sometimes at Holter. We've had a storm system roll through the past few days. Today's kind of the break in that storm system, so we're still sitting at pretty high pressure, barometric pressure, and it does tend to affect the bite. We are also fishing for more finicky fish today, the Kokanee Salmon, and some days it can be tricky to get them to bite. But we're gonna keep trying. We're having fun out here. Most of us got no idea how to catch a salmon. Yeah, no fishing. Yeah, it's they're a finicky fish, and they tend to be more temperature sensitive. So you got to make sure that you're fishing at the right depth for them. But main thing is you got to find them. They're a schooling fish, and they do move around quite a bit in water bodies. So if you're not on them, it don't matter what you're running or what depth you're running it at, you ain't gonna catch them. And we are not on them right now. David, we're out here primarily targeting Kokanee salmon today. We've had a run across a few spots today that look like we're holding some Kokanee, mostly down in the basin. It's just an absolute shit show down there right now. There's like 20 plus boats trolling around in a tiny little basin. So we kind of moved on from down there, which is where the best Kokanee fishing usually is. But in my experience, they move all around here in the deeper waters. But we're gonna circle up here. This little blue oval we're in here is unmapped area, so I'm trying to make a path around here, and while we're up this way, knock out a couple of spots that I don't have mapped well, and then we're gonna turn back around and head downstream from here back towards the basin area. Are you on Flathead? Key Biscuit. No, we're on Holter Lake today. This is central Montana, just outside of Wolf Creek, Montana, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes from Helena. I wish I was on Flathead today. It's like a 4.5 hour drive for me, though. I dread the drive. It's a beautiful drive, it's just a long damn drive. I usually don't like to drive that far unless I'm going to do like a 2-3 day trip out of it. Kokanee's a circus fish, especially whenever Rod is doing it. He hasn't caught a kokanee all year. Deshaun, we've caught 4 kokanee so far this year. You missed it. Check your glasses. Hang out more often. Been okay, thanks. Lost dad last month. Been about supporting mom. It's pretty hard. Lucky got my daughter to help out just enough to be useful. I'm sorry to hear that, Yana. My condolences. It's always tough to lose family and friends. Much support from Callie. Heck yeah, Dan. What's up, avid bass angler? We're out here living the dream. Trying again today to catch some fish. We're not having the greatest luck so far today, but we're if anything we are persistent. So we'll keep at it. We'll see if we can get something in the boat here. We're targeting mainly the Kokanee salmon here at Holter today, which tend to be a little deeper in the water column, a little more finicky. And so far they just aren't liking what we're throwing down. We may switch at some point today to running a one rod a little bit more shallow to see if we can pull some trout or some perch or maybe a pike or a walleye in. But for right now, we're focusing our efforts. We have not had a true salmon, like a full salmon stream yet this year, so we're trying real hard to get some damn salmon in the boat as the target species, not just a bycatch. But at this point we'll take anything that wants to come out and play. Trolling too slow, bro? You think so, little muffler? We're at 1.03, but with the wind blowing at us, it's actually 1.3. Kokanee you caught, you're the catch and release. JV Joe, yeah, we haven't kept any of the kokanee yet this year. If we do catch today, though, we're gonna keep them. Ed's gonna smoke them for us. Smoked salmon sounds so good. Alright, well there's something at 40 to 60 foot. What is that? Some fish. Okay, so those are fish. Some fish above some weeds. Alright, well we found a few fish. We're gonna again circle back around and try and get some of this. What depth are we at here? 80 foot? Well, we're definitely marking a few more fish here than what we've been seeing. Joker bro, he don't know how to catch fish, bro. My grandpa catch 20-pound crappie, bro. This dude catch nothing all day. What a joker. Oh yeah, Deshaun, I bet your grandpa catches 20-pound hookers. Dean, don't mind Deshaun. He's been eating some yellow snow. How deep are your lures running? David, the outside rod we're running 75 foot, so 2.5 colors plus a 2-ounce bottom bouncer. I would estimate that one is probably around 25-ish foot. Our down rod out the back, we're running a 4-ounce snap weight and 3 colors of lead out. So that one is probably closer to 55 foot or so. He's on the glass pipe, maybe bass angler. $20 pounds of crap. That is far more likely. What's the weirdest thing y'all have ever reeled in? I think probably my most traumatic thing that I've ever reeled in was a dead beaver. I thought I had the fish of a frickin' lifetime. I was bank fishing at night one night, and oh my god, my line just frickin' let loose. And I was struggle busting it to get that damn thing in, and I got it to the shore, and I'm like, huh. A dead beaver. A dead bloated beaver. Definitely was not on the bucket list. Alright, so we have turned back around. We are headed back towards the basin area. Again, we're taking a couple of swipes through this area that I have not yet mapped. I am always trying to improve the maps that I run. Welcome back, Carl. Dead beaver, yeah, it's just the most ridiculous thing. And again, it didn't help that it was in the pitch black. We were night fishing, so I had no idea what the hell was on the end of the line. All I knew it was heavy. And yeah, needless to say, it was a fairly disappointing catch. What lure did you catch the beaver on? God, it's been years ago. I was probably 15, 16 years old. More than likely, just we were fishing the Missouri River. It's got fairly heavy current where we were fishing. I was probably fishing a 3 or 4 ounce weight. Cut bait. I think I was pike fishing at night. So probably like a 5/0 circle hook, a chunk of dead cut bait, white sucker, with a 3-4 ounce weight. Similar to how I fish for catfish or sturgeon. Sitting on a boat all day. He's so goofy. Little muffler, man, it's so hard to understand what the hell you're even saying. Y'all younger bunch be just making shit up as you go. Confuses the hell out of us people who learn the English language and don't just improvise every third word. You ever get a sturgeon? Avid, yeah, I usually catch a couple or a few a year. I only went sturgeon fishing one time so far this year, and Only managed to catch a few catfish. Some really nice channel cats, but didn't get a sturgeon on the bank. We did have one on stream, I think, that got hung up on a rock, but I didn't get it in the net to show the stream. Welcome back, Connor. Caught a stringer with a live pike tangled in it. The stringer was on for a while. Deformed, really skinny behind where it was wrapped around it. David, were you able to release the poor bastard and have it swim away? That'd be a rough life, man. Having to drag some bullshit around. You ever been to Canada? Avid, not. I have a bunch of relatives. My dad's side of the family is French Canadian, so I have a bunch of relatives up in Canada. Some in the Calgary, Alberta area. Some over like eastern Saskatchewan area. But I did go up to Alberta, to the Calgary Zoo and whatever the hell the giant ass, the Edmonton Mall I think we went to. I was up there for a couple of weeks, but I was like 10, maybe 12 years old. It was a long ass time ago. Catch some fat flatheads in the rivers over here. Nice, Robin Hood. We don't have the flatties here. We have channel cats, we have yellow bullhead, black bullhead, and there's one other itty bitty catfish that we have here. Its name evades me at the moment. Stone cat. They're a little itty bitty catfish, similar looking to a bullhead, but more uniformly noodle-like rather than the fat head of a bullhead. Little Muff is a goof. I live in Great Lakes region near Niagara Falls. Got 2 king salmon in Lake Ontario. 2 Trevor. Very nice, Avid. Yeah, in central Montana here, we are mostly just the Kokanee salmon, though there are a handful of water bodies that I think have coho in them. Most of the cohos and the Chinooks are over like Fort Peck area, eastern Montana. Hard to not get poked by them. Handle ridiculous amounts of stone cats and bullhead doing river service. Okay, Robin. Yeah, I think I had caught some over the years and always just mistakenly or misidentified them as, you know, kind of weird looking bullheads. It wasn't until a couple of years ago that I finally took a good picture of one and sat at home, sat down and tried to identify it, and I realized that we have stone cats here in Montana. It's the only native species of catfish in Montana. They're cute little bastards, but yeah, those little ones are usually more dangerous to handle than the big ones. They're so damn squirrely. And it is not a pleasant time if and when you get smacked by one of the barbs on them. Can't remember, I was a kid. I think we tried to cut it off, but was starting to grow around. I think we got the tension released and let it go. Okay. Yeah, I've caught a few fish like that were dragging some bullshit around. It's like, man, how long you been dragging that? I always try to let those ones go. Lighten the load a little bit and send them back on their way. What's up, the gold miner? Welcome, welcome. Stone cats, aren't they able to live in brackish? I'm not sure, Burning. I don't know a whole lot about them. All I know is that they're the only native species of catfish to Montana. They tend to be quite small. The one that I caught turned out to be almost a state record. I was like, holy crap. It's like 9 or 10 inches. But just a long little skinny thing. But they're part of what's called the Mad Tom family of catfish, which is a group of quite small, skinny catfish. but they're not a very common catch. I believe stone cats are freshwater only. Could be, I'm not sure. Oh, Carl, I think Rodbot is out of quota for the day. So we only have Nightbot, and Nightbot only understands Montana records. I really need to get the damn app approved. There's a couple of last things I needed to go do. I've been so busy with frickin' work, I haven't had a chance to nail them down so I can resubmit the app. Alright, gonna bump our speed up just a touch. I think it's fish whistle 30, y'all. We need to do something here. We're not catching any fish. We're gonna take one more swipe at these sections of blue that are not mapped, and then we're gonna move into, I think, probably like 60 to 80 foot bottom. See if maybe these fish are holding up a little bit higher in the water column. Have you ever tried Helena Regulatory Reservoir salmon? They also have snagging season. Corky, I have not. That's a water body. Ed the mailman that's been on the stream a couple of times. He fishes that for kokanee from his from his boat, but they don't allow motorized boats in there, so only electric, paddle or electric. I don't think I could legally load my boat into that water because I do have a gas engine on it. But he said the kokanee fishing is excellent in there. I do hear that, I think somebody that I was talking to recently that fished it said it's almost unfishable right now. It's so weedy in there. So I think fishing there is probably better early in the season before the weeds really start to blossom and let go and get all nasty and tangly and Rod, how can you tell what is marked or not? So you see the black lines that are there. That's the paths, the trails that we've been following. And then there's the contour lines that you can see, the black lines in the white. That's what's been mapped. What's white and what has the pre-written contour lines that we're looking at. I don't have on, so I could show you. Right now, on the other screen, I'm recording with what's called CMAP Genesis. I just don't have it overlaid right now on this screen. Oops. So if I turn my Genesis Live overlays on, you'll see that those black lines where we just went over will populate from my other graph over here, or will start writing on this one, rather. So you see how the dot that we're on right now is now turning white? We're drawing live on our map right now with what's recording from our sonar. On my other graph that you guys can't see on the screen right now, that's constantly what I'm doing. I just don't have the live drawing on what we see on the main screen because oftentimes the depths vary in these water bodies and it gets confusing to look at because you'll have contours that run into each other and they just don't look right. So at the end of every trip I take and upload what I've recorded back to CMAP Genesis. It merges it with all of my previous recordings and redraws clean contours. So the next time we come here, all of these sections that are blue right now that we're pathing over will have nice clean contour lines drawn. it gets distracted looking at it as it's writing on the map on the screen here. I think it gets more confusing for people because the contour lines don't make sense. Stone cats have no natural tolerance to brackish freshwater only. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Robin Hood. Predominantly rivers and streams, sometimes found in lakes. Yeah, they're a native species here, and they're a pretty rare catch from what I understand. Out of all the years that I've fished in the Missouri and Sun River, I've only ever caught 2 or 3 that I know were stone cats. Then again, like I said, I suspect I've probably caught a handful over the years and just mistaken them for funny looking bullheads, because they do look really, really similar to like a yellow bullhead. They just have a more proportioned body, I guess I would describe it. More slender. They don't have the fat, like, tadpole head on it. Come on, fishy, fishy. There's a few marks, 30, 35, 50 foot. Another mark at 25 foot. So I just switched to our 2D down scan instead of the, or excuse me, 2D sonar instead of the down scan. Excuse me. I think I'm allergic to the sun. Hurting animals for fun is psychotic behavior. Complaining in online chat rooms is childish behavior. We're out here fishing for food to put in our bellies. Your lure depth is at what? JV Joe, our outside rod, I estimate it's at somewhere around 25 foot depth. Our inside down rod in the back is probably closer to 45 or 50 foot. Again, we're running with snap weights, with bottom bouncer weights. We're running with inline weights. So speed can be highly influential on how deep it goes, how much line you have out can impact it quite a bit, but probably 25 and 50 roughly, kind of the two bands we're fishing in. Get 'em, Rod. Thinking of a white catfish, the ones that lived in Chesapeake Bay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm sure there probably are a handful of brackish catfish species. There are so many different types of catfish in the world. Every time I think I've heard of or seen most of them, I see a new one. I'm like, what the hell is that? How many of these damn things are there? Can we not get into politics in here? We're here to fish, talk about outdoor stuff, not corrupt politicians. What's that at 80 foot? So there again, that's the Fish ID is marking one fish down there at like 80 foot. These are some smaller ones up front. But if we switch to our down scan, you can see more the difference between the bottom and a fish. So what I see there is that darker mark looks like probably a rock or some weeds. This haze there is probably some bait fish, possibly. This yellower line down there looks more like a fish sitting on the bottom. So I see a few different things there. That's where switching between, you know, your down scan and your 2D. So like this one right there, that is 100% a fish. That's a nice solid swoop that you see there. That's 100% a fish. Could be a kokanee, but more than likely something else. Normally, the kokanee you see in pods rather than a single fish like that. Well, we're seeing fish here and there. We're just not we're not getting into them. Will somebody give Moonfelch a 30-minute juice box break in the corner? I'm not. I don't need to be listening to this shit right now. Moonfelch, you're welcome to come back in 30 minutes, but please leave the crack pipe at the door. Whatever it is that you bring with you. Arg, let me see thy rod. What's up, pirate? We're running today the Kuma Classic Pro GLT planer board series. This is a 8'6" one-piece telescopic rod, so it collapses down to 7'6" from 8'6" at full length. It's a medium action, medium backbone, moderate fast action. It's a pretty good all-around rod. I run them primarily for my lead core rigs. It's paired with the Akuma Cold Water A series reels. These are the 30 DLA. It's a line counter reel. It fits a fair amount of line on here. I think I put 200 feet of 65-pound braid backer, and then a whole 10 colors on here of Suffix 832 27-pound test. They're a pretty nice rig, a little over $200 for the pair. So they're not super high end, they're not super low end. I love Akuma gear. But that's what we're running out here today is our lead core rods. We have not run our braid rods yet. We're out about 2.5 colors on that one with a Dodger and a fly setup. The back rod we're running, well, that one's 2 colors out, 2.5 colors plus a 2-ounce weight. You got a juicy box and a coloring book. Thank you, SoCal. Rod, are you fishing in penis-shaped lake? I mean, I've never seen a penis-shaped like this lake, but I'm sure there might be. It's kind of an odd question. We are currently mid-shaft right about now, headed towards the head. We'll be down that way. Well, we're kind of headed cross shaft right now. We'll be headed more towards the tip here momentarily. Caught that monster yet? Dave, no, we have not yet lured in the monster. We are still trying. Pollution's destroying the fish in there is trash pile the size of the continent of the Pacific. Yeah, there is, trumped. I mean, I've watched for a minute and we are at the top now, but I had to try and figure out what I was looking at. Well, we'll zoom her out a little bit for you there, Cindy. Because like I said, I've never seen one that quite looked like this. But, I don't know. Maybe if you squint your eyes just right. There's a little more, little mover up here for you to see. The black path is where we've been today. All the blue circles with hash marks in them are previous catches, previous hookups that I've marked. But no, we're headed back towards the tip. Have to consider the source. Everyone must look at the Salton Sea on Google Earth. 100% a giant dong-shaped lake. I'm just waking up. Cindy, you might need to rub a little bit of that sleep out of your eyes. Go find the glasses, you know. Set your tiller on your course and stay headed. You telling you fish coming. We're looking there, ye pirate. But yeah, we're trying to map out some of these blue sections that I have not gotten marked yet. Can't see no penis. Yeah. Didn't really look like one to me either, but you know, we'll let Cindy have it. How were the duck races last night, Cindy? I stayed in there for 20 minutes, half hour. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing. If you have not done so already, double tap that screen. It does really help the channel out. Helps YouTube see that you're enjoying it, and they send some more people in here to hang out with us. Got to get back down on the map a little bit. Come on, fishy, fishy. All right, we really got to raise one rod back up for frickin' trout here. These kokanee are kicking our butt. I think we're gonna pull in our side rod here and throw Ed's magical yellow rod out and see if maybe the trout will come out and play for a little bit. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit. Not bad yet though, but it is giving us more than just calm. It's the action like this usually will trigger a better bite because your rigs aren't just staying so normalized, you know, static in the water. I didn't know shit floats. Does sometimes. Yellow rod, let's go. We'll bring you luck. Little muff, you got one time out. Next one's for the entire day. Yeah, don't be buttholes, y'all. No hablas espan butthole. Alright, we're gonna get Ed's rod rigged back up out here. We'll run that for a little bit while we dink around. Alright, let's get this one in. Swapped out. Alright, so we're bringing in our bottom bouncer Dodger fly rig here, and we are going to throw out just a worm harness rig. Run it a little higher in the water column here. Oh, I guess I should show you guys. So this is Ed's hand-tied black leech spinner. It's just a little Indiana blade, a couple of hematite beads, a pink salmon bead, tipped with a Berkeley crawler. Any fishes? John Joe, nothing so far. I'm going deep. I'm on the boat. Ricky Bobby was tourney fishing today. I'd call him. Any fish? Not so far. At 24, 2 kids. 25 is the new 3. Here we go, Ed's rod deployed. Yeah, we're gonna run it. We were running the rig we just took out is what he recommended for Kokanee here. So we have been running an Ed approved deployment with one of his hand-tied flies and a Dodger that he gave me. So we the rig we just took out was Ed's recommendation. But we're gonna try again, see if we can get a bow or something on the line here, a little shallower. We've been running way deeper all day long. Got something marking at 20 foot there that looks like it just came up to maybe look at what we just put down. So Ed's rod might grab something here. We'll see. But again, we have primarily been targeting the Kokanee salmon today, not the rainbows. Let's give the rainbows a little chance here to join the party. Ed's rod for the win, won't be long now. Ye of little faith in Rod's rod. I'm gonna add exactly 0 on the kid count. Thank God, I'm pretty sure the BMX gooseneck and crossbars are responsible for that. No, the painted gooseneck and crossbar. Here comes the skunk off the boat. Ed's rod will save the day. We need something. We really do. It's about that time. I'm gonna bump our troll speed up just a tad as well. Got handlebars turned and speared into my chest after clearing some big doubles. Dang. I want to have multiple children. I need to spread my genes. Good market, 60 foot. Some bullshit down at like 85, 90 foot. All the decades of racing dirt bike, only one of my 32 broken bones are from a motorcycle. I don't think I've ever actually broken a bone other than I'm fairly certain I've cracked a few ribs over the years. Them suckers still hurt. But other than that, I don't think I've actually broken a bone. Just dislocated my shoulder like 9,000 times. Kids love the outdoors and fish now down in the wild when they were really small. That's a good concept. Speaking ye shall find, I found Ed. You catch my lunch yet? Checking in. Ed, no, we have not. We did just take up the bottom bouncer and the Kokanee rig and threw out the trout rig for a minute. We've been having radio silence all day. One bite 10 minutes into the stream and nothing since. I revoked Rod's permit till tomorrow morning. Ed's over there with some voodoo shit going on now. Nah, we've been talking to a lot of the boats as we've been going by, and it seems like everybody's had slim pickings so far this morning. Did the rest of the boats leave? No, most of them are still down in the basin area. I think I've seen a couple head over towards the boat launch. A lot of people just come out here for the morning bite. They piss off for the afternoon, and then they come back out for the evening bite. It really usually slows down during, full blue skies here. But we're stubborn. We don't give up. We'll find the fish eventually. Could be worse. I'm on trip 6 at my home lake with as much as a follow. Dang, man. Got 6 inches of cadaver bone in right leg. Dang, Carl. That sounds like about 6 inches too many. Either way, I shall slay the fish tomorrow morning. Heck yeah, Ed. I still have it. I will try and touch base with you on that after. We'll see if my mom pops in the stream here. Only thing I broke on a motorcycle was my wrist, and that was from landing too hard. I didn't even crash. Oh shit, that's rough. All right, here's a few fish. 30 foot, 60 foot. We got some weed beds marked up here coming up to the northwest. There's a little bit more life. Hurt myself seriously on dirt bikes, car wrecks, or my nemesis. That and picking up rocks as my chest exploded. If you can't make it, I'm going on rock patrol at Nylon tomorrow morning. All right. We're gonna try, Carl. It gets tricky on days that Mia works and I have the kiddo. Mia doesn't drive and kiddo's not old enough to stay home by himself. Too stoned to fish. What's up, Ashley Anderson? There's no such thing. No such thing. Sometimes that is the only way to do it, Ashley. Rod knows when we team up, shit's gonna happen. We've done well so far, Ed. We have. Man, I was hoping we could find the kokanee bite here today. I've been looking forward to getting into them cokes. Let's not count her out yet, though. We will figure something out here. Mountain Dew and cigarettes, breakfast of champions. That's how I do it, David. Crashed my fare. I rode small dirt bikes when I was younger. I think my grandpa got me my first one when I was probably, I don't know, 8, maybe 9 years old. Rode that for years. It was just like a little Yamaha 80, like an old like 70s trail bike. It was fun. When I was 17 or 18, I bought my first street bike. Road bike, whatever you want to call it. It was a I can't even remember. Kawasaki. No. LTD 440? That one came straight out of my butt, but it was something like that. And I rode that for a few years. It was one of my projects I did with my grandpa when I was younger. We bought one bike that was mostly complete, and then a second one that was stripped other than the motor and a handful of parts, and swapped the good motor out of that one into the blown motor in the bad one, or the full bike. And I rode that for 2-3 years. It had a rod knocking in it though. The motor that we got, the second one, was on its way out as well. But I got a few years out of it before it was a gamble every time you started it, whether you were gonna launch a rod through the side of the block. But I did have to dump that. I had to tip it over twice, I think, in the 3 years that I rode it. Both times on residential streets that were paved but had enough gravel from the winter melt that they were dangerous, and where I had the right of way but people just didn't stop or slow down, and I had to dump it to not get run over by somebody not driving safely. Coffee now, I quit Mountain Dew. That's good, David. It's so bad for you. There's so much sugar and high fructose corn syrup and all the dyes, and been shot and blown up 3 times. Does that count? Probably, Ed. Probably. Might troll some number 5 Rapalas, maybe. I don't have a whole lot of size 5 Rapalas. Most of mine are 7s. I think I have one F5. Absolutely counts, Ed. Counts more than you know, sir. Thank you again for your service. Absolutely. There's some, I don't know what, is that a tree? Please tell me that's not a tree. Is that a tree? I think that's a tree with some fish around it. What do y'all think? We're gonna pull up just a tad here to make sure we don't catch a tree. I'm not entirely confident in how deep this 4-ouncer is running back here. I think that's a tree though. What do y'all think? Do y'all interpret what we just passed over as a tree with some fish ornaments on it? All right, will somebody give Trump Pedo a juice box? Send him on his way for an hour or so. Took a 22 bullet in the leg when I was 12 gopher hunting. Dang. I hope somebody told you that's not how to do it. I assume they probably did. It's got to be a tree. Yeah. I think it was a tree with some fishy ornaments on and around it. The Kokanee swarm? Maybe. Alright, we're gonna ride the edge of this blue area here where I have not completed the map yet. Really, I don't think trees are that big. Oh yeah, you see what we're surrounded by? We're in a freaking evergreen forest. That was about 20 foot tall. It looked like it was probably one or more old evergreens that got flooded when they dammed this valley up. Great idea, dropping fake trees for bottom structure. Oh yeah, they do it in a lot of the bass lakes, I know, bass and crappie lakes. They have programs here in Montana, I think, in certain water bodies where they collect Christmas trees to drop for fish structure. Perch cribs. You got the permit and juice box. You already got a temporary one twice. Thank you, SoCal. Got blown up in 2 different countries. Asia, Iraq 2 times. Afghanistan, Homeland Province. Thank God, man. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a very fun job, Ed. Though I'm sure it had its moments. But getting blown up doesn't sound like one of them. Lake Havasu has a program where they ask people to drop certain things in the lake at certain places to create habitat. That makes sense. There's some fishies. That's a nice pile of them. All the way from 30 to 60 foot. That might be kokanee. Or another tree. I didn't see a tree in that one, though. That looks more like fish. Look at that, Mark. Yeah, there's some good stuff there. We're right over the top of them. Ran route clearance platoon, IED hunters. That shit is so dangerous. We still got a good picture quality, good audio quality. How's it been so far today? Any blips, any buffering? Is it nice and crystal clear, or is it a little bit fuzzy? Seems like our bit rate has been pretty steady so far today from my side. Thumbs up from Lake Erie Lee. Thank you, Lee. Wanted to go military. Denied because I was shot. Drive-by during my recruitment process. Thanks, SoCal. I've seen no problems. Awesome. That makes me so happy. I'm so glad we have figured out some of the irritating problems that have been plaguing me for the last year. Audio and video have been stellar. Awesome, SoCal. Thank you. Yeah, we've lost all of our damn clouds. We got some smoke you can see. There's a bit of a haze here still. But we just have a couple of puffies and some wispies in the front here, and that's it. I think it's supposed to start clouding up again 4 or 5 p.m. maybe. Lied about being shot when I joined the Army in 87. Brother's in the military and it sounds like a regular job. Took ASVAB, didn't sign. Solid mark at 60. Josie J, there you are. I I keep only seeing you in the chat after when I'm rewatching my streams. Good morning, good afternoon, Josie. Good to see you. We're having not great luck so far, but maybe you've brought a little bit with you. I hope so. Just got screwed because I was working in ghetto and I got shot by some idiot. I'm glad I've never been shot. Been out hunting a few times and heard and felt bullets whiz way too close for comfort. But one time when I was fishing too, somebody was shooting in my general direction. Definitely is not a nice feeling. Lots of crazy ass army stories. And I can only imagine. Now my half sister, she was in Air Force for a couple or a few decades. She, I think, recently retired. All right, let's do. Let's see here. What depth is that? Maybe 65 to 70 foot depth. Let's get up a little bit on that incline, the plane there. So we're setting the min and the max depth, 0.65, 0.70, reverse, go, yes. What happened to our dots? Don't do me like you did the last time. It better not be magically shifting directions on us. Thanks, Rod. Don't forget the sunscreen. Yes, I should put some on. We've been out here in the sun for a few hours already, getting baked. Got to get back to work. Later for now. Catch me a whale. We're trying, Ed. We're trying. New PB Kokanee incoming. Working on a restaurant. Went out to my truck for parts and ended up taking a stray around for some gang. That's some shit, man. Hurts like a mofo? I would imagine so. I would, I mean, I've seen what deer meat, you know, animal meat looks like after it's been impacted by bullets, and it just turns shit into soup. So I can only imagine that shit, not just where you get shot, but the whole surrounding area, I'm sure just freaking kills. Alright, there's some fishies at 60 foot. Still am not sure which direction our trolling motor. It has not yet plotted our the dots. They were going north, so to our right, when I set the course, but they disappeared and we now just have one waypoint. So when we get here, we're either going to go this way or very dramatically that way. And I'm hoping it goes this way, the way we were trying to go, to the right. Burns after the shock wears off? Yeah, I bet. Initial impact felt like I got hit with a red hot sledgehammer. Good Lord. All right. Don't. All right, we got a dot. We got a dot in the right direction, y'all. I think we might be all right. 6 hours, no fish. Maybe switch up the presentations. Old man chicken legs. Yeah, we've gone through a handful of presentations so far. We're switching depth now. We're going up a little bit shallower than what we have been fishing. But yeah, it's been a slow morning, old man chicken legs. I don't know why we're only getting one waypoint at a time here. Old man, for $29.99 super chat, you can pick a lure and a speed for 1 hour. That is right. Carl is running our Pimp That Rod special. You can rent one of Rod's rods for 1 hour. If you think you know how to do it and can catch us a fish, put your money where your mouth is. Drop a super chat with $29.99. I will let you pick a rod. I will let you pick a speed, a depth, a lure. Show us everything we're doing wrong. Wiggles Factor sent a gold coin. What's up, Wiggles? Welcome, welcome. That could be taken so wrong, Carl. Absolutely. It is rod approved. All right, we're going head on with a kayaker here. I feel like a dick. We're gonna bump over. All right, the motor hasn't been started in a little while. She's not happy. Hey, from Twin Falls, Idaho. How are you and Mia doing today? Doing awesome, William. How you doing, my friend? Welcome, welcome. Cam HDS, it's not pimping with consent. Now you just an escort rod. Do kayaks count for the fish count? They might. They might. I think we might be coming across another tree here. Is that a tree? That looks like another tree. Alright, we're putting back on our trolling motor now that we've gone around the kayaker. My sister-in-law shot my brother in the foot on accident. Took off running 223. They had to do reconstructive. Oh yeah, God. Oh, a lot of bone, especially if you hit a bone, you just shit shatters inside, turn you into hamburger. All right, we're bumping ourselves up to 1.7 miles an hour. Let's speed things up a little bit. Got a good mark at 30 foot. Looks like the basin is pretty much cleared out. I see one boat fishing, one boat speeding, 3 boats headed towards the dock. Get my morning attitude adjustment gummies and then yard work. Wish I was fishing. Oh yeah, we've had torrential downpour here the last few days. I've been dying to get out. We finally got a nice day today to be on the boat, and the bite is not been great so far. So we're moving around. We're bumping to a different spot on the reservoir here. But we're having fun out here. Weather's been gorgeous. We finally got a little bit of a breeze. It is a little chilly. Still below 70 degrees out here. Where do I get me a hood ornament like that? Anyways. But we're coming off of kind of a flat, muddy point right here. Usually some decent marks around this area. Whoa. All right, everybody, hang on. Everybody grab on. You planning on going after kokanee all day, or do you plan on switching to other species at some point? Lee, so we did about 15 minutes ago or so throw out Ed's yellow rod. That's, again, targeting more towards the rainbow trout. So we have, I think we're touching bottom here. So we do have one rod. We've taken one of our kokanee rods out and replaced it with a rainbow rod. We might still get bit by kokanee on it, but we're 10, 12 foot high in the water column now instead of 25. There's some nice marks. Look at those down at 50 foot. Those could be some kokanee. Infused fish whistle. What's up, Willie? No, we haven't caught anything yet. We've had one bite. We've just switched up our outside rod to a more rainbow trout presentation. And we're switching locations now as well. So we basically have one kokanee rod down, one rainbow rod down. Which technically are both northern pike rods because they'll bite at anything. I have caught walleye off of these same presentations as well. So those are always an option. See, now what we're seeing, this looks more like trout in the 20 to 40 foot range. Of course, now that we bring our presentation up. Ever use bandits for walleye? Wormy, yeah, I have Bandit 100, 200, and 300 series. I have bandit walleye deeps. I have bandit shad something or others. I've had better luck with pike on them than I have walleye, but I have caught a couple of walleye off of bandits. All right, we're gonna drop this rod back down. All right, good to go. Wave at the camera, Mia. Metaglass man, I don't think you could catch your ass from a hole in the ground. Definitely not, Meta. But it's all right. I talked to your mom and she said she'd teach me. You ever use bandits? I read that. People that are losers that sit around and watch people fish. It's pretty sad. It's pretty fucking sad. It's almost as sad as the guys that then come into those rooms and fail troll them. That's just a little bit sadder, Metaglass man. But let your mom know that I'll give her a call later, alright? Love bandits for walleye. They work great in my area. Which ones, Lake Erie Lee? Which bandit series and size are you running? What kind of fish finder are you using? William Lucy, we are running the HDS 10 Pro, networked with our Lowrance Recon trolling motor. And we do also run a second graph networked in. It's my older Lowrance Elite FS9. But what's displayed up on the screen right now is the HDS 10 Pro from Lowrance. I picked this up earlier this year with the Lowrance Recon. They've been an excellent pair. Only thing Meta's mom taught me was what a dead beaver actually looks like. Oh, SoCal. Man. What's with all the trolls today? I'm getting low on juice boxes and crayons, right? It's alright, we'll ask Meta's mom to pick some up on the way over. She's probably got a whole bunch. She's used to his bullshit. Nice Cirrus finder. Yeah, it's one of the, I mean, it's one of the better graphs that's on the market. For as much as I'm out here fishing and as much as I love tech, I opted to spend a little bit more this time around and get a nicer unit. It comes with a nice a 3-in-1 HD transducer. So you get the extra, the mid band frequencies, mid chirp. Robert, no, we have not had anything yet. We did just switch to a little bit shallower, and we're fishing kind of the southern end of the basin along these muddy walls here. In the past, I've had decent luck with kokanee and trout over here. We've been mostly targeting the kokanee today, then they're just, we can't get them to bite. So we switched one of our rods over a little higher in the water column to try and maybe pull out some of these trout that are in here. But I think I'm actually going to drop this guy down just a little bit further. It's looking like we got a fairly thick haze at the top of the water column, and I think a lot of that is the algal bloom. And a lot of the fish that we're seeing marking are right below that bloom. My wife loves crayons, being a Marine and all. Deep diver or shallow. But like the bandit, like the 100 or 300 series, the little shad style crankbaits, or are you talking about the walleye deep? Do the signals of each one ever interrupt each other? William Lucy, no. So we're only using one transducer. but we have them networked together, so both graph units use I can configure it to either use the transducer from our trolling motor up front or the or the transducer at the back of the boat. So we're 16 foot apart on our transducers, and no, they don't. I haven't seen any interference between them. And yeah, some really good marks here. We got some stuff all the way down 60, 70 foot. Again, we're seeing that band of fuzzy that kind of stops at 25 foot or so. The bandit walleye divers. Okay, Lake Erie, I missed that part. Oh. Something was just going on there. I don't know if we tangled lines, or hopefully we didn't tangle lines. We did. We tangled lines. God damn it. How did I do that? Okay, good. Not on the lead. We're just right around. The hell? Oops. God damn it. Got to bump around another boat here. Yeah, it's a nice screen. Thanks, William. Multiple transducers don't interfere. They can if they're placed too closely to each other. Heard drag screaming like that. It was a big old 200-pound tuna. Man, no, that was just our 4-ounce weight dropping down. Looks like all these boats over here drifting and jigging. this guy's got 2 forward-facing sonar units on his boat. One on each side of the boat. One in the bow on the port and one in the stern. Starboard side. How many forward-facing sonars is too many forward-facing sonars for a 16-foot boat? Those guys got forward-facing sonar over there too. Everybody in their damn forward-facing sonars. Signs of life down there. Yeah, we're marking some decent fish over here. Definitely more than what we've been seeing most everywhere else we've been today. Good fish. That's a good solid mark at 55, 60 foot. Surprised by all the boats fishing. Was there a tournament today? No, we've had 3-4 days of just crappy weather, and I think everybody's been jonesing to get out. So not only is it nice today, but it's the first nice day in a while, and it's a Saturday, so everybody and their brothers out here. This isn't nearly as bad as it was. Whoa! Fish on! Oh! Oh, we got a fish! Fish on, guys! Oh, I didn't have my clicker set. I think we're still on here. We didn't get to hear the drag scream. It's 10 grand it is, yes. Oh, is he off? He's either running at us or he's off. No, he's there. We still got a fish, guys. Oh, did he just... I think he just came off. I think we just lost him. We just lost him. Shit. Well... that only took way too long, but we lost it anyway. Alright, but that gives us hope. I think it was just a smaller rainbow, but hey, it was a fish. We're going to throw her back out there. I'm going to set my drag a little bit tighter next time. Alright, we're tangling everything up here. It's awesome. There we go. You got to yank that. No, you don't set the hook on a trout. At least you had a little action. Yes, yes. Seems like your adjustment finally got on him, though. Yeah, again, that's like I've been saying, though. Normally, the trout will bite much more frequently and readily. You just got to fish higher in the water column for them. But I did put it down a little bit deeper than what we had initially run it at. Trying to get it down closer to that break in the haze. Alright, got the clicker on this time. Alright, now let's hear some drag scream. Let's do that again, y'all. We got this. Not when trolling. If you yank, you rip the lips off. Yes. Yeah, there's most of the time when you're trolling, your drag tension and your speed are more than enough for the fish to set the hook on itself. My drag was set a little bit low there, so it did not get the greatest hook set on itself. Much better now. We will get the next one, y'all. I bet you'd like forward-facing sonar. You're a tech guy, but you won't be able to read comments as much. Yeah, David, I would if I got it, I would take the forward-facing sonar and pointed out the back so we could all watch on the screen together. But that's another few grand that I don't have right now. Good God, look at those marks down at 60 to 70 foot. There's some monsters, some good ones at 30 foot too. All right, give me just a moment, guys. We got to go check the water levels. I will be right back in just a moment. All right, water levels were a little low. We topped her off. Having some luck, Rod. We just had our first bite in frickin' 6 hours just a couple of minutes ago. We lost it at the back of the boat, but that was about 20 foot of line out still, and we lost it. Big marks, yes. We've been marking some decent fish out here. Familiar with that? I usually just say I'm filling up the lake. Yep. True game changer with forward facing sonar is fish around, then cast and put lures right on them. Yeah, I mean that's the purpose of it. I'd just be more interested because I don't. I might, if I had it, stop and cast and jig more, but yeah, when I'm streaming, primarily we troll so I can be more attentive to the chat. Was it a kokanee or did you not see it? It wasn't close enough. It didn't surface. It felt like probably a trout. Normally the kokanee, they're pretty hard to mistake for anything else. Within 10-15 seconds of having a fish on the line, you have a pretty good idea whether it's a kokanee or not. And that one felt more like a trout. No matter how much I try, I still can't change the water level at my lake. Stupid water get lower. You're not trying hard enough. Do the do. Lots of it. Alright, we're gonna... Alright, so I set our band a little bit deeper, 75 to 80 foot. We're going to get in this band, turned on to the direction we want to troll, and then we will get our autopilot engaged and our outboard off. Good marks. 25, 30 foot, all the way down, 60, 65 foot. Good marks. And I think that last hit was at about 1.5 miles. David, my lake is at 12% capacity. Good lord. That's so low. At least you had some action. Yeah, we had a real slow morning. We had one bite 10 minutes into the stream and 6 hours of nothing. And then one more bite. But we're finding some good marks now. We're definitely seeing some better fish over in this section of the reservoir than we have pretty much anywhere else we've been today. All right, one more. I wasn't ready that time. I'm ready now, I promise. Good marks at 40 foot. Ed's rig or Ed's rig 2.0. The one that we just got bit off of is Ed's. But again, we're running much higher in the water column than we have been all day. If we'd been running 10, 15 foot in the water column, we'd probably been bit all morning. But that's generally not where you're going to catch the kokanee this time of the year. They're usually going to be these deeper marks that we're seeing are more than likely the kokanee. Those 50 foot, 70 foot. Letting out a little bit more line here. Actively casting yesterday, 3.5 hour, caught 3 crappie in 15 minutes. The nightcrawler after that was a small largemouth. Get them! We're trying, gold miner. We just had our first bite in hours a little bit ago. 10 minutes or so. But we're marking some good fish over here. I think we have a pretty good likelihood of hooking up here. Even if it's not the kokanee, we should probably be able to catch some trout. And let's dip the net. I've been told if you don't dip the net, you ain't gonna catch nothing. So we have officially dipped the net. We'll get rid of that problem right there. Gainesville, Georgia, 97. Whew. 36% chance of rain, max wind 5. It's not very much wind, decent wind, but very hot. That is way too hot. Not enough wind for that hot. What's for bait? Jose, we are running on our outside rod. We're just running three colors of lead core line out with a hand-tied worm harness rig from Ed the Mailman. It's called a black leech spinner, and it's tipped with a nightcrawler. On the back rod, we are running 3 colors of lead line out, a 4-ounce snap weight, and a Dodger with a worm harness behind it. And that one's tipped with live nightcrawler. Hey Josie, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. How you doing? Jaws, welcome to the stream. How are you today, Jaws? Come on, fishy. So all morning we've been fishing for kokanee. We've been fishing anywhere from 25 to 50 foot depth. The yellow rod here we just put out a little while ago, fishing much higher in the water column, 10 to 15 foot depth. Which again is going to probably attract more of a trout bite than a kokanee bite, but at this point we just need to catch a damn fish. But welcome those just joining. We're out here at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir today, fishing for kokanee, trout, pike, walleye, perch, whatever the hell wants to bite. We've been primarily focusing on the kokanee this morning, but there's a wide variety of different things that we might pull out of here. The bite's been real slow. We have just stumbled across a few more fish over here in the basin area, closer to the shore. So we're going to run this depth for a little bit here. See if we can pull something out. Jaws, only a couple of bites. We have not put anything in the boat yet. We've lost both of the fish we've hooked up on so far today. But we're going to go ahead and blow the fish whistle here and see if we can call in the next fish. One of the biggest hits I've ever had at this water body came right up where we're about to pass over. I did get bit off on that one. Pretty sure it was a fat pike. Best of luck today. Thank you, Jaws. We need it. Big mark at the bottom there, 70 foot. We got a chonker down there. Another good mark at 30 foot too. Let's I'm gonna hold this rod for a little bit, see if we can impart a little bit of special juju action here. Maybe we can get bit. Again, not doing anything special, just let her back a little bit. Give a couple of jerks on it. All you're doing is just trying to impart some randomness into your presentation that's down there. Fish will often follow for a long time, just watching. They wait for it to do something besides what they see it doing. So oftentimes just messing with it a little bit. Letting a little bit of line out, reeling a little bit of line in can be just enough to entice a bite when they're not wanting to eat what they're stalking. Hope you can get one soon. Thank you, Josie. Oh, I hope you can get out, so you're talking to Clippin. I guess I should read whole sentences, huh? Salamander. Welcome back, Tim Dow. Welcome. We need a fish for Tim. Next fish is Tim's fish. What do y'all think Tim's fish is gonna be? A rainbow, a kokanee, a pike? I feel Tim's fish is coming. One more yank, and then I'm gonna set her down and see. There we go. You've been... It's your time, Yellow Rod. Let's see it. Get one soon. I'll whistle for you. Thank you, Josie. Thank you. I feel like we're gonna get into them here soon. I think we need to, we're gonna get down in front of the basin here a little bit, and then I think I'm gonna turn back around. This rocky point we're coming up on right about EA, where the crosshatch is. Right in here is where one of the biggest bites I've ever had came from. Sitting right off of this cliff here. So we're gonna bump on by my spot up here. See if the Loch Ness Monster is home. Oh, here we go again. Tim Dow with 10 want to see my rod gifted memberships. Let's go, Tim Dow. You are awesome. Thank you again for your continued support of the channel. It does go a long ways to help pay for the Starlink Mini and other operating costs. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Glad you're enjoying the stream. We got Haas is the boss, Zonda, Derek, PM me your nachos, yeah crazy, Andrew, Big Jed, Cubs, Honor, Cali Kid, Win, and Welkin. Congratulations for your 1 month free in the Rod Squad. Tim always being generous. Absolutely, Lee. Not meant for me. What a goat he is, crazy. Bill Thompson, W for Tim. That's right. Hey, the gold miner. All right, Tim's fish coming very, very soon. I enjoy everyone enjoying the enjoyable stream. We try to have a good time here, Tim. We're trying to get some damn fish in the boat. That would make it an even better time, but even without the fish, we're having a good time. Another day on the water, enjoying the beautiful Montana scenery. Broadcasting from the middle of damn nowhere from Starlink Mini. We're having a good time out here. I love fishing water bodies like this where there is the potential for true record book size fish. The state record walleye comes out of here. Very near or bigger kokanee come out of here than the state record. Some itty bitty just jumped out of the water over there. I think that might have been a perch. Oh, something just surfaced there too. That didn't look like a perch. That looked more like a pike. We might have a fat pike over here chasing some perch. We might need to bust out the perch crank. Good fish at 50, 60 foot. That is a giant bee. I will punch you. I swear to God. Get out of my boat, bro. Out of all the places this giant ass bee could land, it comes and lands on my anchor bucket next to my Mountain Dew. I don't know, man. We're gonna have gonna have to have a little chat here, I think, with... Ah, damn it! Get the hell out of here. I will fight you. I thought he was still on the bucket. He was swarming. I think we have scared away our wasp friend, whatever the hell that thing was. Whew. Getting hungry, need fish to eat, I know. Put him on your hook. If we would have hit her with the Anal Probe 3000 fish beater, we would have, that would have been potential for the hook. All right, look at those marks, y'all. 30, 35 foot, and 50 foot. All day we've been seeing those two bands of fish. And all day, none of them want to bite. All right. Making sure we're not dragging her on bullshit. Feels good. Good marks there. My lord. Hooks are sneaky. Hit him with the dildo. We tried. It was self-defense, I swear. Y'all saw him come at me. I was just defending myself. Earned my 400 pounder. Did you try to hit it with Rod's rod? We did, Spot Snatcher. He landed on my anchor bucket that is also my Mountain Dew throne. And I had to pull out Rod's rod. We were going to give it to him. And then while I was explaining what was about to happen, because he was trespassing, he came at me. He got one good look at Rod's rod and turned right back around and went away. So we're good. Makes me want to go fishing right now. It does. All right, we are gonna have to. All right, that's getting real shallow real quick. We're coming over the mound here. Look at those fish that hang out on this damn thing, though. Those are good marks right on the bottom. I bet you those are walleye right there. Those look like walleye. What do y'all think? Think that's walleye down there? Walleye or burbot? Those could be burbot, too. I think they're walleye, though. All right, we're coming right up on this blue dot here that you see with the X or the hash in it is where we hooked up this morning. So we're coming right back up on real close to our dam buoys. We might be coming a little close to the dam buoys now that I... We're gonna disengage the auto troll and not crash into the dam here. That would probably be a good idea. Might be piranhas after that kid caught the line. So the yellowish lines are fish. Yeah, when you see the multicolor swoops like that, those are almost always going to be good solid marks of fish. So like right down there, that multicolored, the yellow, the red, the orange at 60 foot, that's almost certainly a fish. And again, so we got a bunch of marks at 20, 25 foot, some at 50 foot, some at 60 foot. Those are all those big swoops you see are definitely fish.
Detected in the side yard.
Again, we're fishing right along the dam basin here, right along the caution buoys. There usually are quite a few good fish school down here by these spillways. Sometimes you'll get bit down here, sometimes they just tease you. A lot of fish now. Yeah, they tend to get all bunched up here in front of the spillway. Lonely Rock or look for shoals. Pancake Bottom. Yes, there's a flat, a big deep bot. This is one of the deepest parts of the reservoir right here in the dam basin. And there's not a lot of structure down there. We're gonna go up. There's a hump over here, kind of towards our southwest, but it looks like up, to the right. We're gonna head over this hump here, see if it's holding anything. Love the split screen. Yeah, I think it adds a little, I guess it's not a hump, it's a depression. We got a little hole up here we're coming over. I know there's a hump out here somewhere. Mike just went to phone. All right, thank you, SoCal. Let me fix that. All right, testes. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Tap, tap, tap. Give me a thumbs up in chat if you can hear the tappies on the mic. No more wind noise. What's up, Alex McLean? Welcome to the stream. Need some damn jokes? We need some damn fish is what we need. I don't care about the jokes. Something fat. Fat and silvery, fat and toothy, I don't care. Just something fat, bite our lines. Good now. Thank you, Ted. We good. Thumbs up. Alright, cool. Water slap will put me to sleep. Just when they say vegetables don't have phones and onion rings. There you go. Jaws has jokes. Hey Zachariah, welcome to the stream. We're out here in central Montana at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir, fishing just above the dam here, looking for some dam kokanee in the dam. We're not getting bit though. I think it's time to... do I want to turn back around, or do I want to go through this other area over here? Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. If you haven't done so already, double tap that screen. It does help the channel out a lot. We will hopefully get a fish here sometime. We've had 2 contenders so far today, but neither of them wanted to commit. We got fish with commitment issues here today. We're planning on doing catch and release today, anything except for kokanee. If we catch some kokanee salmon, they are going to go in the cooler, and then they are going to go in Ed's smoker, and then I'm going to eat them. But we need to get the kokanee first. That's it, I'm grabbing a beer. All right, Jaws, we'll be here. Here, fishy, fishy. Yeah, we're not getting much today. So these guys got a boat launch over here with a little goat trail going up the side of the mountain. I don't think I'd want to try and drive a boat trailer up and down that switchback. That doesn't look very fun. There don't look to be anywhere to turn around there either, so I definitely don't think I'd be backing a boat down that. How many deer did you see this morning? Josie, no deer this morning, actually. I did see a couple of fuzzy creatures, some eyeballs scurrying across the road, but way too small to be deer. One of the few times I've been to Holter this year, probably the only time I've been to Holter this year, that I didn't see either deer or elk. Out too far? Yeah, I think we're gonna curve around here. Swing back the other direction. Trying to make sure I'm not crossing lines there. Delicious cherry cider. That does sound good. No going. He hasn't caught fish yet. Nope, nothing yet. Oh, the original fast food. Yeah. Yeah, no, we've had a couple of solid hookups so far today, but nothing in the boat yet. I feel like that is soon going to change, though. We're going to keep at it here. We're going to get something in the boat here. We need to get back over on that south wall. That's where we were marking everything. We'll take the long way around, but I think once we get back to that south wall, we'll do some patterns along it. I feel like that's where we're going to catch something. We might get lucky and get something on the way, though. Slippery customers, yes. They are not being ultra cooperative today. No, we haven't done any jigging yet today. We haven't, there have been a couple of spots we've come across that had a decent amount of fish. But no jigging so far. We've been out here trolling for kokanee. Alright, we're back on contour trolling again. That should give us a little more randomness to our movement. Lift and fall technique. Fishing has been really tough here. Dog days suck. Yeah. Well, we've had a stormy, rainy weather for the last like 3-4 days, so a really high pressure system. And we're still kind of at the peak of that high. It's supposed to start coming down today and tomorrow, so fishing will probably improve over the next couple of days. But yeah, today's been rough. I wanted to go to Pishkin. I bet the pike bite would have been freaking great today. But again, with that rain comes mud, and there's 19 miles of dirt road from Shoto to Pishkin, and it would have been just a sloppy, muddy mess, I'm sure. Let's go and not catch any fish on a different part of the lake. Well, the best fish we've marked all day, this bank you can see in the background over there, along there is I think where we've seen the best fish so far today. So we're gonna swoop around this little cove and come back down that. And that is where we got bit over there as well. Marking some decent fish here, 40, 50, 60 foot. Looks like a great mark now. Yeah, there's a few good ones there, it looks like. We're headed back down towards the dam basin by the buoys. Again, we're going to follow that same shoreline that we just came up. We're going to go back down it again. We were marking some good fish in here. We did have one bite. Get some soon. Yes, 2 rods. Yeah, we have the side rod is out, just 3 colors of lead and a black leech spinner worm harness. The down rod out the back is out 3 colors plus 4 ounces of lead with a dodger and a worm harness rig on the end of it. So we're running similar presentations, but you know, 12 to 15 foot versus 40 to 50 foot. That is true, James. He's never fishing, he's always catching. Some days are better than others. We're having fun out here, though. Our plan for today was to target primarily the kokanee, and the kokanee bite is usually in the morning and in the evenings. You can catch them throughout the day, but the bite usually isn't as great for them. So we have switched one of the rods over to running higher in the water column. We're targeting the rainbow trout. But we may pull anything out of here at this point. You never know. That's the thing about fishing in multi-species water bodies is you can run gear, you know, more towards one species or another, but truly you never know what's going to end up on the end of your line. I enjoy watching your lives, Rod. Well, I'm glad you do, Clippin. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Fish everywhere. Yeah, there's some really good marks in here. Again, down by the basin here, right by the buoys, tends to always have a lot of fish. Whether they will bite or not is an entirely different matter. Any beavers in this lake, JV Joe? There probably are. Probably. I know I've seen muskrat in here. I don't know offhand if I recall seeing a beaver, but I'm sure there probably are some. My guess would be is they're probably more up in the river section of the reservoir. I'm always fishing. Maybe I should switch to smaller baits and start catching. SoCal, some days in some water bodies, that does seem to be the key. Sometimes the fish are pretty finicky. Other days they're just not. And it don't matter what you throw down there, they will bite. Alright, we're coming up on where we had our first bite this morning, 10 minutes into the stream. Go gadget fish. Or not. It's worth a shot. Water's a little rough today. Yeah, a little bit of bob. It was a dead calm for the first 5-6 hours this morning. Wind did pick up a little bit. There's some fish. Going around this giant peak. Trying to, so we don't get snagged up. Good marks. There's a whole bunch of shit living on this little mountain under here. Right on that rise, yes. Look at all those fish. That'd be a spot to come back to and jig. If you could get parked up on it. What's with the large orange floats? What large orange floats? Oh, those are the buoys. Those are marker buoys. You're not allowed to cross over them. There's the dam, the spillway. There's a 100-foot drop off right behind the buoys, which is the dam. Why not vertical fishing? Andreas, so we normally troll primarily on the live streams. It's harder to spot lock and jig and pay attention to chat. Trolling also allows us to more effectively troll cover ground, as well as put multiple different presentations out there. What's up, IRAP? That's for a spot for a vertical drop. Yeah, one of those fish has to be hungry. High 82, low of 49, chance of rain 57, max wind 11.4. Over a 50% chance of rain. I don't like the sounds of that. Where are you going, trolling motor? What's up? It's me. Hey, Lisa Faye. That bottom looks interesting. Ah, damn it. Now I got another boat in front of us. Lisa Faye, we've had 2 bites, nothing in the boat so far though. It's been a slow bite so far today. We just within the last 30-45 minutes have come back into this basin area and have been marking a lot more fish. So hopefully we can get into them. How's that look on down scan? There's a 2D sonar. Trying to pass these guys. I missed you, Critter Killer. How's that look on down scan? Yeah, that's the 2D sonar. There's the down scan. Let's throw on our there, you guys can see the 2D sonar, the down scan, and the side scan. But I can't do that for long because it kills my my autopilot needs the graph on screen in order to function. Come on. Hurry up. Figure out where we're at. Yeah, it's different color palettes. I think it's probably why it looks different. All right, so we're back on our depth follow. We're set to 75 to 80 foot bottom. We're doing about 1.6, 1.7 miles an hour. There's still fish I want to catch there. Thailand, 30 days in January. Work, saving pennies. Heck yeah, it's me. I can't take your pole, don't have salmon in Minnesota. There's no salmon at all there, Rick Miller? We have, I think, 3 different species of salmon here in Montana. We have Kokanee, which is what we're after here today. Coho and Chinook. Sounds awesome. I want to see fish pictures again. Come on, go, damn it. Fish, let's do this. Mine is set so I can see rocks versus brush in detail. You can here, there's just nothing down there. It's a very plain bottom. right here. You on the fish now? There's no fish here. Yeah, once we come around this curve here is where we were marking a whole bunch last round through. We're marking a few here and there, just no big groups so far. Alright, we're gonna reset our rods here. I think we might have crossed over. Trying to run these rods on the same side of the boat so you guys can see them. But we're running them really similar distance out. And we keep crossing over here. All right, we set that one way shallower than what we have been running it. We're gonna run a little test here. Gotta head out. Thanks for having me along. All right, Corky, thanks for stopping through, buddy. We'll catch you. We'll be here till sundown probably. So if you get bored, swing back on through. So for my lake, we have rocks, brush, trees, and all of them on top of each other. Rocks with trees growing out of them. Yeah, you have a lot crazier bottoms, it looks like, at the water bodies you fish. Yeah, see, I need to readjust this camera. I need to bump it down like 6-8 inches and then tilt it up so you guys get more of the constant skyline rather than when I sit down and the camera follows me to cut all that off. It's the reason I call my lake Snake City, yeah. So that's where if you were trolling around, something like just the worm harness rigs, you can run it in the top, 5 foot of the water column and still get bit. And that'll float you over most of that bullshit that you're snagging into when you're trying to run, deeper cranks and stuff like that. Tried those underwater cameras that sit behind your lures. Jaws, yeah, I run, if you check out the shorts on my channel, I have a lot of water wolf lure camera footage. We haven't run them yet today, but I do have two of them. They're the water wolf 2K Wi-Fi. They're pretty decent. A lot of the water bodies that I tend to fish around here have pretty common algal blooms. So you get kind of a green haze in a lot of the videos, but it's cool. It's cool as hell getting to see stuff follow and bite at your rigs. Tough casting cranks. They're let alone trolling them. Yeah. Alright, so we should be coming back into more of where we've been marking, or we did mark fish the last pass through. There we go. Look at all of these marks. There's some fish. Oh! Fish on, fish on! Oh! Fish off? You guys saw that, right? I wasn't hallucinating. I swear that was a fish. Did Ed's lure just let go again? It did. Man. On and off. Fish on, fish off. But I just bumped our speed down a little bit. 1.5 miles an hour. Shoot! Well, there's hit number 3, miss number 3. So close, I know. The drag was a little tight. Some of the trout that are in here, the average that I catch out of here is like 16 to 18 inches. They do quite commonly get above 20 inches. But a lot of what you catch are the smaller ones, and they're just spicy. They don't stay on a hook real good on most days. But that was a good sign. That's the second bite we've had just in this general vicinity. The last pass we came right through here, we had a bite as well. So hopefully that was not a one and done. Definitely got smacked, yeah. Alright, our drag should be good. God damn it. Why is it every time I get a bite, it's when the drag ain't right? Maybe worth going back through that pile of fish again. Yeah, so Cal, we will, if you watch on the graph here, this whole little bay here the last time we came through was marking like this. So we'll keep going down, and we'll, at the tip of this next point, we'll probably spin back around and make a pattern back up. We'll just do along this clay bank here. It's one of the most productive when I fish the basin here. This is oftentimes where I end up. Not only does it protect me from the wind on most days, which today it's really not because the wind's blowing from the north right now, not the south. But it's also, fish tend to congregate here because they also get out of the wind-blown current hanging up in here. I'm gonna drop this down just a little bit. All right. Starting a pot of red beans and rice with smoked sausage. That sounds good, Spot. That's okay. You see all this shit? They're all over down in here. That whole 30 to 50 foot band is just packed with fish. Not a lot of big stuff in there. That looks more like trout and perch. I don't know, that mark that just came up, that one looks better. Might be a pike or something. Swimming through there gobbling. Come on, 3 bites and not a single fish. We are, if we were playing baseball, we'd be out. Good fish, good fish. Come on. We cannot go through these fish and not get bit. What is that? 174 thumbs up. Let's go. We are closing in on 200. Thank y'all for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. If you have not done so already, double tap that screen, give a thumbs up. It costs you nothing and it does really help the channel. Look at that. That's a big fish. Yeah, there's some chonkers in there that look like they're chasing some of these smaller fish. How's it going? What's up, El Dabo? How you doing, buddy? Dang, we got 380 votes. I haven't read this yet. What's your favorite rigging for salmon? Cut plug, 8%. Nobody, no love for the cut plug. Spoon, 27%. Okay. Dodger spinner, Dodger spinner or Dodger hoochie, 18%. 48%. An overwhelming said, I have no fucking idea. That's awesome. We're right there with you. We're right there with you. Some days, who knows? Spoons. Spoons are the top vote. I've been in this stream, still 0 fish. I would have left already or pulled weighted treble hook. Gone fishing for life. You can go fishing somewhere else, buddy. We're out here having fun. There's a whole bunch of fishing channels on YouTube. If you're not enjoying yourself, you can swipe, buddy. Spoon is the way to go for me. Yeah, I've caught a few trout, kokanee off of spoons here. Spinner rig, spinner or Dodger hoochie has been my most productive. Thanks for the gift, whoever gave it. Haas is the boss. That would be Tim Dow, our channel sponsor, hopping in here, dropping some bombs, giving away some memberships. So the next time you see Tim Dow, you can thank him. K-Hod, we are still rocking the big old goose egg. We've been bit 3 times now. We just cannot convert. Tim Dow who dropped? Yes, it was SoCal. I always enjoy Casey's streams, fish or no fish. Well, thank you, Dave. Glad you enjoy yourself. We're trying real hard to put something in the damn boat here. Some days they're just a little more finicky than others. But again, we have been bit 3 times, so they're down there. They're biting. We're just got to run a few passes over them. We've gotten 2 bites right in this general vicinity, right where we're at. And we are marking a decent amount of fish here. Been in and out since you started, but not feeling good today, so keep falling asleep. Well, get some rest, Haas. It's today's the day to do it. Lazy day weekends. I could take a nap too. Somebody wake me up when there's a damn fish on the end of the line here. I do feel like we should probably change something up with our our Dodger spinner back there. We gotta try something different back there. Some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug. That ain't the truth. We're out. Good luck. All right, Whiskey Fish. Y'all have a good one. We'll be out here slaving away, trying to catch that damn kokanee. They're in here somewhere. Hope you guys had a fun day on the water, Whiskey. It was good to see you on the water. Thanks for saying hi. Scenery's making up for it today. Yeah, I keep scooting down. We need to. I don't have my my socket set on the boat. It's out in the truck. I need to bump down this hose clamp. For next stream, I'm gonna try and have our camera adjusted a little bit so it sits pointed a little higher, so you guys can keep a better view of the horizon, which I think is a lot of the beauty. After kokanee, yes, we've been trying to catch a damn kokanee all morning. We've had 3 bites on the line. I suspect at least 2 of them were rainbows. But been a slow day so far. The water it's really cleared out. I don't think people were catching much anything. Otherwise, they typically stick around. I know a few boats we did see catching some rainbows, but they've not been a real solid bite so far today. I like the new profile pic, El Dabo. El Dabo's been dumping some content, y'all. If you haven't checked out his channel yet, go hop over to El Dabo's El-Dabo 306. He's been posting some real nice walleyes and pike that he's been catching. I think he's still crawling towards that first 50 subs. I don't know if he's gonna do some live streams or not. I think El Dabo definitely should. So if you haven't checked him out yet, do me a favor, hop over to El Dabo's profile. Give him a like, give him a follow, watch some of his shorts. He's brand new to making content, but he's out there. He catches some beautiful fish. There's a beast at 65. Yeah, look at that mark down there. There's another one coming up at 65 or so too. I'm gonna pull this guy in and make sure. We probably don't have a damn worm on here anymore, now that I think about it. Let's do a quick bait check. she's a bit dangly though. Let's fix it. Not a proper presentation. She's getting a little mangled here. He's definitely getting beat up by these bites. Alright, so there's our black leech crawler. Whoa, fish on, fish on! He's still there? Don't go away, come on! I can't take 4 missed bites. Are you serious right now? Ah! Why? Alright, we're getting bit. That's all we're doing is getting bit. I don't know if you guys saw that one or not. I was probably standing in the damn way. But our deeper rig there just finally got bit. Wasn't a great bite, but it was a bite. We are cursed today. Ed called it. He came in here earlier and said that I'm not allowed to catch fish when he's not on the boat, which is kind of some horse shit if you ask me. But I think we've officially have the Ed the mailman's curse upon the boat. Tighten the drag. The drag is fairly tight on that. That's why it was barely pulling. I didn't even pull it out of the pole holder. It was gone before I got to it. Need a little more pressure on the hook. I don't know that. I'll check it here in a minute, but I think it's fairly tight there, K-Hod. Yeah, that's plenty of drag for both trout and kokanee. Again, that's why there was more of a rapid jerk rather than a bzzz. It's because the drag is tighter on it. Why does Ed get to make the rules? That's what I'm saying, Spot. I don't know, man. Time to wave your fist in the air and yell, darn you. We did, K-Hod. We pulled one of these darn you fish already. Well, that's 2 bites in the same pass, so we're in some fish. We had 1 on the way over, and we've had 2 on the pass back. We're coming up on this point up here now where I will probably flip around. But this point right up here is where most of the kokanee that I've caught out of Holter came right off of this point. What lure did it bite on? That one bit on the Dodger and my version of Ed's black leech spinner. A little bit bigger, a Colorado blade instead of Indiana blade. But the same basic components. The pink salmon bead, the black hematite, a gold bead, and the spinner. That one I probably should pull in. That one was tipped with a real nightcrawler. They probably just stole our bait and swam off. It's more than likely what just happened there. Damn, I'm out of tricks then. Me too, me too. But yeah, that was our first bite on the Dodger spinner combo. The other hits have been on just the plain spinner without the Dodger and running much higher in the water column. May need to give something from the boat to the lake as a gift. Man, this basin already owns one of my trolling rods. the northern, or excuse me, the southern basin owns a second one of my trolling rods. I have gifted generously to this water body in gear over the last 2 seasons. There's a tree over here that holds not one but 2 of my brand new flashers that I bought last year. So I don't think we'll be intentionally donating anything else to Holter Lake anytime soon. She takes what she requires when she requires it. Holter Lake is the whole reason we have leashes on our rods. Alright, we're coming across a whole bunch of fish here. Again, this point that we're coming up on historically is where most of my Kokanee salmon have come out of. Right on or around this point coming up. Doesn't work, otherwise my home lake would have given me a world record by now. It still requires that you achieve high score. Somebody else is still in the running, SoCal. Taxman gets his due, right? Redacted. Yeah, we dumped right along that clay wall you can see in the background. I think our last stream last year we did from here, Christmas stream, I think. And it was towards the tail end of the day, and I was explaining to chat that I had been really lucky all year long and how grateful I had felt that I hadn't really lost any major gear. No poles, no nothing. And like 10 minutes later, we deep sixed a frickin' $200 rod and reel over the side of the boat. Like, God damn it. Over a, 80, 100-foot bottom basin over there. And then one of our first streams back here this year, we did the same damn thing on the down by Split Rock, down by the cabins. Walleye on the bottom. A lot of that, yes, is I suspect is probably walleye, Lake Erie Lee. This 30 to 40 foot band there, I highly suspect that is Kokanee, that we're running through a school of Kokanee right now. You can see how consistently sized they are. That they're carrying over, a whole screen worth rather than just a couple. This is what I typically see when I see schools or pods of Kokanee. Probably a tad deep for walleye. I don't know. They ooh, we just had something surface. I heard it, I didn't see it. I've heard of people jigging walleye pretty deep off the bottom here. Could be burbot too, though. Burbot, sucker, whitefish maybe. Walleye in 60-80 foot right now by me. Water temperature's a lot cooler down there. Yeah, we're at 68.2 at the surface right here. It's actually cooled down quite a bit with the rain and cold weather we've had the past week. But yeah, they do, they push down pretty deep sometimes. Alright, we're gonna go out a little bit further here before we turn around. Didn't realize you had burbot there. Yes, it's a really good water body to fish for burbot. It's a very uncommon catch out of here, unless you're fishing at night or fishing during the colder seasons. Most of the burbot that I've seen or heard about coming out of here come out in springtime, wintertime, or late in the fall. Though they're catchable all year long if you can find them and you can find something to put in front of them that they want. It's not like they just stop eating all year. Bryson Williard said hi. What's up, Bryson? I've had rods, reels, rare swim baits, anchors, phones, wet earrings. My pride have all been donated to the fish. And God still hate me? Yeah, some days that's just how it goes. Some years, some lifetimes, I don't know. SoCal same minus a ring, but I'll see your ring and raise you 6 pairs of sunglasses. Let me make sure we still got a worm on here. I hate pulling it up, but I want to check because we got smashed off of it and the worms don't stay on the hooks real well sometimes. Nope, we still got a worm. She's a little beat up, but she's still on there. All right, now I'm gonna. Oh, oops. I'm gonna put just a dab of fire gel on here. Add a little zest here, a little something, something. Keep things interesting. Oh, come on. Come on, you. Oh, Jesus. Why is it that it can get tangled with a single shake, but a single shake just tangles it even more? Should be like those clap on, clap off, the goddamn clapper. Snag on, snag off. But no. Alright, we're just redeploying this. I wanted to make sure we still had a worm on there after our last bite. We do. We're just not getting bit. Alright. Drag is good. Alright, we're coming across the point here, right around it. We're gonna swoop back around here in just a few moments. Northern pike there get to be 70 pounds. Oh yeah, Bryson? I'll be back later, good luck. Thank you, Josie. We'll see you in a bit. Is the hook bent? Ah, hook's good. It's a double hook worm harness on that one. I built that one as a true crawler harness instead of Ed's are set up for just the itty bitty little gulp night crawlers, gulp earthworms. Winter tournaments I run with, motorcycle helmet surprise, not lost yet. How big was it? Tim, we haven't caught a fish yet. We've had 3 bites so far, but nothing in the boat. Drink water? Yes, I just finished my second Mountain Dew. I probably should. I have Gatorade or water. I don't know which I'm going to crack open. Alright, we're gonna start looping back around here. It's a lake that doesn't have muskie in it. 70-pound northern pike. Bunch of fish hanging off that point right there. Maybe we'll convince one of them to come out and play. I'm dragging it right over the damn top of them. On my third cherry ciders. Still believe you're gonna get one? We'll get one eventually. We don't give up too easily around here. Coming into a lot of fish. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them hanging right off this point. SoCal old man told me that I don't. He's telling the truth. Yeah, Bryson, 70 pound pike is like world record size. So, not likely. Come on, trolling motor. Find your path. Look at all these damn fish. All right, we're turned back around. Our autopilot is back on. That hump with the deep drop on one side would have me anchored and dropping jigs like a mad. How long would a 70-pound pike be? Once they start getting up to be 30 pounds plus, it's like, you know, for every inch it's 1.5 to 2 pounds. I don't know, a 70-pound pike would probably be pushing 60 inches. I hate jigging, but would do it. Yeah, there are a couple of spots we've seen here today that would be real good candidates for spot locking and jigging, or trying to, you know, slow drift and jig. I've only got one casting rod here today. Let's get one damn fish in the boat trolling before we start pissing around with jigging. I never catch shit jigging. I have such bad luck jigging. 70-pound pike is pure fantasy. Jaws, yeah, I know. Seeing marks. Joe Appy, yeah, you can see on the screen there. We're marking all sorts of fish down there. Kind of anywhere from that 30 foot to 60 foot is where they've been hanging. Google says 60 to 62 inches. All right, so I was pretty close. Yeah, at that size, I mean, they grow, it's like a pound an inch, you know, I mean, practically. You marking? Yes. Ask those pro walleye fishermen about that. Tungsten is pretty dense. I mean, maybe. Maybe. So what you're saying is, you can get myself a lifetime supply of tungsten jigs if I could catch me a 70-pound pike. Most of my saltwater catches are probably drift jigging, shipwrecks. It's really productive. Okay. Come on, drag scream. It's gonna be you. Counting on you. Downrod. Oh! We just got hit again. God damn it, downrod. That's number 4. Why can we not keep anything on a hook today? Y'all saw that, right? May question Rod if he has 38 inches, though. I just tasked the down rod with getting bit, and Ed's rod just had to tease us there for a minute. True turn? Yes, Justin. Well, this one's got true turn. It's missed 3 bites so far today, and we've missed 1 bite on the down rod back there. Yeah, the true turn hooks are not giving us the love here today. They're biting at it. They're just not setting it. These fish are playing you, right, Jaws? We just need 1 true drag screamer here. 1 in the boat so we can get this show started. We're 2 o'clock. Speaking of which, I gotta swap one of my batteries out here. Hold on, y'all. Time for a Starlink Mini battery change. Somebody type exclamation cam space bow. We'll get give you guys a quick demo of how I swap out my Starlink batteries here. Hooks ain't got no points on them. We will check here in a moment. Miss 4 to catch one the size of 4? I hope so. Alright, there's the bow cam. Y'all are slackers. Alright, so we got our Starlink Mini, which is how we broadcast from middle of nowhere, Montana. And we have our dual battery set up over here. So these are 2 8-amp-hour DeWalt batteries. It's kind of hard to show you, but there's the battery indicator on the bottom here. You can see a 0 there, but 2 over there. So all we have to do is pop this guy out. Pop a new one in. The brain of it down here in the box automatically senses that a new battery's been put in, and it switches back over to the primary slot. So now we're running off of full batteries. That's 5 to 6 hours of streaming time, and then we still have 2 bars left on this one. So when this one fails again, it'll fall back over and start drawing off of here again. So good to go. Easy peasy. We'll give you guys a quick tour of the boat while these fish taunt with us. So there's our Lowrance Recon. She needs a bath real bad. These dirt roads have been doing a number on it. But that's our Uber driver for the day, the Lowrance Recon. There's our new Starlink Mini mount. It's permanent, aluminum, solid, mounted to the bow. She's now holding our cooler. Pretty solid setup. It's kind of ghetto. I got it ratchet strapped to it, but and then I have our secondary cooler. That's our fish cooler. It's our drink cooler. Speaking of which, I need a drink. So I try not to keep fish in my drink cooler so my drinks don't taste fishy. We're gonna grab one of them. Well, pretty slick setup. Gives somebody else another spot to sit if somebody's up front, or I can drop my other cooler on top. Much more solid setup. But so we're fishing kind of along this bank here. There's the dam, the basin, and the dam over there. You can see the orange buoys kind of in the background. Boat launch is over where all those camper trailers are over there. But it's as quick and easy as that. So I have basically the ability to continuously stream with the Starlink. We don't have a disruption every 5-6 hours anymore. As long as I remember to swap out the... Oh, oh, oh. Oh, are we tangled? Why do I feel that's us? Our damn line tangled in there again. Nope. There was a bite. There's a bite. Just not big enough to pull our drag. Come on. Why are they fucking with me? There's no fish there. 2 swings, 2 misses. These fish suck at life today. They're gonna starve to death, y'all. What's your speed? 1.5 miles an hour. We just got tapped twice in a row there. Beautiful day. It is, Daniel. Gorgeous weather out here. The bite is starting to pick up a little bit, it seems, but we can't get anything to do more than just taunt us. I had to throw away my bait cooler yesterday. I realized bought squid and anchovies in June. Oh Lord, yeah, that'd be baked into the plastic. It's a great setup, more than enough for a boat. Yeah, it's only a 16-foot flat bottom John, but we have it rigged up fairly well. Then the cooler, yeah, the cooler used to sit, last year we had it against this wall. Then I moved it because I put in the solar panels. And then we moved it to the middle of the seat by the back bench, but it kept anybody from actually sitting on the damn bench. So now we have it moved up front and it's completely out of the way. It gives an extra seat somewhere for somebody to sit. It's actually a lot more secure where it's at. It's out of mainly it's out of the damn way, so I get my deck back. Why can't we get anything to actually stay on the damn hook today? When I bring that up, I'm checking the sharpness. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe we need to give her a little touch up. Try speeding up for a while. 2.5 to 3 for half an hour. Extra speed can really make those fish commit to the attack. It's a little fast for rainbows, but we can try. We can give her, bump it up a little bit more. I don't know about 2.5. We'll do 1.8. Let's bump it from 1.5 to 1.8. But you're right, absolutely. The forcing them to chase will oftentimes can result in more bites because they can't follow it for so long. They don't get as quick of a look at it. Kokanee like it really slow. Generally, I've caught them going pretty damn fast though. But yes, in general, a slower troll for kokanee tends to be more productive. See, the problem is now we're going too fast, I can tell. Just based on the action of that rod. Our Dodger that we're running down there is not designed to run this fast. And it's, instead of swooping, it starts barrel rolling. And I only have one chain swivel in place, and I don't want to ruin my lead line. So we bumped it back down to 1.6. Just not running the right gear for fast troll right now. Got a lot more reaction bite. Yes. I lost 3 lures in the river today. I'm calling it. Oh, dang, Justin. Rainbows are pretty quick fish. Promise they can keep up. El Double, yes, absolutely. They can keep up. In fact, I think a kokanee is probably a faster fish and can maintain its sprint longer than a rainbow. And I've caught rainbows at ridiculous speeds. More so again, right now the Dodger that I'm running, it blows out at anything more than 1.6 or so. 1.7. I can try maybe bump it up one more. 1.8 it was blown out. Looks like it's running all right. We'll see. Looks all right. Slow's better. What's up, Ernie? Welcome to the stream. And we've had one fish on the line for more than 5 seconds today. One. Catch my supper yet? Almost done with work. All short strikes. What do we change? Yeah, we've been bit 3 times on your rig and once on mine, and they've all come almost immediately off. Try idle speed. Jeff Mossman just drifting with them. That might work for the little spinner over here with the Indiana blade. I don't imagine it takes much speed to get that one going. This Dodger definitely at just drift is not gonna have the right or any action. I think it's just gonna droop. So again, it really depends on your rigging as to how fast or how slow you can run it. Not all rigs run well at all speeds. Power maggots, small fish. Yeah, we ran the fly with the gulp maggot for 3 hours, 4 hours. Nothing touched it. What we've been bit on in your line is the gulp worms. They haven't touched the maggots. I notice slow fishing days are the days you get the big ones. Sometimes, Jaws. Where are my car keys at? Burning, I don't have them. Tried a spoon yet? That was the top pick in the poll. We have not. We should pick a spoon. That is a fair point there, Lake Erie Lee. I will pull out here in a minute or two one of our spoon boxes. We could run a little Phoebe, or we could run like a devil's tooth, or oh, we just had something surface right next to the boat there. Too quick for me to see what it was though. Gulp maggots are my only kokanee bait next to the real ones. I voted no idea. Hopefully your keys aren't with mine at the bottom of the lake. Pick what you want. Try the almighty Apex. Jeff, that's what we ran. That was one of my first choices this morning. Is I ran the purple and white Apex trout killer, kokanee killer, behind a Dodger, and we didn't get touched on it. We ran that for a few hours at various different depths. Yeah, most of my luck here, the two lures that have produced the most salmon for me here have been one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs, the double wedding ring, the bridle rig, and other variations of wedding rings, paired behind a Dodger or a lake troll, and then hoochie rigs, little squid, which is one thing we have not run today and something we definitely need to at some point run. We've been bit off of both of these rigs the last pass through though, so I'm hesitant to take anything off quite yet, but we will prep something to go on down here. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm getting a few different options out for spoons. October, November they'll hit top water. Would love to get an American striped bass on a lure, mostly marina, but I've done every lake, seen videos. Trout fish in Montana streams also. Firing up the old infused pre-roll fish flute. Heck yeah, K-Hud. Got a striped bass and chicken liver at my local lake. Pound size, they fight hard. Catch them in the evenings on liver and sometimes worm. Alright, let's the hell, that seagull just tried to land on the boat. What are you doing, homie? Alright, so I have chosen 4 separate spoons. We got a needlefish, silver, yellow, pink, green. It's got a little teaser. We've got a Thomas Cyclone, silver, again more dots, brown, yellow, black. We've I don't know who makes this one. It is just a plain silver spoon. We just got bit, I think. I think we just had another swing and a miss. God damn it. 4th choice is a Phoebe in perch. So needlefish, Thomas Cyclone, silver, or Phoebe. Place your votes now. Left or second from the left. Silver, orange. First 2 options sound good. First one, second one. So it seems like you guys, the 2 speckled ones, the 2 dotted ones, it looks like, are probably the most. Do we got a baby on here? Somebody tell me we haven't been dragging around a baby for... Baby or some weeds? Feels like there's something on there. We got a fucking fish on here, y'all. Feels like more than just the weight. The weight with some weeds. No, there's no fish. No fish. Let's do the needlefish. I need to find a leader. Too long. Hold on, I gotta find a I know I got some in here, some shorter leaders. There we go. And we will tip this, I think, with a pink gulp maggot. Or we could do a white gulp maggot. Let's do a white gulp maggot. Nah, I got a bunch of pink ones out. Let's just toss a pink one on there. All right, so we are replacing, we're gonna go with our needlefish behind a Dodger with our snap weight on here. Let's see how this runs. Oop. Looks lovely. Let's get this out here and catch some damn fish. All right, let's make sure this still has a worm on here. It did just get bit. Do a quick bait check. Thank you all for coming and hanging out and fishing today. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We've been out here primarily targeting Kokanee salmon today. They have been less than cooperative. And we are down to just a nub here. I'm also going to replace this one with a gulp maggot for the hell of it. Our point seems fine on it, by the way. I did check. All right, so this is our second rig. Ed's black leech spinner, and we just threw on a little gulp maggot for the hell of it. Give it a little more visibility in the water. I think we just got poked on that already. I was picking some rocks and some dirt out of the truck, or out of the back here. These dirt roads kick up so much shit in here. Check it back in, buddy. Let's snag one. What's up, Woke's joke? Catch 'em all. Second lawyer, you slowed, was a buoyant. Thomas Buoyant, yes. Sorry, you're right. Not a Thomas Cyclone. Fishing from the shore with 25-year-old nephew across the street from my mom's house. I may try to do some video, but I don't want to go live because it will take away from other streams. I may go live tomorrow catching fish off a roof. Fish off a roof would be cool. Yeah, don't worry about competing with other people. We all there's plenty of people to go around. All right, so we just rebaited both the lines. We just switched our down rod in the back to a spoon instead of our worm harness. We're gonna go up just a little bit further and then turn around. Okay, let's get serious, guys. Try real hard, spot snatcher, just for you. Now whistle, then bite. Sign me up. Sign me up. Step one. We got the Huckleberry Milkshake fish whistle over here. Deployed. All right, we're gonna turn around right up here. You know why you're awesome? Because you love what you do, bro, and that's the best shit ever, whether you catch a dozen or zero. Oh, thank you, Woga's joke. We do. We try to have fun out here, whether we're catching or not. You got to remember that the suspense, the wait is all part of fishing. And if you don't enjoy that aspect of it, I don't know what you're doing. It's nice to catch a whole bunch of fish constantly, but you got to put the time in. You got to put the effort out. You'll get them eventually. All right, let's get back into our depth routing. All right, we're turned back around. Hopefully have not tangled up our two lines. Enjoy the mods here too, seem like good folk. Dave, yeah, for the most part we have a bunch of great people in here. We welcome all kinds. We're just here to fish, have fun, hang out, enjoy the scenery, talk about fishing, outdoors. But ultimately just to have a good time. Can you share the graph screen again? Yeah. We will, one of the mods, can you enable the graph screen? Exclamation cam space HDS. We're not like a lot of the other fishing streams that just point a camera and you watch. We try to be, that might be something. Try to make the stream a little more interactive for y'all. We have mods that are able to switch our cameras around. We have lots of different bot commands that you can look stuff up. Overlays that are displaying, you know, current temperature. Our trolling, you know, our excuse me, depth finder. Our trolling motor. We give you guys a little bit of everything here. Rod gets too many fish, he doesn't have the time to chat with us. Logan, yeah, we've had either 4 or 5 bites today. 5, I think we're probably up to. 5 solid bites, 5 hookups. Only one of them we made it to the back of the boat. The rest of them have been almost immediately lost after the hookup. Lots of hungry fish today, but with very bad aim. Usually I'm more interactive. A lot of moving parts right now. That's all right, Carl. Hang out, enjoy yourself. Rod invested heavily into the equipment to make the streams better for us viewers. It's no joke. Yeah, it's not cheap. Trying to get the best quality broadcast is kind of an always moving goalpost, but we've definitely spent a few bucks. But I think it's getting better and better. I'm having fun with it. I hope you guys are too. Cool enough to have the multi-cams yet, just have a tripod on my phone to stream from. Yeah, I mean, it's y'all know, we're always trying to evolve around here a little bit. There's a bit of a learning curve to it, but if I could figure it out, any of y'all can do it. Oh. I don't know what that was. Did we catch lines there? I think we might have just crossed lines. No? I think we just sped up a little bit. Oh, we're good. We're good. All right, so we're coming back up on the point where we've had our last handful of bites, hookups. So we should be back over that area within the next 5 minutes or so. What are you fishing for? Those big marks got to be pike. There could be. There's so many different species in here. Again, you got the rainbow trout, the brown trout, the brook trout, Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike, burbot, mountain whitefish. There's common carp. I think there's at least 2 different kinds of sucker. Smaller, like itty bitty bait fish too. It's a very diverse and healthy water body. This is the first time this year we fished the basin area. We haven't fished here, I don't think, since Christmas. Christmas, I think, might have been the last time. I don't know if we fished here at all early season. I think we've launched all year long down at Log Gulch. I don't know, Justin. Like, yes, they do like cover, but there's also pike like to roam too. They're kind of like dolphins. They group up with, you know, 3, 4 like-sized males or females, and they hunt. I would say probably the majority of the pike that I've caught trolling have been suspended over much deeper bottom. It seems like maybe the bigger ones are more likely to be less roaming, more stationary and territorial, waiting for food to come to them. But man, I've caught a ton of pike fishing over deep bottom, suspended quite deep. I mean, fall time, I run typically like the Berkeley Dredger 25.5 foot divers or the Reef Runner 800s that are 27-foot divers, and I run them on two to four colors of lead out. So you're getting, you know, an extra 10 to 20 foot of dive depth on top of the 25 to 27 foot dive depth of the crank. They can get down in there. It's a little early in the season to be expecting them that deep, but I don't know. Ellen, look, Mr. T said, I'm gonna get you, sucker. Marcello. I tried finding the Mr. T voice for for when we're driving for the text to speech. I couldn't find any cool voices. I need to poke around at it again. There's a whole bunch of marks we're seeing down at that 60-foot mark. Drives me nuts when we fish over fat marks like that all day and I just don't know what they are. Record is what, 33 pike in a day over deep water. SoCal, yeah. Yeah, we those last couple of streams that we were fishing, the 30, I think 31 or 33, I think the one day might have been 37. We were primarily fishing over 30 to 55 foot bottom. And again, running lead line with deep diving cranks. Man, those were fun trips to Fishkin last year. I just checked yesterday before I came here. Fishkin is up almost at completely full again. It dropped down like 5 or 7 foot from mass fullness, but they start filling it back up again. It's like 2 foot below flood level again. We were just there a week ago and it was 15 foot below. No, like 12 foot below, I think. Full, and now it's like 2. So they dumped another like 10 foot of water in there. What's up, Rob Foxy? Any crazies coming to chat today? We've had a few, Justin. You always get a few interesting ones per stream, it seems. CMJ makes a valid point too. Bass will suspend over some crazy deep water. Yeah, I don't know what triggers fish to do that. That might have been. Oh, we're going. Why are we doing 1-8? What are you doing, trolling motor? Keep thinking it's a bite and it's just the trolling motor thrusting us and causing our Dodger to turn into a flasher. But yeah, you find fish sometimes just suspended out over really deep basin for no apparent reason. they got 2,000 egg rolls and 200 feet of water, I'll be there. 2,000 egg rolls and 200 feet of water. There you go. How you doing, Crappy Man Jigs? Good to see you, buddy. Martin Sugar, welcome, welcome. All right, this next hookup, we got to get in the goddamn boat. We have had so many smash and grabs these last couple of passes. Trolling motor is going a little off the rail here. I don't know why we're doing 2.2 miles an hour. Really trying to get us that chase bite, I guess. Now we're doing 1.2 miles an hour. I don't know if it knows where we're going. Blueback herring. What's up, Canuck? Welcome to the stream. So we've the last 3 passes we've done up and down this clay bank here have all been bit. We just haven't got any in the boat. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got bit coming through here again. We just need to get a solid bite and one in the net. Water temp, oxygen, bait, current, that's what they want. Whether they don't care if it's 1,000 foot or bottom. Yeah, I mean, they're looking for ideal temperatures, but they go all sorts of places, sometimes chasing shit. I don't know. Oftentimes when you see them suspended like that just over deep bottom, I think more often than not I have a hard time getting them to do much of anything. They're just kind of vegging down there. Recharging, resting, I don't know. They change behavior. Is the trolling motor set to waypoints, or is this set to follow contours? Contours, Lee. So again, if you watch the screen, we're the black arrow, right, with the ring around us, and then we have a series of yellow waypoints that's auto-generated by the contour following, the depth following feature. All you do is set the minimum depth and the maximum depth, which is what you see in the 2 green bands there. That's our minimum and maximum depth. And you pick your min, your max, and the direction that it's going to generate, you know, whether it be clockwise or counterclockwise in whatever water body you're in. And you hit go, and it takes us in between each of those waypoints that it automatically generates, and as we go, you'll see it'll generate another chunk, and then when you get closer to the end, it generates another chunk. So it's just all... it's driving us. Look at these fat frickin' marks. Those are that's kokanee right there. We're gonna dump this down on them. And I'm gonna bring it back up a little bit. See if we can get something to chase. Or not. No chasey. Those were some fat marks. I'm on Lanier. What's up, Les Nicholson? Just checking in. Welcome back. We still have no fish in the boat. We've been bit once to twice for every pass we've made through here in the last hour, though. So we found some fish that are willing to participate. We just can't get them in the damn boat. So we're trying. We're having fun. Not quite sure what they want from us at this point, but Yeah, I have no idea what a blue-black lake even is. Shad and bluegill are normal bass. Normal bass never stay. Still always roaming, always chasing herring. Yeah, so they just constantly path around trying to find something to munch on. That's how the salmon are in here. You'll make one pass and it's like, oh, that's a nice pot of salmon, and you run through it and you turn back around and it's like, where'd they go? It was like 100 fish. Where'd they go? So yeah, this is our trolling motor driving up on the curb a little bit there. I don't know what gets a little carried away sometimes. Hard to pattern with herring then. Meeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a fishy by its toe. If it hollers, make it pay. Something fucking bite. I don't even know how that goes anymore. Just bite. Ed over here spellcasting on us. I swear he's bewitched us. He's cursed us. Basically, you hit 300 points, and every now and then you hit it when they are there. Had to charge my phone. Have we caught any? Bill, nope, just bites. We're at either 4 or 5 bites now, but no, 5 bites, 0 fish. We're on the clay bank where we've been bit the last few passes through here, so. How deep are the baits running right now? So our side rod out here is running about 75, 80 foot. And that is just a straight crawler harness. So we're doing maybe 12 to 15 foot depth on this rod right now. The down rod in the back is running just shy of 2.5 colors, but with a 4-ounce snap weight. I think we're closer to 35 or 40 foot on the down rod. So we're kind of like right above them and right smack in the middle of them. So above and in. Especially if we find a school of 5-pounders, 5-pound spots. Oh, come on, we need to get bit. Which rod has gotten bites? Both of them have. Well, we just switched out the harness rig on the back one that got bit. We put a new spoon on a little while ago. We have not yet been bit on the spoon. This one's gotten bit the most. Our outside rod. The shallower rod. Keep them out. I haven't been able to find a single school all summer. It's been one here, one there. No spots here, thank God. What's wrong with spotted bass? Is that what you're talking about, spotted bass? spots would ruin Murray. Just because they compete with the other bass that you're... Why? What is with the goddamn bees today? I have nothing for you. Don't make me get Rod's rod. Alright. That works. We just threaten them with Rod's rod and they go away. Stripers, white perch already do enough. Alright, still decent marks down at 30 foot plus. Bees want that dew. I don't even have the dew anymore. We're on to Gatorade now. Smells like salmon, keep slamming. It smells like trout, get out. Ike Mike, thank you for the wise words. We will keep that in mind. What type of spoon are you running? Oh, what did we put down? A needlefish. Silver, orange, and then it's got green, orange, and black. Green, orange, and yellow dots on it. It's the first spoon we've run today. I had picked out 4 different spoons from the spoon box and had chat vote on which spoon they wanted, and it was between the needlefish and the Thomas Buoyant. But it seemed like most people wanted the needlefish, so that's what we're running. Are those doobies? The threat of Rod's rod worked. It did, Spot. It did. More darts, less bees. Alright, we got a guy who has just decided to like spot lock in front of us. That's awesome. It's definitely the spot to do it in front of us. Alright, we might have to abort here in a second. Dang, he's got like 3 damn graphs on the front, on the bow of his boat. We're gonna turn back around since they decided that's gonna be their spot now. How long ago did you get those strikes? The last pass through within 30 minutes. We're turning back around. Using live scope, probably. He ain't hoping, right? Tell them to leave. Stop being. Ah, they're fine. Whoa! That was either a bite or we just hit bottom. There ain't no way we just hit bottom. We're over 80-foot bottom. That was 100% a strike. There's miss number 6. Y'all saw that, right? Just a yum. What are we doing? 2. So our speed is a little bit higher. Huh. Scroll back and take a look. Yeah, JB, that was just a bite right there, a swing and a miss. There was a hump at 60 foot, but I doubt that's deep right now. Yeah, there's a few good humps down in the basin area here that seem to hold fish. And one of them is right where those guys just parked. And they just came in and spot locked right in the troll path where I was going. Ooh. We're either tangled up. Something's going on there. Nah, 2.1. Let's hold on. All right, well, they spot locked in front of me. Now they're leaving. Now that I turned around, that's awesome. Stay in the 95 water. There's lots of marks. Off to the river rod. See you in a while. All right, Justin. Good luck. Don't lose any more crankbaits. Catch some big ones. All right. I feel our next bite coming on here. It's gonna happen. Tangled or have a fish? Yeah, we might be over each other. Let's see. No? I think we're good. Send the dipsy diver down with a spoon. We might here in a little bit, Logan. Those marks at 60 foot are kind of driving me nuts. We are running a 4-ounce bottom bound or 4-ounce snap weight on lead line on our down rod there. So we've been getting down pretty damn close to where those are at.
Catching anything?
I've been having a bunch of bites these last couple of passes, but haven't managed to get them in the boat.
Oh yeah. We got some if you want some.
Oh, no, thank you. Appreciate you, though.
Yeah.
You gotten in any of the kokanee today or just the trout?
Yeah, Kokanee.
You have got kokanee?
Yeah, a few.
Nice. What color are you catching them off of?
Purple.
Purple. Okay. Very nice. Good job, guys. Heard that drag. Thought I had one on. He said they got a kokanee over there running purple. And they're running. He's got to be running at least 1.2. 1.2 to 1.5. He is out a little bit deeper than us, though. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say with these smash and grabs we're having. What's biting it? You don't really know the difference between a rainbow and a kokanee until you feel it on the end of the line. And if they're just bait stealing, does he have downriggers? Yes, he does. Yeah, he's got riggers out the back of both sides of his boat. And they do. They just allow you a lot more precise depth. When you want to run at 50 foot, you run at 50 foot. There's no, or maybe, 45, 50, 55. You're dropping your weight down, and that's the depth you're at. No live minnows, no. Get the dipsy out and a purple lure. Yeah, we will. We ran the damn flatfish. Excuse me, the kokanee, the Apex trout killer in the kokanee color or whatever the hell it is, which is like white and purple. We ran that damn thing for like 4 or 5 hours this morning. I do have. We haven't tried a hoochie today, and that is one of the things that I've had the most luck on here. Dodger and hoochie. All right, so we are gonna run our 2-ounce bottom bouncer, a 4-aught Dodger, silver and gold, and this is one of the. It's a hand-tied worm harness rig that I tie. It's a little hoochie spinner, and it's got a kind of an iridescent purple, blue. So the little sheen of its spinner, and these work at real low speeds. So let's run this guy out there for a minute, see if that tickles their fancy. All right, so we're swapping out our deeper line right now that we just put the spoon out on. Because the other one, this one's been hit more than anything else. Let's try our hoochie for a minute. All right. Let's see what that gets. Feel a bite coming, good marks. Trolling motor needs to make up its mind. Spot, yeah, sometimes it does some confusing shit. Moving 1.7, it says on the left under the green nav. I think the fish are camera shy. Maybe, Dave, I don't know. All right, these lines are running a little too close together for my comfort. I'm gonna move this one over to the other side of the boat just so we quit tangling shit. If we start getting bit on this one, we'll move it back into the screen, but we're gonna move one over just for ease of access for a little bit here. I had much more weight between the two earlier. Check the yellow rod, had 2 hot spot, the bait is gone. It says it in the black and white in the top. Yes, our speed at the very top bar on the nav. We'll do a bait check here real quick. Good point, we did get smacked on it. They might have stole our maggot. Well, we still got a maggot. We're good. There's our black leech spinner. All right, now it's time for a fish. Time for a fish. What's up, NFF? We're having fun out here. Very slow bite so far today, though. We've not put any in the boat. We've had 5, 6 bites now, but nothing that wants to stay on the line for more than a crank or two. All right, dropping our speeds down just a little bit. We'll bump it down to 1.5. Slow day here too. Bluebird skies, no wind, made it tough today for me. Yeah, it's the same basic here. We did have a couple hours where the wind picked up, but it was kind of when the wind started dying off again that the bite. I guess there was still a bit of wind. It's died down quite a bit since then. Yeah, definitely been an unproductive day for the Kokanee, though. The one boat we passed said they've caught a few small Kokanee, but I don't know. Something about it. My bullshit meter was dinging. But like I said, we have no idea what all of those bites we've been getting are. I've assumed that they've been trout, but until you get them closer to the boat, you really have no idea. Camping and marathoning again tomorrow? No, unfortunately. Hey, there's 2 deer over there. Or those elk. Those gotta be deer. See if I can show you guys the deer. God dang it. I don't have the zoom on. Dang it, I don't remember where the zoom is. I gotta add that for here. You guys probably can't see them, but they're over there on the shoreline. I could have swore I could zoom with this. Whoa. Look, the radar small shows small showers south of Helena. Just went to showers. My dipsy out there. Logan, no dipsies yet. Show us the people partying. Oh, they're gone already. They're way over there. Let me see if I can figure out how to add zoom to this. No. Quick buttons, there it is. Where the shit is the zooms? Macros, preview, pinch, blur, glasses, torch, stream, mic, snapshot, bitrate, stealth, camera, photo shoot. Yeah, it's somewhere stupid in the menu. I forget where the hell it is. Preview, moderation, stream markers. No idea. Are you close to the boat launch? We're directly to the west, as far west as you can go from the boat launch. It's about a mile. Maybe a little less. Nightbot needs an update. It has the wrong catch or strike count wrong. We have, no, we don't count strikes, we count catches. But it did make it in the boat, it didn't make it into the catch count. Definitely getting dark behind you. Yeah, we might, what time is this? Almost 4? I thought it said we had till 7 or 8 before the rain hit. Let me see what the weather app says. Yeah, so the Apple weather app says light rain starting at around 9 p.m. Well, that's not entirely true. 5% chance at 7, 15% chance at 8, 20% chance at 9. Let's check fish brain. what's up, Ambi? Closer. Any luck? Any that answers my question? No, unfortunately, we've had a bunch of bites, but we have not got anything in the boat yet. They are being real stingy today. Very finicky. They're biting and spitting. Do you make shorts of today's strikes or misses? JB, I don't have the water wolf camera down right now. We could run it here in a little bit. In fact, I could run it right now. We would have to run a different rig though. It's hard to film a Dodger and putting the camera in front of the Dodger. All you see is the Dodger. You don't really see what's at the end of it. And putting it after the Dodger, it kind of kills the action of your Dodger, being as it's so heavy. So all you basically get is your worm harness rig. Who's biting and spitting? Everything, Dave. Dipsy will get one when it's out there. Yeah, we might throw a Dipsy out here in a minute. Are those power line poles? Yeah, there's power lines. So we're right at the dam itself, and it's a hydroelectrical dam. So it's the water that's running through here is spinning giant turbines that produces electricity. So it's basically, this dam here is a giant power source, and they pump power out of it and off into the boonies. You still trolling that bottom bouncer around? I just put no, not the bottom bouncer. We're running. Actually, yes. I put the bottom bouncer out with 4/0 Dodger and our hand-tied hoochie spinner that's got a little purple willow leaf. Alright, we're getting real close to these buoys here, so I'm gonna manually spin us around. Just killed it. My troller, my outboard is mad at us. We don't love it anymore. It used to get 15 hours of hard riding every time we came out here, and now we turn it on for 5 minutes every couple hours. What's up, Jaws? No, we still have not put a fish in the boat. We're just not getting her done today. What's your boat's draft? 8 inches, I believe. Somewhere around there with the current weight on here. Not nearly as shallow as a lot of other flat bottom johns. Sorry guys, we got a boat next to us here that's playing some copyright music. I'm gonna mute it for another 30 seconds or so. Sorry, they're just pulling away right now. Another 15 seconds or so. I don't want to get a copyright strike for some boat driving by. Alright, they're far enough away, I don't think we can hear them now. No, they're playing frickin' Vanilla Ice. You guys didn't hear that? I'm surprised. They're out there blaring Ice Ice Baby. Alright, we definitely got some wind picking up, so here feels like our storm might be rolling in. May the fishing gods bless you with some hook sets. Good luck. Thank you, Team Essex. Thanks for stopping through. Are you in the strike zone? I mean, we've been running baits anywhere from 25-foot depth all the way down to like 50-foot depths all day, so, well, and now we're running like 15-foot and 25-foot. And we've been getting bit. I mean, 5-6 times now. We just we haven't converted anything. So we haven't been completely devoid of life here today. We just we've been fumbling every pass here. You said the storm was blowing in from the south, Helena? The wind's blowing from the north, it feels like. Man, it's at my back. Maybe it's more north by northwest. No. It's coming from that way. Never understood guys blasting music when they fish and it ruins the piece. Is one rod out? JV Joe, no, we have I moved the other one to the other side. We were getting tangles every once in a while. I don't like running two rods on the same side unless one of them's on a planer board. And we're running both lead core rods right now, no planer boards, so. The ones in the upright position aren't actually in the water. Those are just, I bring with me usually 2 trolling rods with pure braid, 2 trolling rods with lead core, and then at least 1 casting rod. And then today we have Ed's, which is a 3rd lead rod. Where are you today? We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We've been out here primarily targeting Kokanee Salmon today, but we have just not been successful at getting any in the boat. We've had quite a few strikes, and a couple of them down in the strike zone of where I believe the Kokanee are mostly going to be hanging. We just have not managed to get any of them in the net. Wind direction is from the way it's coming, the wind blowing. South to north is a south wind. Yes, I got that, Tommy Meadows. So I said our wind, I believe, was blowing north by northwest, but then I turned around and it's actually like north by northeast, coming from the northeast, blowing us in the direction we're going right now. We got wind almost directly at our back. Yeah, fishy, fishy. Look at those fat marks. Is that something coming up to see us? Is that somebody coming to see us? Take it. Take it. All right, we just dropped that one down a little bit deeper. So we're 2.5 colors on the rod behind me. It's fish on the sounder. Yeah, we've been marking good fish for a while now. We're just not getting all that many bites. Try and get a rod down deeper. Some of them fish might be too lazy to move up. Yeah, we ran one rod with 4 ounces on it for 8 hours today. It got bit once. But yeah, no, we've tried covering. We're up a little bit shallower right now. Yeah, probably 15 foot, 12 to 15 foot on the rod you guys can see, and then the other side we're running 2 ounce plus 2.5 colors. So we're down probably closer to 25 to 30 foot. We should be right in the strike zone for those bigger marks that are right below the 25, 30 foot haze. It's a very deep lake. Yeah, we're in the deeper section of the reservoir. This is the dam basin area where all the water comes and collects against the dam face. But there is a main river channel that runs up that's, 70, 80 foot almost all the way up till you hit where the first creek dumps in. Home now, how many supper caught? Ed, we have 6 missed bites. They've just been smacking and missing all day long. You've cursed us. We're just kind of out in the basin right now. Still marking some fish, but not as many as we were a little shallower. All right, so we're going in a little shallower. Any lure color of yellow perch? Yeah, we do. That was one of the spoon choices that I put out before, a little yellow perch Phoebe. We've got yellow perch crankbaits, yellow perch spinners. Grew up fishing crab in Chesapeake Bay and Ocean City. Nice. Fresh crab always sounds so good. Fresh crab, fresh shrimp. Some steak and shrimp sounds really good. Steak and crab, steak and shrimp. All right, trolling motor, calm down there, buddy. What's up, John? Welcome to the stream. All right, we got a little bit of wind again, a little bit of a ripple on the water. Our sun is kind of poked behind the clouds. Hopefully we can get on a bite. It's this wind is really, or the trolling motor's struggling a little bit to keep on course. I might need to bump on our outboard if it picks up any. Permit is revoked till tomorrow morning. Told y'all he cursed us. We just we only get bites, not Not fish. I mean phantom fish. Alright, our autopilot looks like it has taken us on the course here. We should be good. That's right, I was checking the weather. Map. Search. Holter forecast. Not just rainstorms, but thunderstorms at 8 p.m. Shit. 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. So that's pretty much the end of the night. So we gotta... Man... We got like 3.5 hours before thunderstorms, lightning storms come. I don't want to be out here when the lightning is flashing around. Shit. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll keep close to the boat ramp side just in case. I mean, we're not far from it here. Feeling some, no kokanee landed yet, no. We've had a bunch of bites, but nothing in the boat. It's been a bullshit mission today. But we are still on that mission, and we're gonna get a fish in the boat here. It's gonna happen. Little Jimmy coming out or nah? We should. What we got going on here? Little Jimmy behind. Jimmy needs to be on lead core or a snap weight. Yeah, that's what we need. Little Jimmy to the rescue. This is when Jimmy comes in clutch. All right, so 4:20 is rapidly approaching. We are gonna get our little buddy here, little Jimmy, into the show. It's a Hot Shot, a Lure Jensen Hot Shot 90 series in rainbow trout. It was an accidental purchase of mine. I love rainbow trout patterns. I love crankbaits, so I buy rainbow trout crankbaits. And I don't know how big I thought it was, but I thought it was bigger than this. We got it in the mail. I laughed. I said, what the actual F did I just buy? And we threw her back in the tackle box. And one day when we were struggling to catch a fish, we decided in the stream to throw little Jimmy down. And that is what we have done on multiple streams now. And little Jimmy started catching fish. So now we try to make a ritual every stream to, at 4:20, let little Jimmy come out for a half an hour and see if he can catch us a fish. So we're gonna bring our hoochie in, and we're gonna put little Jimmy down here on this. Or not. I need another leader. Oh. Where, oh where have all my small leaders gone? Well, shit. Oh, pain in the butt. All right, just had to get a second leader here to run behind our Dodger. We're gonna get little Jimmy in the fire gel, Potsky's fire gel crawfish. We're gonna get it out in the water and see if we can catch a fish. All right. Oh, fish on. Is he gonna stay? That's a fish, guys. Holy shit. We got one. For the moment. He's either swimming or, yep, he's still there. "37 foot up." Oh. It feels like just a little trout, but we'll take it. Oh, did it just come off? I think Ed's rig just lost us another fish. It did. It just came off. Wow. The curse continues. She let go. This hook is it's sharp. It's not curled. She just ain't holding. Let's get it back out there. Oh, Lord. I thought for sure we had that one. All right, we're getting both rigs reset here. Oh, y'all. Put on a stinger hook or just keep losing them. Yeah, I don't have any itty bitty stingers to hook up on here. My stingers are all for pike. These are just, that was just an itty bitty. Should be good. What are the odds of losing that many? It happens, Marcello. Especially these small trout, they're so feisty. When you see them on the catch cam and when you get them on the line, they're incredibly erratic. They just tear right straight through their lips, oftentimes. No good barbless. We're not running barbless, they have barbs. I'm wore out to go fishing this afternoon. Gonna barbecue some pork chops and keep an eye on Rod's progress. Fish on. The curse will be lifted. All right, Ed called it. He has officially lifted the curse. The next one we will put in the boat. Maybe. They love throwing the hooks. Yeah, the small trout, there's another hit. Another swing and a miss. Those big trout at nylon are much more persistent, I think, about holding on to the meals they get. These little ones just, they're bad aim, they're very fast, they're erratic. And I think a lot of them just straight tear their damn lips off. Raining yet? Spot? No. I looked at the weather forecast. It said sometime between 7 and 8 is when the storm is expected to start. So we still have a couple, 3 hours-ish maybe, that we can get out of here. We're doing 139, so a little slower than what we have. That's 2 bites though in 50 yards. 100 yards. Nylon trout aren't small. Yeah, I know, Ed, I know. Nylon boat ramp isn't a boat ramp. And we were mainly trying for the damn kokanee today. We were resorting to trout because we're sucking at kokanee. I like the Montana D's nuts. Has big old lips. Tim. There you go, Tim. Yeah, we will turn around. We got 2 boats right in front of us. I can't just... I gotta wait for these guys to do what they're doing and get around us. Maybe stick to that area for a bit. Yeah, Lee, this is kind of this same area we've been getting bit for the last 2.5, 3 hours. This corner here has been especially hot. Kokanee are definitely a favorite fish when I head towards the valley. Get anything today? Derek, a whole bunch of bites, whole bunch of missed fish. We just missed one a couple of minutes ago. Sorry, Rod, I'm having a few drinks. Just joking around. That's all right, Tim. Screw them boats. Tell them Big Rod's coming through. Yeah, it's a bunch of they're wakeboarding and inner tubing. So they got people in the water over here. All right, come on, God damn it. We need a fish that sticks. One fish that sticks. Sticky fish, sticky fish. Use the same size hook as your stinger rod. It'll make all the difference. Just tie the second one 4 inches back from the first. Yeah, I mean, if I were to do that, I'd just switch rigs. We do have, I mean, it's the same basic rig. I put it away already, I think. I've got a bigger version of it that does have a stinger on it. And we did get hit once on that today. My God, these fucking... Can you legally use stinger? Yeah, you can, Lee. Yeah, most of the harness rigs that I tie up have 2 hooks. Ed only uses one true turn hook on his. What's up, Tank Dog? Whoa! Fish on, fish on! There we go. I don't know if we're gonna hold it, but we got a fish on. Whoa, something just launched out of the water over there. Oh, did it just come loose? Please tell me we didn't just lose that. I think we just lost it, you guys. I'm over here trying to steer around these guys. We just lost it. All right, fish number 8 lost. 9, I don't even know how many at this point. I'm gonna grab our version of this and put it out. We're just getting rocked on this. It's getting hit, but it's just not holding these fish. It's driving me crazy. And we're dragging this other rod on the bottom. Let's see here. I'm tired of losing all these fish. We're gonna put something with 2 hooks on there instead of 1. They stick a little better, it seems, when that is the case. All right, now what the hell did I do with it? It's not on any of the rods. It's not there. What the hell did I do with it? We were running it earlier. Oh, there it is. There you are. I found you. All right, so this is my version of Ed's rig that has 2 hooks, not one. We'll see if we hold it a little bit better with that. All right, we were going way too slow. Increased our speed a little bit. Let's get this rig out. How deep is little Jimmy running at? We just went up real shallow. Jimmy's probably only 15 to 20 foot right now. I reeled it in. It's on the bottom bouncer though, so we're ticking off bottom occasionally. Look at all these fish we're on. Rod Legend, what's up, Tommy Sam? Welcome, welcome. Rod, are we doing too many things when we get hit? Need to focus on that hooked fish. JV Joe, the number one priority when you're on a boat is not the fish that's on the end of the line, it's steering. Your fish is always going to come secondary to, to making sure the boat is not running aground, running into other boaters. And what we were just doing there was avoiding a pleasure boater that has tubers out that were in the water and down. So it sucks to miss a fish while doing something like that, but that is always your priority when you're on a boat is steering the boat. Everything else comes secondary. And we unfortunately had to take off of autopilot to get around the tubers. All right, let's try that. These ones have double hooks. And while we have lost a whole bunch of fish in the past here off of these hooks, not nearly as many as we've lost today. I'm live myself. Nice, Tommy. Is it dark there or do you got some daylight still? Everybody do me a favor that's in here. Hop over to Tommy Stam's live. Give him a thumbs up. Drop a comment in there. Wish him luck to catch a fish. Help him get some traffic in there. Give him a like, a subscribe. If you like, he shore fishes with the biggest poles you will ever see in your lives. Tubers fight good too. Spot. Dark, okay. Lots and lots of marks on the grab. Yes, we've been getting a stupid amount of bites. We just literally can't get a damn fish into the boat. I just swapped out, even though Ed's rig is getting bit to crap. We've had way too many fish off of it today, so we're switching to a similar but hopefully a little stickier version of it for these smaller fish. The big fish at that nylon stick real good to it. Holter is they're not so sticky here. Sub Tommy, I check you out in a while. Yeah, he's a good dude. He's when he's streaming in the dark, sometimes it's real hard to see him, but he catches some cool fish over there. I think he's, what are you, Netherlands? He's in far, far away land. 0 and 9 is almost impossible. Spot, we are going for the Mecca here. We're going for 0 and 10. Ed did say he's lifted our curse though, but I don't know. Come on, little Jimmy. Good God, look at those fish down there. They are chasing too. They're chasing something. It ain't us. Understood. Point taken. Thanks, Tim. I said, Tommy, check you out. Ed lifted again. Should try spooning them. So I just hop on down there and hug them, spoon the crap out of them. We have run one spoon so far today, a needle fin. Though we only did run it for half hour, 45 minutes. Zonda, we're doing what we can here. Let's do this. We're ready. Man, the number of boulders that collect in these channels back here is ridiculous. Oh, that one's hard to get to. Sorry, not trying to show you all my ass. I'm picking rocks out of the channel back here. One of my rituals while I'm out here most times, especially when the fish aren't biting. All right. Good marks. Good Lord, look at those fish down there. Butt crack alert. 6 strikeouts in baseball is titanium sombrero. 0-9 in fishing. Hey, you can go big or go home, right? We are in it for the most number of fish lost without actually getting one in the boat. I think we might be meddling. I don't know. Rod, I wish you would make me feel better about losing these fish. We're killing it out here. What are you talking about? We're batting a perfect record right now. It's just on the opposite end of the spectrum. The yellow pole beckons. Ed, I've lost way too many fish on that pole for to stomach for a little while. We threw down a different rig. I can't have any more teasings. It's definitely been bit. Just not so sticky today with these little bastards. So we're running an experiment right now, seeing if the same rig with the different hooks on it will hold these little ones any better. I lose a lot of fish here normally, but not 0 for 9. It's just punishing. Sure those tubers heard you scream fish on and all the liabilities on them? Nah, they were already stopped retrieving somebody in the water. Just because I got a fish on the pole doesn't mean they have to move. They're already retrieving somebody in the water. That's all good. We're fine. The curse continues. We'll take it, Ed. We'll take it. Catching or not, stream's a blast, brother. Well, I'm glad you think so, Tim. Thanks for coming and hanging out. What's up, bass lures? Welcome, welcome. Sent 10. Tim Dow with 10 gifted. Want to see my rod memberships. Let's go. Tim, you're awesome. Appreciate the support, buddy. Crazy flooding in Indianapolis. Jazzy said the 4 bites ago. Said what? Buying a Zippo for Christmas. Tim, I have one. I actually, the last trip out, I was using it, was loving it. I misplaced it. I bought a thing of flints for it, and I don't know where the hell I put them. I ran out of flint on it. So I have one. I appreciate you, though. Tim for the usual win. All right, Lee. All right, come on, fishy. All right, little Jimmy still ain't getting hit. What are we doing? We're over. Let's let him down a little bit more. Let's let little Jimmy run free. Give him 2 full colors. Feel a bite coming. I might get one. The clouds are looking a little gnarly from the southwest, which is Helena. I think it's more coming in from, I don't know where the hell the weather's coming from. Hello, Cat73. Steve McMahon, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We're having fun out here. We're getting our butts kicked. We've had, I think we're up to nine bites and 0 fish in the boat. We're getting absolutely clowned out here by these fish. But we're having fun. The next one's gonna be it. We can't go 0-10. We can't. I looked at Helena on radar. Rain was moving in. Yeah, what is it? 4:48. I think we got at least another hour safe. Maybe a little bit longer. I don't know how much we want to push it. We need to get a damn fish in the boat. We can't go out like this. So we just switched up to a different rig for a little bit. Sending my people to you, Rod. Let's go, Tommy. Thank you, my friend. Looked at Helena on radar. I read that. 100-year flood. Liked and subscribed. Thank you, Rob Green. Appreciate your support. Been checking the White River out. It's crazy, Rob. You legend. One thing about Rod is he can take a beating and still hold his head high. It's a win in my book. Oh yeah, we get our butts kicked out here. More often than not sometimes. I think we got a bite incoming though. Bite real soon. What's up, user 369? Welcome to the stream. If you land one, go straight to ramp, end of the day. Alright. Fin. Yeah, Holter's been a tough cookie for us today. I definitely, we've seen some people put some fish in the boat. And we should have had some fish in the boat. We're just, we got some bad juju out here today. We had a decent amount of activity, just not good conversions. And when I say not good, I mean no conversion. Zero. Not even a little bit. Even if you get skunked, it's still a good day. Oh yeah, we're having a blast out here, Clayton. You know what I gotta do? I just gotta run our rig. When we take little Jimmy out over here, since little Jimmy ain't catching us no damn fish. Come on, little Jimmy. Let's do this, buddy. You got like 5 more minutes and you're back to the bench. We need to, I just need to throw down our double wedding harness rig. We've not run it today. We've been trying a whole bunch of other stuff, except for the one rig that we have had work consistently well here. Other than Ed's has worked wonderful. It's kicking butt. I just I don't know why the hooky no sticky today. Super chat, Steve. Let's go. Steve McMahon with a 1999 super chat. You still getting it done? Yes, yes, sir. Steve, we're out here. Thank you for your continued support. You're awesome. Only hot Dutch fisherman Tommy sent me here. Okay, Cat. Welcome to the stream. We're out here in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So we have, you can kind of see probably faintly in the distance over there, the orange buoys. That's right on the edge of the dam, the spillway. It drops down 50, 100 foot. It's a long ways. And we're fishing in kind of the deep pool right before the dam. We've been having a fair number of bites out here. We've been mainly targeting the Kokanee salmon. Well, for earlier part of the day, we were fishing quite deeper. We had a few bites, but nothing solid. We moved more shallow. The bites definitely started picking up in frequency. But we've lost every bite we've had today on numerous rigs, too. It's not just Ed's that's losing it. They're not sticking to anything. Nothing's felt real big, though. And I do know from past experience here, the smaller rainbows here can be real hard to keep on the end of your rod. Oftentimes. Super chat, Steve. Wash out all the algae. Be good fishing until it comes back. I've been to your lives before. I'm in North Idaho. Okay, that's right, Cat73. Welcome back. But we're having fun out here. We're just struggle busting it, trying to actually get these fish in the boat. We're gonna turn around here. Oops. Come on, trolling motor. Outboard. Alright, so turning off our autopilot. We're gonna do a wide bank here. Turn back around. Yes, we are, Ed. One damn fish between these 2 damn dams. Shouldn't be too much to ask for, you'd think. What type of hooks are you using? So the rig that we've got the most bites on today has been consistently Ed's smaller black leech spinner. It's using like a size 6 true turn Aberdeen bait hook, I believe is what it's called. And we've been bit with the pink gulp maggots. We've been bit on it with the earthworm gulp, or the gulp earthworms in natural color. We've also been bit twice on the a slightly larger version of Ed's leech spinner, using two gamakatsu size 1/0. I think those ones are the drop shot hooks. But we've lost both of those too. We haven't run that one very long. That's what's now on this rod over here. Just switching hook style to see if maybe we can catch one of these little bastards. Did you catch anything yet, Scott? No, just a bunch more lost fish on bites. Nothing in the boat yet. 369, you're supposed to use hooks. Right? We're just running a string of beads out there hoping that they'll hold on. Alright, definitely get some more wind. But no, we're still getting worked out here, y'all. It's been rough. We got 2 willows gone, babies though. Nice, Justin. Congrats on your fish. Babies or not, those are fish landed. That is more than we've achieved here today. Always these days after a storm that I struggle so much. Today's real struggle though has been just keeping something on the hook. Beautiful day again. It is. It's been real nice out here. It was a little bit chilly this morning. It started out 51, 52 degrees. Stayed under 60 for the first 4 hours or so. Sun poked out. It warmed up to I don't know, mid to high 70s. But a little bit of wind on and off. It's supposed to start getting a little nasty though. It's called for thunderstorm, lightning storm, a little bit of rain. Here sometime after 7, it's 5 now. So we have probably an hour of safe window, and then after that we might want to head back towards the boat ramp so we're not trying to load the boat into the truck when it's gusting and raining. And been a nice day out here though, absolutely. No, we have not run the camera. I've been saying a couple of times that we should, but we'd end up doing it. We could, maybe we'd catch something. We're gonna go on a little bit different route this time. Are they getting ready to blow up that dam? I don't think so, John. Got the timing chain done on the Taurus. Heck yeah, that's not a trivial task. Tear all sorts of shit apart. Come on, Jimmy. You got like 60 seconds, dude. All right, Little Jimmy didn't get it done, y'all. We gave him an extra 10 minutes and everything, so he's going back in the box. He did not fix our dilemma today. That's all right. That's all right. Little Jimmy is a tangled goddamn mess. What did you do, little Jimmy? What did you do? Incredible. Alright, we'll deal with you in a minute. You done fucked up, Jimmy. Let's get... Alright. We're gonna put our lake troll back out there with oh, let's throw this little hoochie behind it. Alright. So we're putting our lake troll back out and a hoochie on the end of it. Little pink and purple hoochie. All right. All right. Anyone has to run? Flicker's adjusted. No, nobody has. Well, not directly. Somebody was asking if I had any Rapala size 5s. So, close, but not quite. Admire your dedication and persistence, Rod. Thank you, Bass. So much for the cooler full of kokanee. We'll get them one of these times. We'll get them one of these times. Shad wraps. I do have a handful of shad wraps. Fishing out here in the basin with them, I don't know. I mean, there's the random walleye or pike floating around out here, I'm sure. Whoa! We just got bit. And we just lost it, I think. Well, shit. There's another one, on and off. Smash and grab, and that was on the lake troll we just put out there. No idea how to catch salmon. I'm keeping my mouth shut. Oh, for the salmon, yeah, the kokanee. I don't know. You can catch them on plugs, small cranks. I would imagine small cranks could catch them. I've caught them on, you know, the kokanee cut plugs, their little potato chip, the Apex Trout killer. That style of crank. Now I'm getting emotional. I know. Just getting taunted over here, left and right. It is refreshing, at least, that they're getting bit. It's better than sitting out here for 12 hours and not hearing your drag zip at all. But after like the 10th, the 11th, the 12th time, and get a little on edge. I don't know. We're over 98 foot bottom. Again, a lot of this basin out here is pretty deep. But you see all these blue marks up here. There's a patch up here where I've caught quite a few fish in the past. So we're gonna go hunt our spots. Got to change a plan over here. Going to the fish market and buying a trout and ponds. Yeah. I swear they're in here. We literally haven't had one, like at the boat even. We lost them. I mean, the closest we've probably had one to the boat's 20 foot. We didn't even get into our top shot. Come on. Let's get this. Big hit, big hit. All right, just let that one out a little bit further. Oh, there's another tap. God damn it. Why? We just have, like, did they just stock fish in here and we just have itty bitties? Like, what are these? Why do we keep getting hit? None yet, Corky. What is the most number of missed bites you've ever had in a boat and still not landed a fish? I think we might quite literally be going for my record tonight. I don't know what that number was previously, but it's definitely not 12 or 13. Oh, painful. They're smacking the cowbell over there, though. That one's been hit twice since we put it down. Just running the raw without the cowbell ain't getting bit over here yet. Ooh. Now the back is only that's obscured by the phone case. That only works in the truck. So we got front and HDS is what does work here. All right, come on, we need bit. And the Fenwick is still at the bottom of Holter Lake. Sorry, guys. Oh, it's all right, Justin. Try to lose the next one. Is the Dodger on there? Maybe they're hitting that. No, we don't have the Dodger on anymore. This line we're running just straight Ed's rig, but it's not. It's my version of Ed's rig. It's got the 2 hooks instead of 1. It hasn't been bit yet. What we just threw on behind is my lake troll with a hoochie spinner rig, and that one's been tapped twice in the last 10 minutes. We did just drop this one down a little bit deeper. You getting loads of little nibbles? We've had a lot of just they smack it and they miss and they're gone. But yeah, finicky bites or they're just not sticking. We've had a couple of them solid hook sets and near the boat, but not close enough. But most of them just they're gone before I pick up the rod. Oh, the scenery. Yeah, well, the sunsets here are just spectacular. It's a shame this storm is rolling through here. Especially from the basin down here. The sunsets are just incredible. But I think we're going to get pushed out of the water when this storm actually starts coming in. For old time's sake, because I haven't heard it yet, you're trolling too fast. We might be trolling too fast. I don't know. I think the most of our bites now have come at like 1.39, 1.4. We had a couple at 1.7, a couple at 1.5. We did our first bite was quite slow this morning. 1. They've been kind of all over the place. El Dabo, we may set a record. I think we are already at record. We're building on it. That was a good, I don't know what the hell that was if y'all saw it. Something good just surfaced right there. Maybe a trout? Come on, fishy, fishy. Big jump. How's it going, Snatcher? Did you try speeding it up at all today? Those rainbow hunt the high water as well, so don't really gotta worry about being deep. Yeah, there's been a, yeah, you're absolutely right. We have, the fastest we've gone today is probably 192. Most of the time we've been trolling one or more thing that just doesn't do what it's supposed to do at high speeds. We haven't really had a high speed troll out there. We could though. Bump her up a little bit. I missed 15 fish and never landed one. Tim, 15, huh? We're getting close. I think we're at like 12 or 13. That's rough. 15. All right, we can do it. We can do it. We're gonna out unfish Tim. It's a nice trout to jump. Yeah, it looked like a decent fish. Pretty sure we saw a pike rolling chasing perch earlier today. It's all hard to say sometimes. The rod went in the lake. Oh, we've lost 2 rods in this lake. I don't want to lose any more today. That would just be that'd be a painful addition to today's saga. Oh, bumped up our speed. Bottom bouncing a creature bait. It was a bad day. Oh, dang. We ran today a bottom bouncer to get depth out of it, just running it, in lieu of a snap weight. We didn't get bit on that one all day. We ran that for a good portion of the morning. House is on the lake. Oh yeah, this one is fairly new. They've built that within the last few years, but they have a primo spread here. Their own private, like freaking 10 boat ramp or a boat dock. They got their own boat launch over here. Those guys have like freaking couple $100,000 worth of concrete, making this intricate but very nice staircase down the side of the mountain. These ones up here, and I don't know if you can see those. Yeah, they're off screen. Have this treacherous, like zigzag path going down from their cabin at the top all the way down to the water. They got 3 vehicles down there right now, though. 2 Jeeps and a truck. Yeah, there's a bunch. Most of them are on like the eastern side. This is the northern part of the reservoir, the most furthest downstream before the dam. There's a lot. I don't know. There's got to be 100 plus on the east side of the waterfront, and then there's a couple of spots up in the river section that have another, I don't know, 50 maybe up in that way. Maybe not that many. I always wonder who can afford all that. Doctor, lawyer, drug dealer, right? I don't know. A lot of it comes, I think, from generational wealth. There are families that just, you know, the children inherit. The families stay together. The fortunes, the funds compile over generation, and oftentimes things like these, you know, a lot of them here were built in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. Things didn't used to cost so much. You wanted a lake cabin, you know, you bought a lake cabin. And now the prices have just ballooned on everything. And yeah, I don't know. Besides the ones that, you know, get the generational, I don't know where the hell people get the money to buy shit like this. $2 million, $3 million, $5 million. Other than just living strapped to the nuts in debt your entire existence. Which you could do. I mean, that's the American way, right? I don't like debt. Debt is a scary thing. Oh, come on. Filmed the whole episode, edited the thing, decided I couldn't upload it. I gotta stop with the potty mouth if I'm listening to YouTube. I'm looking for sponsors. Yeah, I mean, you gotta... I don't know. I try to make a conscious effort. Sometimes I don't care, though. I mean, as long as you're not too raunchy. Good mark at 30 foot. A bunch of shit at 50, 60 foot. Story of our lives. Fish everywhere, but none in the boat. Some nice lake properties with rundown homes on them. You can definitely find a decent deals. My house was 40 grand. Yeah, depending on the area. I mean, they're not all taken up, but most of them these days, especially at the popular, the nicer, better fishing lakes, the ones with the best access, the bigger, the nicer lots, they skyrocket, and then everything else next to them goes up. It gets to the point where even the empty, like, basically unbuildable lots are, I mean, realistically unaffordable for most people. See, they got a damn boat ramp right there underneath an old growth tree. Looks like it's got some nice slope to it. Wonder if they concrete. That just looks like dirt. Guess that end is super rocky. I don't know. If I knew how to censor, I would, but I only got my phone to edit on. Yeah, I can't edit shit on a phone. It's so tedious. Come on, fish. We are off the fish. No, another house in town that's 49 right now. It's decent condition too. Set up for apartments at one point. Nice. Yeah, I guess it's still available on some water bodies. Alright. Fat market 60 foot. Whistle time. Yeah, I've about whistled myself to death here today. Alright, we're going to swoop around. I think we're going to come in a little bit more shallow. Man, we've had some rough luck out here today. Some local will probably buy it, but someone from the U.S. could buy a 6-summer home for pennies, basically. I don't know how that works. Some countries do allow foreigners to buy land with not too many hoops to jump through. A lot of them don't, though. All right, we're definitely getting gloomier back here. Storm is headed our way. We're 5:26. I think we still got at least a half an hour here of fishable before I think we're gonna really need to start contemplating how close whatever that is. I don't mind a little sprinkle, a little rain, but it's calling for lightning storms. I don't like being on a giant conductive object out in the middle of the lake. GS Adventures, any fish today? Not in the boat. No, we're up to I think 12 or 13 bites we've had, and not converted a single one of them to fish in the net. We've been on one here today. Five-ounce snap weight. Run gear 10 foot behind and go 100 foot out. We ran a 4-ounce about 10 foot behind and about 95 foot out. They're saying a little bit heavier and 50% further. I don't know, maybe. Running what behind it and how fast, Travis? Calling it early shit, might go out then. Well, it's again the forecast starting to at some time around 7-ish, I think. The storm system's supposed to move in and start pissing rain and thunder and lightning. It's not quite on top of us yet. We're trying to milk out one goddamn fish out of this water body. Just one. Before the sky opens up on us. I think shallower in the mornings and evenings, deep midday, but that's just me. Now, you're right, Lee. That is normally the pattern that I follow. And again, we are moving a little more shallow right now. That's kind of what these last couple of passes have been. A ball of bait out there, it looks like. 40 foot, 50 foot. Come on, Rod, fish through it like a Viking. Like I said, I don't mind a little bit of sprinkly, a little bit of wind. But when it starts frickin' shooting bolts of electricity out of the sky, I'm like, you know, catching a 16-inch fish might not be worth it. We're trying, though. We're trying to squeeze one last milk dud out of the old box here. Unless Tommy's lurking, he left. I can give my honest opinion of him now. Tommy's a good guy. He's been coming in here for a good amount of time in this channel. He's one of the first people that I think came in here and was hanging out for consistently. Oh, these fish are killing me right now. We've been cursed at Holter. What gives? Gonna do a quick bait check here. Just to make sure. It's been a minute since we've been bit on either of these. So I'm gonna make sure we don't have any salad. Oh, these standard lake trolls have a ton of drag on them. Yep. We still got fully baited. All right, we're gonna let that feed out. Oh, and we're fouled. No. That is not what I like to see. But that would explain a few things. Possibly. Alright. Always good to check for weeds. Alright, well, it looks like every boat in here is all rushing over to the boat ramp at once. Is the storm going to drop sooner than expected? Mountains or Finder? Tommy's great. That's why I said what I did earlier and joked in my last comment. Oh, heck yeah, cat. Hey, Rod, how's the fishing today? Matt, we're having fun out here. We've had a whole bunch of bites. We've not put a single fish in the net, though. It's been a curse all day long. We're going for a world record number of bites without a single fish being landed. All right, we're coming on a path here. You guys can see a whole string of catch along this path. We'll see if maybe we hook up on something over here. Man, we got 2 more boats incoming here, it looks like. 3 boats, I think, just passed us to go in. There's another one kind of coming at us from this direction. There's going to be a pile up at the boat ramp over here. The lake versus Rod. The lake is up 12-0. All right. I'm gonna check radar quick. What's the res? Yeah, Justin, if you don't mind, we're at the north end of Holter Reservoir, right up by the dam basin. Closest town is either Wolf Creek or Craig, Montana. But last, what was it, coming from southwest, somebody was saying, from towards Helena. But the winds have kind of died down. It's looking a little gloomy out here, but we don't really have any winds down here at the surface. I didn't get your notification. I only knew you were live because Tommy told me. Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of people, if you got to go to the profile, you got to make sure that the not only is the bell icon hit, but you hit the drop down and make sure you select all notifications. And then also you have to make sure that whatever device you're trying to get the notifications on, you're signed in on your YouTube. Oh, there's another fish jumping at the surface. I don't know if that was perch or a trout. Kind of looked like they were dying down. Yeah, everything's just kind of calmed. So I don't know if this is the calm before the storm or what. But we still got, what is it, 5:37? 30 minutes or so, I think, before somewhere in there we just need to keep an eye on the gloom over here. Some of that does look a little dark and fuzzy over there. I just can't tell if it's coming over us or not on this north end of the basin. I didn't see you live at all either. I was looking through my subscriber feed to see if anyone was live. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think YouTube might promote these a vertical live stream that's through an external encoder. I don't think it treats exactly the same as the YouTube native app when streaming. We've been getting decent traffic, but it seems like it's dipped maybe a little bit since we moved from the mobile app. Can you see the storm? The clouds over here are awfully gray and ominous and kind of smoky, misty looking. I think that's, if anything's going to dump rain, it's going to be those. I just can't tell if they're passing over next to the reservoir or if they're coming over us. I don't know. There you go. You guys can kind of see. This side's not looking too bad, but I think the weather is coming that way. Nothing today, Messenger Mike. We've had like, I think 13 or 14 bites now. And not a single fish made it to the boat. Every fish we've had on the line today we lost. Try Ed's special with worm. We did. We've ran his rig. It got bit a bunch of times. It just didn't hold anything. We've lost the majority of them were just, a drive-by. It zips and then it's gone. It just wasn't holding on to anything, so we swapped out to a different version of it as a test, and now this one's just not getting bit. Spicy dissipating fast, might end up with just light rain. All right, Justin, we'll keep an eye on it. It's nice right now. I mean, I'm not gonna dump my boat out if it doesn't actually look like it's happening. Can be deceiving sometimes, though. Calming down fast, might just end up light rain. Another fish surfaced. A bunch of them up in the top. We're only running 2 colors on this one, so we're only 10 foot deep. 10, maybe 12 foot deep on this guy. I'm gonna let that one feed out a little bit further. Storming around me, 360 degrees, chilling in the eye of the storm. Tell Dabo. Try dragging a fly. Mike, we did, we drug Ed's, this guy for 5 hours today. It's Ed's little Skittlefly. It didn't get touched. But yeah, it's, I don't know, fly might work right now. They're moving up to the surface. Got one largemouth and one crappie, been trolling since one. Hey, you got a couple of fish. It's not bad. Buddy in Idaho kills them, pulling a fly. Messenger, how was he trolling the fly? Just straight fly? Dodger fly? Flasher fly? Is he running it on a downrigger? Lead? Snap weights? You lose scent oils. User 369. Yeah, so we have some Potskie's fire gel in crawfish. Usually it hits pretty well here. We've dipped a handful of things in that. The the gulp maggots that we use, I've scented those with messenger mics and some Atlas scents. We ran for a little while today live crawlers. Oh man, there are so many dead bugs on the surface right now. Like, somebody type, in fact, here, move it to the bow cam. Let me try and show this to you. Wow, I didn't realize, maybe that's why they're not so hungry today. I don't know if we can see it anymore. There's just bugs everywhere. Flies, little beetles. I don't know what these are. It's hard to really show you guys. I don't know how well that comes up on the screen. Everywhere, bugs, bugs, bugs. That'll tank the bite. Bugs on the surface, maybe split shot, cam bow. How many you caught so far? Shane, we've had like 13 bites and 0 fish in the net. We've lost every single fish. Most of them though were just a swing and a miss. The fish zips some line out and then disappears. We've had 2 or 3 near the boat. Not at the boat, near the boat. Looks amazing. It is so pretty here. It is just an absolutely perfect day on the water. Never seen it so calm. Yeah, every once in a while, Holter really flattens out. God damn it. I just inhaled through my nostril. Oh, God. That is a terrible feeling, y'all. I'm pretty sure it's gone, but my brain won't let me stop replaying that moment. I just snorted a bug. That's terrible. 0 of 10, do not recommend. Where's your next body of water you're going to hit? Corky, I'm going to try and see if maybe I can get out to Willow Creek tomorrow morning with Ed. I'm not sure if I could swing it or not, though. Hate when that happens. Yeah, I inhale. That happens quite often. I'm talking, I'm blabbing, I hark one down. But it was straight up the nostril. Not pleasant. At the front, can we pretend there are no fish? Looks beautiful, better than being at work. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're enjoying our weekend out here on the water. All right, well, these fish hate us. They don't even like us a little right now. Where are you out of, hometown? Corky, near Great Falls, Montana. So it's about a little over an hour drive to get up to Holter. It's one of the closest water bodies to us over here in Great Falls, though. It's a good one to fish, too. Normally I have much better luck here. What's up, Gator Gun? Need Fort Peck trip? Messenger, I know. I was contemplating it for yesterday and today. The weather looked like it was gonna be frickin' perfect. The problem is out of Great Falls Vaughn area where I'm at. Friday was nice and packed, but just torrential downpour around Great Falls area. And I don't like pulling the boat out of the dry shop directly into torrential downpour to then drag hundreds of miles away to a water body. Alright, we're gonna bump back around again. Yeah, so we fish Holter fairly often. Though this year, this is the first time we've launched down at the basin area, the dam area. All of our previous trips here this year, we've launched either from the Log Gulch boat ramp, or even further upstream at Gates of the Mountain. So it wasn't quite sure what to expect down here. Normally, fishing really starts picking up this time of the year, here in the next couple of weeks. Glad to see you out again. What camera do you use to stay live? Stephen Carrick's Adventures. So my main streaming device is iPhone 16 Pro Max. That's what the main streaming software Moblin runs on. That's what our primary front camera is also from. That's what acts as the encoder. Everything gets fed into Moblin on the iPhone. But I do also run a secondary camera, an iPhone 13, a real old iPhone. That's what our bow camera is. You know, when I'm panning around. Um, and then I also have a couple of GoPro Hero 13s. But the primary device, iPhone 16 Pro Max. I want to see you catch 34 pike in one day. Yeah, I almost went to Fishkin today. I think it would have been a freaking muddy mess. Though, too long of dirt road after multiple successive days of soggy downpour. I didn't feel like finding out whether it was going to be a muddy mess or not. Girlfriend and I are about to drive to by Fort Peck in like an hour. I'll throw a line out for you. Hell yeah, Martello. There's